Section 14 of the works of the Right Honourable Edmund Burke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The works of the Right Honourable Edmund Burke, Volume 2. 2 letters to gentlemen in the city of Bristol, on the bills depending in Parliament relative to the trade of Ireland, April 23rd and May 2nd, 1778. Letters to Samuel Span, Esquire, Master of the Society of Merchants Adventurers of Bristol. Sir, I am honoured with your letter of the 13th in answer to mine, which accompanied the resolutions of the House relative to the trade of Ireland. You will be so good as to present my best respects to the Society, and to assure them that it was altogether unnecessary to remind me of the interests of the constituents. I have never regarded anything else since I had a seat in Parliament. Having frequently and maturely considered that interest, and stated it to myself in almost every point of view, I am persuaded that under the present circumstances I cannot more effectually pursue it than by giving all the support in my power to the propositions which I lately transmitted to the Hall. The fault I find in the scheme is that it falls extremely short of that liberality in the commercial system which I trust will one day be adopted. If I had not considered the present resolutions merely as preparatory to better things, and as a means of showing experimentally that justice to others is not always folly to ourselves, I should have contented myself with receiving them in a cold and silent acquiescence. Separately considered, they are matters of no very great importance. But they aim, however imperfectly, at a right principle. I submit to the restraint to appease prejudice. I accept the enlargement, so far as it goes, as the result of reason and of sound policy. We cannot be insensible of the calamities which have been brought upon this nation by an obstinate adherence to narrow and restrictive plans of government. I confess I cannot prevail on myself to take them up precisely at a time when the most decisive experience has taught the rest of the world to lay them down. The propositions in question did not originate from me or from my particular friends. But when things are so right in themselves, I hold it my duty not to inquire from what hands they come. I opposed the American measures upon the very same principle on which I support those that relate to Ireland. I was convinced that the evils which have arisen from the adoption of the former would be infinitely aggravated by the rejection of the latter. Perhaps gentlemen are not yet fully aware of the situation of their country, and what its exigencies absolutely require. I find that we are still disposed to talk at our ease, and as if all things were to be regulated by our good pleasure. I should consider it as a fatal symptom if, in our present distressed and adverse circumstances, we should persist in the errors which are natural only to prosperity. One cannot, indeed, sufficiently lament the continuance of that spirit of delusion by which, for a long time past, we have thought fit to measure our necessities by our inclinations. Moderation, prudence, and equity are far more suitable to our condition than loftiness and confidence and rigor. We are threatened by enemies of no small magnitude, whom, if we think fit, we may despise as we have despised others, but they are enemies who can only cease to be truly formidable by our entertaining a due respect for their power. Our danger will not be lessened by our shutting our eyes to it, nor will our force abroad be increased by rendering ourselves feeble and divided at home. There is a dreadful schism in the British nation. Since we are not able to reunite the empire, it is our business to give all possible vigor and soundness to those parts of it which are still content to be governed by our councils. Sir, it is proper to inform you that our measures must be healing. Such a degree of strength must be communicated to all the members of the state as may enable them to defend themselves and to cooperate in the defense of the whole. Their temper, too, must be managed, and their good affections cultivated. They may then be disposed to bear the load with cheerfulness, as a contribution towards what may be called with truth and propriety, and not by an empty form of words, a common cause. Too little dependence cannot be had at this time of day on names and prejudices. The eyes of mankind are opened, and communities must be held together by an evident and solid interest. God forbid that our conduct should demonstrate to the world that Great Britain can in no instance whatsoever be brought to a sense of rational and equitable policy, but by coercion and force of arms. I wish you to recollect with what powers of concession, relatively to commerce as well as to legislation, His Majesty's commissioners to the United Colonies have sailed from England within this week. Whether these powers are sufficient for their purposes, it is not now my business to examine. But we all know that our resolutions in favor of Ireland are trifling and insignificant when compared with the concessions to the Americans. At such a juncture, I would implore every man who retains the least spark of regard to the yet remaining honor and security of this country, not to compel others to an imitation of their conduct, or by passion and violence, to force them to seek in the territories of the separation that freedom and those advantages which they are not to look for whilst they remain under the wings of their ancient government. After all, what are the matters we dispute with so much warmth? Do we in these resolutions bestow anything upon Ireland? Not a shilling. We only consent to leave to them, in 2 or 3 instances, the use of the natural faculties which God has given to them and to all mankind. Is Ireland united to the crown of Great Britain for no other purpose than that we should counteract the bounty of Providence in her favour, and in proportion as that bounty has been liberal, that we are to regard it as an evil which is to be met with in every sort of corrective? To say that Ireland interferes with us, and therefore must be checked, is, in my opinion, a very mistaken and a very dangerous principle. I must beg leave to repeat what I took the liberty of suggesting to you in my last letter, that Ireland is a country in the same climate and of the same natural qualities and productions with this, and has consequently no other means of growing wealthy in herself, or in other words, of being useful to us, but by doing the very same things which we do for the same purposes. I hope that in Great Britain we shall always pursue, without exception, every means of prosperity, and, of course, that Ireland will interfere with us in something or other. For either, in order to limit her, we must restrain ourselves, or we must fall into that shocking conclusion that we are to keep our yet remaining dependency under a general and indiscriminate restraint for the mere purpose of oppression. Indeed, sir, England and Ireland may flourish together. The world is large enough for us both. Let it be our care not to make ourselves too little for it. I know it is said that the people of Ireland do not pay the same taxes, and therefore ought not in equity to enjoy the same benefits with this. I had hopes that the unhappy phantom of a compulsory equal taxation had haunted us long enough. I do assure you that until it is entirely banished from our imaginations, where alone it has or can have any existence, we shall never cease to do ourselves the most substantial injuries. To that argument of equal taxation I can only say that Ireland pays as many taxes as those who are the best judges of her powers are of opinion she can bear. To bear more, she must have more ability, and in the order of nature, the advantage must precede the charge. This disposition of things being the law of God, neither you nor I can alter it. So that, if you will have more help from Ireland, you must previously supply her with more means. I believe it will be found that if men are suffered freely to cultivate their natural advantages, a virtual equality of contribution will come in its own time and will flow by an easy descent through its own proper and natural channels. An attempt to disturb that course, and to force nature, will only bring on universal discontent, distress, and confusion. You tell me, sir, that you prefer a union with Ireland to the little regulations which are proposed in Parliament. This union is a great question of state, to which, when it comes properly before me in my parliamentary capacity, I shall give an honest and unprejudiced consideration. However, it is a settled rule with me to make the most of my actual situation, and not to refuse to do a proper thing because there is something else more proper which I am not able to do. This union is a business of difficulty, and on the principles of your letter, a business impracticable. Until it can be matured into a feasible and desirable scheme, I wish to have as close a union of interest and affection with Ireland as I can have, and that, I am sure, is a far better thing than any nominal union of government. France, and indeed most extensive empires which by various designs and fortunes have grown into one great mass, contain many provinces that are very different from each other in privileges and modes of government, and they raise their supplies in different ways, in different proportions, and under different authorities. Yet none of them are for this reason curtailed of their natural rights, but they carry on trade and manufactures with perfect equality. In some way or other the true balance is found, and all of them are properly poised and harmonized. How much have you lost by the participation of Scotland in all your commerce? The external trade of England has more than doubled since that period, and I believe your internal, which is the most advantageous, has been augmented at least fourfold. Such virtue there is in liberality of sentiment, that you have grown richer even by the partnership of poverty. If you think that this participation was a loss commercially considered, but that it has been compensated by the share which Scotland has taken in defraying the public charge, I believe you have not very carefully looked at the public accounts. Ireland, sir, pays a great deal more than Scotland, and is perhaps as much and as effectually united to England as Scotland is. But if Scotland, instead of paying little, had paid nothing at all, we should be gainers, not losers, by acquiring the hearty cooperation of an active, intelligent people towards the increase of the common stock, instead of our being employed in watching and counteracting them, and their being employed in watching and counteracting us, with the peevish and churlish jealousy of rivals and enemies on both sides. I am sure, sir, that the commercial experience of the merchants of Bristol will soon disabuse them of the prejudice that they can trade no longer if countries more lightly taxed are permitted to deal in the same commodities at the same markets. You know that, in fact, you trade very largely where you are met by the goods of all nations. You even pay high duties on the import of your goods, and afterwards undersell nations less taxed at their own markets and where goods of the same kind are not charged at all. If it were otherwise, you could trade very little. You know that the price of all sorts of manufacture is not a great deal enhanced, except to the domestic consumer, by any taxes paid in this country. This I might very easily prove. The same consideration will relieve you from the apprehension you express with relation to sugars and the difference of the duties paid here and in Ireland. Those duties affect the interior consumer only, and for obvious reasons, relative to the interest of revenue itself, they must be proportioned to his ability of payment. But in all cases in which sugar can be an object of commerce, and therefore, in this view of rivalship, you are sensible that you are at least on a par with Ireland. As to your apprehensions concerning the more advantageous situation of Ireland for some branches of commerce, for it is so but for some, I trust you will not find them more serious. Milford Haven, which is at your door, may serve to show you that the mere advantage of ports is not the thing which shifts the seat of commerce from one part of the world to the other. If I thought you inclined to take up this matter on local considerations, I should state to you that I do not know any part of the kingdom so well situated for an advantageous commerce with Ireland as Bristol, and that none would be so likely to profit of its prosperity as our city. But your profit and theirs must concur. Beggary and bankruptcy are not the circumstances which invite to an intercourse with that or with any country, and I believe it will be found invariably true that the superfluities of a rich nation furnish a better object of trade than the necessities of a poor one. It is the interest of the commercial world that wealth should be found everywhere. The true ground of fear, in my opinion, is this, that Ireland, from the vicious system of its internal polity, will be a long time before it can derive any benefit from the liberty now granted, or from anything else. But as I do not vote advantages in hopes that they may not be enjoyed, I will not lay any stress upon this consideration. I rather wish that the Parliament of Ireland may, in its own wisdom, remove these impediments, and put their country in a condition to avail itself of its natural advantages. If they do not, the fault is with them and not with us. I have written this long letter in order to give all possible satisfaction to my constituents with regard to the part I have taken in this affair. It gave me inexpressible concern to find that my conduct had been a cause of uneasiness to any of them. Next to my honor and conscience, I have nothing so near and dear to me as their approbation. However, I had much rather run the risk of displeasing than of injuring them, if I am driven to make such an option. You obligingly lament that you are not to have me for your advocate. But if I had been capable of acting as an advocate in opposition to a plan so perfectly consonant to my known principles, and to the opinions I had publicly declared on 100 occasions, I should only disgrace myself without supporting, with the smallest degree of credit or effect, the cause you wished me to undertake. I should have lost the only thing which can make such abilities as mine of any use to the world now or hereafter. I mean that authority which is derived from an opinion that a member speaks the language of truth and sincerity, and that he is not ready to take up or lay down a great political system for the convenience of the hour, that he is in Parliament to support his opinion of the public good, and does not form his opinion in order to get into Parliament or to continue in it. It is in a great measure for your sake that I wish to preserve this character. Without it, I am sure, I should be ill able to discharge by any service the smallest part of that debt of gratitude and affection which I owe you for the great and honorable trust you have reposed in me. I am, with the highest regard and esteem, sir, your most obedient and humble servant, E.B. Beaconsfield, 23rd of April, 1778. Copy of a letter to Messrs. So-and-so and Company, Bristol. Gentlemen, it gives me the most sensible concern to find that my vote on the resolutions relative to the trade of Ireland has not been fortunate enough to meet with your approbation. I have explained at large the grounds of my conduct on that occasion in my letters to the Merchants' Hall, but my very sincere regard and esteem for you will not permit me to let the matter pass without an explanation which is particular to yourselves, and which I hope will prove satisfactory to you. You tell me that the conduct of your late member is not much wondered at, but you seem to be at a loss to account for mine, and you lament that I have taken so decided a part against my constituents. This is rather a heavy imputation. Does it then really appear to you that the propositions to which you refer are, on the face of them, so manifestly wrong, and so certainly injurious to the trade and manufactures of Great Britain, and particularly to yours, that no man could think of proposing or supporting them, except from resentment to you, or from some other oblique motive? If you suppose your late member, or if you suppose me, to act upon other reasons than we choose to avow, to what do you attribute the conduct of the other members, who in the beginning almost unanimously adopted those resolutions? To what do you attribute the strong part taken by the ministers, and along with the ministers by several of their most declared opponents? This does not indicate a ministerial job, a party design, or a provincial or local purpose. It is, therefore, not so absolutely clear that the measure is wrong or likely to be injurious to the true interests of any place or any person. The reason, gentlemen, for taking this step at this time is but too obvious and too urgent. I cannot imagine that you forget the great war which has been carried on with so little success, and, as I thought, with so little policy in America, or that you are not aware of the other great wars which are impending. Ireland has been called upon to repel the attacks of enemies of no small power, brought upon her by councils in which she has had no share. The very purpose and declared object of that original war, which has brought other wars and other enemies on Ireland, was not very flattering to her dignity, her interest, or to the very principle of her liberty. Yet she submitted patiently to the evils she suffered from an attempt to subdue to your obedience countries whose very commerce was not open to her. America was to be conquered in order that Ireland should not trade thither, whilst the miserable trade which she is permitted to carry on to other places has been torn to pieces in the struggle. In this situation, are we neither to suffer her to have any real interest in our quarrel, or to be flattered with the hope of any future means of bearing the burdens which she is to incur in defending herself against enemies which we have brought upon her? I cannot set my face against such arguments. Is it quite fair to suppose that I have no other motive for yielding to them but a desire of acting against my constituents? It is for you, and for your interest as a dear, cherished, and respected part of a valuable whole, that I have taken my share in this question. You do not, you cannot suffer by it. If honesty be true policy with regard to the transient interest of individuals, it is much more certainly so with regard to the permanent interests of communities. I know that it is but too natural for us to see our own certain ruin in the possible prosperity of other people. It is hard to persuade us that everything which is got by another is not taken from ourselves. But it is fit that we should get the better of these suggestions, which come from what is not the best and soundest part of our nature, and that we should form to ourselves a way of thinking more rational, more just, and more religious. Trade is not a limited thing, as if the objects of mutual demand and consumption could not stretch beyond the bounds of our jealousies. God has given the earth to the children of men, and he has undoubtedly, in giving it to them, given them what is abundantly sufficient for all their exigencies, not a scanty but a most liberal provision for them all. The author of our nature has written it strongly in that nature, and has promulgated the same law in his written word, that man shall eat his bread by his labor, and I am persuaded that no man and no combination of men, for their own ideas of their particular profit, can, without great impiety, undertake to say that he shall not do so, that they have no sort of right either to prevent the labor or to withhold the bread. Ireland having received no compensation, directly or indirectly, for any restraints on their trade, ought not, in justice or common honesty, to be made subject to such restraints. I do not mean to impeach the right of the Parliament of Great Britain to make laws for the trade of Ireland. I only speak of what laws it is right for Parliament to make. It is nothing to an oppressed people to say that in part they are protected at our charge. The military force which shall be kept up in order to cramp the natural faculties of a people and to prevent their arrival to their utmost prosperity is the instrument of their servitude, not the means of their protection. To protect men is to forward and not to restrain their improvement. Else what is it more than to avow to them and to the world that you guard them from others only to make them a prey to yourself? This fundamental nature of protection does not belong to free but to all governments, and is as valid in Turkey as in Great Britain. No government ought to own that it exists for the purpose of checking the prosperity of its people, or that there is such a principle involved in its policy. Under the impression of these sentiments, and not as wanting every attention to my constituents which affection and gratitude could inspire, I voted for these bills which give you so much trouble. I voted for them not as doing complete justice to Ireland, but as being something less unjust than the general prohibition which has hitherto prevailed. I hear some discourse as if, in one or two paltry duties on materials, Ireland had a preference, and that those who set themselves against this act of scanty justice assert that they are only contending for an equality. What equality? Do they forget that the whole woolen manufacture of Ireland, the most extensive and profitable of any, and the natural staple of that kingdom, has been in a manner so destroyed by restrictive laws of ours, and at our persuasion and on our promises, by restrictive laws of their own, that in a few years it is probable they will not be able to wear a coat of their own fabric? Is this equality? Do gentlemen forget that the understood faith upon which they were persuaded to such an unnatural act has not been kept? But a linen manufacture has been set up, and highly encouraged against them. Is this equality? Do they forget the state of the trade of Ireland in beer, so great an article of consumption, and which now stands in so mischievous a position with regard to their revenue, their manufacture, and their agriculture? Do they find any equality in all this? Yet if the least step is taken towards doing them common justice in the slightest articles for the most limited markets, a cry is raised as if we were going to be ruined by partiality to Ireland. Gentlemen, I know that the deficiency in these arguments is made up, not by you but by others, by the usual resource on such occasions, the confidence in military force and superior power. But that ground of confidence, which at no time was perfectly just, or the avowal of it tolerably decent, is at this time very unseasonable. Late experience has shown that it cannot be altogether relied upon, and many, if not all, of our present difficulties have arisen from putting our trust in what may very possibly fail, and if it should fail, leaves those who are hurt by such a reliance without pity. Whereas honesty and justice, reason and equity, go a very great way in securing prosperity to those who use them, and in case of failure, secure the best retreat and the most honorable consolations. It is very unfortunate that we should consider those as rivals whom we ought to regard as fellow laborers in a common cause. Ireland has never made a single step in its progress towards prosperity by which you have not had a share, and perhaps the greatest share, in the benefit. That progress has been chiefly owing to her own natural advantages and her own efforts, which, after a long time, and by slow degrees, have prevailed in some measure over the mischievous systems which have been adopted. Far enough she is still from having arrived even at an ordinary state of perfection, and if our jealousies were to be converted into politics as systematically as some would have them, the trade of Ireland would vanish out of the system of commerce. But believe me, if Ireland is beneficial to you, it is so not from the parts in which it is restrained, but from those in which it is left free, though not left unrivaled. The greater its freedom, the greater must be your advantage. If you should lose in one way, you will gain in 20. Whilst I remain under this unalterable and powerful conviction, you will not wonder at the decided part I take. It is my custom so to do when I see my way clearly before me, and when I know that I am not misled by any passion or any personal interest, which in this case I am very sure I am not. I find that disagreeable things are circulated among my constituents, and I wish my sentiments, which form my justification, may be equally general with the circulation against me. I have the honour to be, with the greatest regard and esteem, gentlemen, your most obedient and humble servant, E.B. Westminster, May 2nd, 1778. I send the bills. End of section 14. Read by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa, in October of 2024.
Section 15 of the Works of the Right Honourable Edmund Burke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Works of the Right Honourable Edmund Burke, Volume 2. Speech on presenting to the House of Commons a plan for the better security of the independence of Parliament and the economical reformation of the civil and other establishments. February 11, 1780, Part 1. Mr. Speaker, I rise in acquittal of my engagement to the House, in obedience to the strong and just requisition of my constituents, and, I am persuaded, in conformity to the unanimous wishes of the whole nation, to submit to the wisdom of the Parliament a plan of reform in the constitution of several parts of the public economy. I have endeavored that this plan should include, in its execution, a considerable reduction of improper expense, that it should effect a conversion of unprofitable titles into a productive estate, that it should lead to, and indeed almost compel, a provident administration of such sums of public money as must remain under discretionary trusts, that it should render the incurring debts on the civil establishment, which must ultimately affect national strength and national credit, so very difficult as to become next to impracticable. But what, I confess, was uppermost with me, what I bent the whole force of my mind to, was the reduction of that corrupt influence which is itself the perennial spring of all prodigality and of all disorder, which loads us more than millions of debt, which takes away vigor from our arms, wisdom from our counsels, and every shadow of authority and credit from the most venerable parts of our Constitution. Sir, I assure you very solemnly and with a very clear conscience that nothing in the world has led me to such an undertaking but my zeal for the honor of this House and the settled, habitual, systematic affection I bear to the cause and to the principles of government. I enter perfectly into the nature and consequences of my attempt, and I advance to it with a tremor that shakes me to the inmost fibre of my frame. I feel that I engage in a business, in itself most ungracious, totally wide of the course of prudent conduct, and, I really think, the most completely adverse that can be imagined to the natural turn and temper of my own mind. I know that all parsimony is of a quality approaching to unkindness, and that, on some person or other, every reform must operate as a sort of punishment. Indeed, the whole class of the severe and restrictive virtues are at a market almost too high for humanity. What is worse, there are very few of those virtues which are not capable of being imitated, and even outdone in many of their most striking effects, by the worst of vices. Malignity and envy will carve much more deeply and finish much more sharply in the work of retrenchment than in frugality and providence. I do not therefore wonder that gentlemen have kept away from such a task, as well as from good nature as from prudence. Private feeling might indeed be overborne by legislative reason, and a man of a long-sighted and strong-nerved humanity might bring himself not so much to consider from whom he takes a superfluous enjoyment, as for whom in the end he may preserve the absolute necessities of life. But it is much more easy to reconcile this measure in humanity than to bring it to any agreement with prudence. I do not mean that little, selfish, pitiful, bastard thing which sometimes goes by the name of a family, in which it is not legitimate, and to which it is a disgrace. I mean even that public and enlarged prudence, which, apprehensive of being disabled from rendering acceptable services to the world, withholds itself from those that are invidious. Gentlemen who are, with me, verging towards the decline of life, and are apt to form their ideas of kings from kings of former times, might dread the anger of a reigning prince. They who are more provident of the future, or by being young are more interested in it, might tremble at the resentment of the successor. They might see a long, dull, dreary, unvaried vista of despair and exclusion for half a century before them. This is no pleasant prospect at the outset of a political journey. Besides this, sir, the private enemies to be made in all attempts of this kind are innumerable, and their enmity will be the more bitter, and the more dangerous too, because a sense of dignity will oblige them to conceal the cause of their resentment. Very few men of great families and extensive connections but will feel the smart of a cutting reform, in some close relation, some bosom friend, some pleasant acquaintance, some dear protected dependent. Emolument is taken from some, patronage from others, objects of pursuit from all. Men forced into an involuntary independence will abhor the authors of a blessing, which in their eyes has so very near a resemblance to a curse. When officers are removed and the offices remain, you may set the gratitude of some against the anger of others. You may oppose the friends you oblige against the enemies you provoke. But services of the present sort create no attachments. The individual good felt in a public benefit is comparatively so small, comes round through such an involved labyrinth of intricate and tedious revolutions, whilst a present personal detriment is so heavy where it falls and so instant in its operation, that the cold commendation of a public advantage never was and never will be a match for the quick sensibility of a private loss. And you may depend on it, sir, that when many people have an interest in railing, sooner or later they will bring a considerable degree of unpopularity upon any measure. So that for the present at least, the Reformation will operate against the reformers, and revenge, as against them at the least, will produce all the effects of corruption. This, sir, is almost always the case, where the plan has complete success. But how stands the matter in the mere attempt? Nothing, you know, is more common than for men to wish, and call loudly too, for a reformation, who, when it arrives, do by no means like the severity of its aspect. Reformation is one of those pieces which must be put at some distance in order to please. Its greatest favourers love it better in the abstract than in the substance. When any old prejudice of their own, or any interest that they value, is touched, they become scrupulous, they become captious, and every man has his separate exception. Some pluck out the black hairs, some the grey. One point must be given up to one, another point must be yielded to another. Nothing is suffered to prevail upon its own principle. The whole is so frittered down and disjointed that scarcely a trace of the original scheme remains. Thus, between the resistance of power and the unsystematical process of popularity, the undertaker and the undertaking are both exposed, and the poor reformer is hissed off the stage both by friends and foes. Observe, sir, that the apology for my undertaking, an apology which, though long, is no longer than necessary, is not grounded on my want of the fullest sense of the difficult and invidious nature of the task I undertake. I risk odium if I succeed, and contempt if I fail. My excuse must rest in mine and your conviction of the absolute urgent necessity there is that something of the kind should be done. If there is any sacrifice to be made, either of estimation or of fortune, the smallest is the best. Commanders-in-chief are not to be put upon the forlorn hope. But indeed it is necessary that the attempt should be made. It is necessary from our own political circumstances. It is necessary from the operations of the enemy. It is necessary from the demands of the people, whose desires, when they do not militate with the stable and eternal rules of justice and reason, rules which are above us and above them, ought to be as a law to the House of Commons. As to our circumstances, I do not mean to aggravate the difficulties of them by the strength of any coloring whatsoever. On the contrary, I observe, and observe with pleasure, that our affairs rather wear a more promising aspect than they did on the opening of this session. We have had some leading successes. But those who rate them at the highest, higher a great deal indeed than I dare to do, are of the opinion that upon the ground of such advantages we cannot at this time hope to make any treaty of peace which would not be ruinous and completely disgraceful. In such an anxious state of things, if dawnings of success serve to animate our diligence, they are good. If they tend to increase our presumption, they are worse than defeats. The state of our affairs shall, then, be as promising as any one may choose to conceive it. It is, however, but promising. We must recollect that with but half of our natural strength we are at war against confederated powers who have singly threatened us with ruin. We must recollect that whilst we are left naked on one side, our other flank is uncovered by any alliance, that whilst we are weighing and balancing our successes against our losses, we are accumulating debt to the amount of at least 14 millions in the year. That loss is certain. I have no wish to deny that our successes are as brilliant as anyone chooses to make them. Our resources, too, may, for me, be as unfathomable as they are represented. Indeed, they are just whatever the people possess and will submit to pay. Taxing is an easy business. Any projector can contrive new impositions, any bungler can add to the old. But is it altogether wise to have no other bounds to your impositions than the patience of those who are to bear them? All I claim upon the subject of your resources is this, that they are not likely to be increased by wasting them. I think I shall be permitted to assume that a system of frugality will not lessen your riches, whatever they may be. I believe it will not be hotly disputed that those resources which lie heavy on the subject ought not to be objects of preference, that they ought not to be the very first choice to an honest representative of the people. This is all, sir, that I shall say upon our circumstances and our resources. I mean to say a little more on the operations of the enemy, because this matter seems to me very natural in our present deliberation. When I look to the other side of the water, I cannot help recollecting what Pyrrhus said on reconnoitering the Roman camp. These barbarians have nothing barbarous in their discipline. When I look, as I have pretty carefully looked, into the proceedings of the French king, I am sorry to say it, I see nothing of the character and genius of arbitrary finance, none of the bold frauds of bankrupt power, none of the wild struggles and plunges of despotism in distress, no lopping off from the capital of debt, no suspension of interest, no robbery under the name of loan, no raising the value, no debasing the substance of the coin. I see neither Louis XIV nor Louis XV. On the contrary, I behold with astonishment, rising before me by the very hands of arbitrary power, and in the very midst of war and confusion, a regular methodical system of public credit. I behold a fabric laid on the natural and solid foundations of trust and confidence among men, and rising by fair gradations, order over order, according to the just rules of symmetry and art. What a reverse of things! Principle, method, regularity, economy, frugality, justice to individuals, and care of the people are the resources with which France makes war upon Great Britain. God avert the omen! But if we should see any genius in war and politics arise in France to second what is done in the bureau, I turn my eyes from the consequences. The noble lord in the blue ribbon last year treated all this with contempt. He never could conceive it possible that the French Minister of Finance could go through that year with a loan of but £1,700,000, and that he should be able to fund that loan without any tax. The second year, however, opens the very same scene. A small loan, a loan of no more than £2,500,000, is to carry our enemies through the service of this year also. No tax is raised to fund that debt. No tax is raised for the current services. I am credibly informed that there is no anticipation whatsoever. Compensations are correctly made. Old debts continue to be sunk as in the time of profound peace. Even payments which their treasury has been authorized to suspend during the time of war are not suspended. A general reform executed through every department of the revenue creates an annual income of more than £500,000, whilst it facilitates and simplifies all the functions of administration. The king's household, at the remotest avenues to which all reformation has been hitherto stopped, that household which has been the stronghold of prodigality, the virgin fortress which was never before attacked, has been not only defended, but it has, even in the forms, been surrendered by the king to the economy of his minister. No capitulation, no reserve. Economy has entered in triumph into the public splendor of the monarch, into his private amusements, into the appointments of his nearest and highest relations. Economy and public spirit have made a beneficent and an honest spoil. They have plundered from extravagance and luxury, for the use of substantial service, a revenue of near £400,000. The reform of the finances, joined to this reform of the court, gives to the public £900,000 a year and upwards. The minister who does these things is a great man, but the king who desires that they should be done is a far greater. We must do justice to our enemies. These are acts of a patriot king. I am not in dread of the vast armies of France. I am not in dread of the gallant spirit of its brave and numerous nobility. I am not alarmed even at the great navy which has been so miraculously created. All these things Louis XIV had before. With all these things, the French monarchy has more than once fallen prostrate at the feet of the public faith of Great Britain. It was the want of public credit which disabled France from recovering after her defeats, or recovering even from her victories and triumphs. It was a prodigal court, it was an ill-ordered revenue, that sapped the foundations of all her greatness. Credit cannot exist under the arm of necessity. Necessity strikes at credit, I allow, with a heavier and quicker blow under an arbitrary monarchy than under a limited and balanced government. But still necessity and credit are natural enemies, and cannot be long reconciled in any situation. From necessity and corruption, a free state may lose the spirit of that complex constitution which is the foundation of confidence. On the other hand, I am far from being sure that a monarchy, when once it is properly regulated, may not for a long time furnish a foundation for credit upon the solidity of its maxims, though it affords no ground of trust in its institutions. I am afraid I see in England, and in France, something like a beginning of both these things. I wish I may be found in a mistake. This very short and very imperfect state of what is now going on in France, the last circumstances of which I received in about 8 days after the registry of the edict, I do not, sir, lay before you for any invidious purpose. It is in order to excite in us the spirit of a noble emulation. Let the nations make war upon each other, since we must make war, not with a low and vulgar malignity, but by a competition of virtues. This is the only way by which both parties can gain by war. The French have imitated us. Let us, through them, imitate ourselves in our better and happier days. If public frugality, under whatever men or in whatever mode of government, is national strength, it is a strength which our enemies are in possession of before us. Sir, I am well aware that the state and the result of the French economy which I have laid before you are even now lightly treated by some who ought never to speak but from information. Pains have not been spared to represent them as impositions on the public. Let me tell you, sir, that the creation of a navy and a 2 years' war without taxing are a very singular species of imposture. But be it so. For what end does Necker carry on this delusion? Is it to lower the estimation of the crown he serves and to render his own administration contemptible? No, no, he is conscious that the sense of mankind is so clear and decided in favor of economy and of the weight and value of its resources that he turns himself to every species of fraud and artifice to obtain the mere reputation of it. Men do not affect a conduct that tends to their discredit. Let us then get the better of Monsieur Necker in his own way. Let us do in reality what he does only in pretense. Let us turn his French tinsel into English gold. Is then the mere opinion and appearance of frugality and good management of such use to France? And is the substance to be so mischievous to England? Is the very constitution of nature so altered by a sea of 20 miles that economy should give power on the continent, and that profusion should give it here? For God's sake, let this not be the only fashion of France we refuse to copy. To the last kind of necessity, the desires of the people, I have but a very few words to say. The ministers seem to contest this point, and affect to doubt whether the people do really desire a plan of economy in the civil government. Sir, this is too ridiculous. It is impossible that they should not desire it. It is impossible that a prodigality which draws its resources from their indigence should be pleasing to them. Little factions of pensioners and their dependents may talk another language, but the voice of nature is against them, and it will be heard. The people of England will not, they cannot, take it kindly, that representatives should refuse to their constituents what an absolute sovereign voluntarily offers to his subjects. The expression of the petitions is that, before any new burdens are laid upon this country, effectual measures be taken by this House to inquire into and correct the gross abuses in the expenditure of public money. This has been treated by the noble lord in the blue ribbon as a wild, factious language. It happens, however, that the people, in their address to us, use almost word for word the same terms as the King of France uses in addressing himself to his people, and it differs only as it falls short of the French king's idea of what is due to his subjects. To convince, says he, our faithful subjects of the desire we entertain not to recur to new impositions until we have first exhausted all the resources which order and economy can possibly supply, etc., etc. These desires of the people of England, which come far short of the voluntary concessions of the King of France, are moderate indeed. They only contend that we should interweave some economy with the taxes with which we have chosen to begin the war. They request, not that you should rely upon economy exclusively, but that you should give it rank and precedence in the order of the ways and means of this single session. But if it were possible that the desires of our constituents, desires which are at once so natural and so very much tempered and subdued, should have no weight with an House of Commons which has its eye elsewhere, I would turn my eyes to the very quarter to which theirs are directed. I would reason this matter with the House on the mere policy of the question, and I would undertake to prove that an early dereliction of abuse is the direct interest of government taken abstractedly from its duties and considered merely as a system intending its own conservation. If there is any one eminent criterion which above all the rest distinguishes a wise government from an administration weak and improvident, it is this: well to know the best time and manner of yielding what it is impossible to keep. There have been, sir, and there are, many who choose to chicane with their situation rather than be instructed by it. Those gentlemen argue against every desire of reformation upon the principles of a criminal prosecution. It is enough for them to justify their adherence to a pernicious system that it is not of their contrivance, that it is an inheritance of absurdity derived to them from their ancestors, that they can make out a long and unbroken pedigree of mismanagers that have gone before them. They are proud of the antiquity of their house, and they defend their errors as if they were defending their inheritance, afraid of derogating from their nobility and carefully avoiding a sort of blot in their scutcheon, which they think would degrade them forever. It was thus that the unfortunate Charles I defended himself on the practice of the Stuart who went before him, and of all the Tudors. His partisans might have gone to the Plantagenets. They might have found bad examples enough, both abroad and at home, that could have shown an ancient and illustrious descent. But there is a time when men will not suffer bad things because their ancestors have suffered worse. There is a time when the hoary head of inveterate abuse will neither draw reverence nor obtain protection. If the noble lord in the blue ribbon pleads not guilty to the charges brought against the present system of public economy, it is not possible to give a fair verdict by which he will not stand acquitted. But pleading is not our present business. His plea or his traverse may be allowed as an answer to a charge, when a charge is made. But if he puts himself in the way to obstruct reformation, then the faults of his office instantly become his own. Instead of a public officer in an abusive department, whose province is an object to be regulated, he becomes a criminal who is to be punished. I do most seriously put it to administration to consider the wisdom of a timely reform. Early reformations are amicable arrangements with a friend in power. Late reformations are terms imposed upon a conquered enemy. Early reformations are made in cool blood. Late reformations are made under a state of inflammation. In that state of things the people behold in government nothing that is respectable. They see the abuse, and they will see nothing else. They fall into the temper of a furious populace provoked at the disorder of a house of ill fame. They never attempt to correct or regulate. They go to work by the shortest way. They abate the nuisance. They pull down the house. This is my opinion with regard to the true interest of government. But as it is the interest of government that reformation should be early, it is the interest of the people that it should be temperate. It is their interest because a temperate reform is permanent, and because it has a principle of growth. Whenever we improve, it is right to leave room for further improvement. It is right to consider, to look about us, to examine the effect of what we have done. Then we can proceed with confidence. because we can proceed with intelligence. Whereas in hot reformations, in what men more zealous than considerate call making clear work, the whole is generally so crude, so harsh, so indigested, mixed with so much imprudence and so much injustice, so contrary to the whole course of human nature and human institutions, that the very people who are most eager for it are among the first to grow disgusted at what they have done. Then some part of the abdicated grievance is recalled from its exile in order to become a corrective of the correction. Then the abuse assumes all the credit and popularity of reform. The very idea of purity and disinterestedness in politics falls into disrepute and is considered as a vision of hot and inexperienced men, and thus disorders become incurable, not by the virulence of their own quality, but by the unapt and violent nature of the remedies. A great part, therefore, of my idea of reform is meant to operate gradually. Some benefits will come at a nearer, some at a more remote period. We must no more make haste to be rich by parsimony than by intemperate acquisition. In my opinion, it is our duty, when we have the desires of the people before us, to pursue them not in the spirit of literal obedience, which may militate with their very principle, much less to treat them with a peevish and contentious litigation, as if we were adverse parties in a suit. It would, sir, be most dishonorable for a faithful representative of the Commons to take advantage of any inartificial expression of the people's wishes, in order to frustrate their attainment of what they have an undoubted right to expect. We are under infinite obligations to our constituents, who have raised us to so distinguished a trust, and have imparted such a degree of sanctity to common characters. We ought to walk before them with purity, plainness, and integrity of heart, with filial love, and not with slavish fear, which is always a low and tricking thing. For my own part, in what I have meditated upon that subject, I cannot indeed take upon me to say I have the honor to follow the sense of the people. The truth is, I met it on the way, while I was pursuing their interest according to my own ideas. I am happy beyond expression to find that my intentions have so far coincided with theirs, that I have not had cause to be in the least scrupulous to sign their petition, conceiving it to express my own opinions, as nearly as general terms can express the object of particular arrangements. I am therefore satisfied to act as a fair mediator between government and the people, endeavoring to form a plan which should have both an early and a temperate operation. I mean that it should be substantial, that it should be systematic, that it should rather strike at the first cause of prodigality and corrupt influence than attempt to follow them in all their effects. It was to fulfill the first of these objects, the proposal of something substantial, that I found myself obliged at the outset to reject a plan proposed by an honourable and attentive member of Parliament, with very good intentions on his part, about a year or two ago. Sir, the plan I speak of was the tax of 25% moved upon places and pensions during the continuance of the American War. Nothing, sir, could have met my ideas more than such a tax, if it was considered as a practical satire on that war, and as a penalty upon those who led us into it. But in any other view it appeared to me very liable to objections. I considered the scheme as neither substantial, nor permanent, nor systematical, nor likely to be a corrective of evil influence. I have always thought employments a very proper subject of regulation, but a very ill-chosen subject for a tax. An equal tax upon property is reasonable, because the object is of the same quality throughout. The species is the same, it differs only in its quantity. But a tax upon salaries is totally of a different nature. There can be no equality, and consequently no justice, in taxing them by the hundred in the gross. We have, sir, on our establishment several offices which perform real service. We have also places that provide large rewards for no service at all. We have stations which are made for the public decorum, made for preserving the grace and majesty of a great people. We have likewise expensive formalities, which tend rather to the disgrace than the ornament of the state and the court. This, sir, is the real condition of our establishments. To fall with the same severity on objects so perfectly dissimilar is the very reverse of a reformation. I mean a reformation framed, as all serious things ought to be, in number, weight, and measure. Suppose, for instance, that 2 men receive a salary of £800 a year each. In the office of one there is nothing at all to be done. In the other, the occupier is oppressed by its duties. Strike off 25% from these 2 offices, you take from one man £200, which in justice he ought to have, and you give in effect to the other £600, which he ought not to receive. The public robs the former, and the latter robs the public, and this mode of mutual robbery is the only way in which the office and the public can make up their accounts. But the balance in settling the account of this double injustice is much against the state. The result is short. You purchase a saving of £200 by a profusion of 6. Besides, sir, whilst you leave a supply of unsecured money behind, wholly at the discretion of ministers, they make up the tax to such places as they wish to favor, or in such new places as they may choose to create. Thus the civil list becomes oppressed with debt, and the public is obliged to repay, and to repay with a heavy interest, what it has taken by an injudicious tax. Such has been the effect of the taxes hitherto laid on pensions and employments, and it is no encouragement to recur again to the same expedient. In effect, such a scheme is not calculated to produce but to prevent reformation. It holds out a shadow of present gain to a greedy and necessitous public, to divert their attention from those abuses which in reality are the great causes of their wants. It is a composition to stay inquiry. It is a fine paid by mismanagement for the renewal of its lease. What is worse, it is a fine paid by industry and merit for an indemnity to the idle and the worthless. But I shall say no more upon this topic, because, whatever may be given out to the contrary, I know that the noble lord in the blue ribbon perfectly agrees with me in these sentiments. The end of section 15.
Section 16 of the works of the Right Honourable Edmund Burke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. The works of the Right Honourable Edmund Burke, Volume 2. Speech on presenting to the House of Commons a plan for the better security of the independence of Parliament and the economical reformation of the civil and other establishments, February 11, 1780, Part 2. After all that I have said on this subject, I am so sensible that it is our duty to try everything which may contribute to the relief of the nation, that I do not attempt wholly to reprobate the idea even of a tax. Whenever, sir, the encumbrance of useless office, which lies no less a dead weight upon the service of the state than upon its revenues, shall be removed, when the remaining offices shall be classed according to the just proportion of their rewards and services, so as to admit the application of an equal rule to their taxation, when the discretionary power over the civil list cash shall be so regulated that a minister shall no longer have the means of repaying with a private what is taken by a public hand. If, after all these preliminary regulations, it should be thought that a tax on places is an object worthy of the public attention, I shall be very ready to lend my hand to a reduction of their emoluments. Having thus, sir, not so much absolutely rejected as postponed the plan of a taxation of office, my next business was to find something which might be really substantial and effectual. I am quite clear that, if we do not go to the very origin and first ruling cause of grievances, we do nothing. What does it signify to turn abuses out of one door if we are to let them in at another? What does it signify to promote economy upon a measure, and to suffer it to be subverted in the principle? Our ministers are far from being wholly to blame for the present ill order which prevails. Whilst institutions directly repugnant to good management are suffered to remain, no effectual or lasting reform can be introduced. I therefore thought it necessary, as soon as I conceived thoughts of submitting to you some plan of reform, to take a comprehensive view of the state of this country. to make a sort of survey of its jurisdictions, its estates, and its establishments. Something in every one of them seemed to me to stand in the way of all economy in their administration, and prevented every possibility of methodizing the system. But being, as I ought to be, doubtful of myself, I was resolved not to proceed in an arbitrary manner in any particular which tended to change the settled state of things, or in any degree to affect the fortune or situation, the interest or the importance of any individual. By an arbitrary proceeding I mean one conducted by the private opinions, tastes, or feelings of the man who attempts to regulate. These private measures are not standards of the exchequer, nor balances of the sanctuary. General principles cannot be debauched or corrupted by interest or caprice, and by those principles I was resolved to work. Sir, before I proceed further, I will lay these principles fairly before you, that afterwards you may be in a condition to judge whether every object of regulation, as I propose it, comes fairly under its rule. This will exceedingly shorten all discussion between us, if we are perfectly in earnest in establishing a system of good management. I therefore lay down to myself 7 fundamental rules. They might indeed be reduced to 2 or 3 simple maxims, but they would be too general, and their application to the several heads of the business before us would not be so distinct and visible. I conceive, then, first, that all jurisdictions which furnish more matter of expense, more temptation to oppression, or more means and instruments of corrupt influence than advantage to justice or political administration, ought to be abolished. Secondly, that all public estates which are more subservient to the purposes of vexing, overawing, and influencing those who hold under them, and to the expense of perception and management, than of benefit to the revenue, ought, upon every principle both of revenue and of freedom, to be disposed of. Thirdly, that all offices which bring more charge than proportional advantage to the state, that all offices which may be engrafted on others, uniting and simplifying their duties, ought, in the first case, to be taken away, and, in the second, to be consolidated. Fourthly, that all such offices ought to be abolished as obstruct the prospect of the General Superintendent of Finance, which destroy his superintendency, which disable him from foreseeing and providing for charges as they may occur, from preventing expense in its origin, checking it in its progress, or securing its application to its proper purposes. A minister, under whom expenses can be made without his knowledge, can never say what it is that he can spend, or what it is that he can save. Fifthly, that it is proper to establish an invariable order in all payments, which will prevent partiality, which will give preference to services, not according to the importunity of the demandant, but the rank and order of their utility or their justice. Sixthly, that it is right to reduce every establishment and every part of an establishment, as nearly as possible, to certainty, the life of all good order and good management. Seventhly, that all subordinate treasuries, as the nurseries of mismanagement, and as naturally drawing to themselves as much money as they can, keeping it as long as they can, and accounting for it as late as they can, ought to be dissolved. They have a tendency to perplex and distract the public accounts, and to excite a suspicion of government even beyond the extent of their abuse. Under the authority and with the guidance of those principles I proceed, wishing that nothing in any establishment may be changed where I am not able to make a strong, direct, and solid application of those principles, or of some one of them. An economical constitution is a necessary basis for an economical administration. First, with regard to the sovereign jurisdictions, I must observe, sir, that whoever takes a view of this kingdom in a cursory manner will imagine that he beholds a solid, compacted, uniform system of monarchy, in which all inferior jurisdictions are but as rays diverging from one centre. But on examining it more nearly, you find much eccentricity and confusion. It is not a monarchy in strictness, but, as in the Saxon times this country was an heptarchy, it is now a strange sort of pentarchy. It is divided into 5 several distinct principalities, beside the supreme. There is indeed this difference from the Saxon times, that, as in the itinerant exhibitions of the stage, for want of a complete company, they are obliged to throw a variety of parts on their chief performer, so our sovereign condescends himself to act not only the principal, but all the subordinate parts in the play. He condescends to dissipate the royal character, and to trifle with those light, subordinate, lacquered sceptres in those hands that sustain the ball representing the world, or which wield the trident that commands the ocean. Cross a brook, and you lose the King of England, but you have some comfort in coming again under his Majesty, though shorn of his beams, and no more than Prince of Wales. Go to the north, and you find him dwindled to a Duke of Lancaster. Turn to the west of that north, and he pops up on you in the humble character of Earl of Chester. Travel a few miles on, the Earl of Chester disappears, and the king surprises you again as Count Palatine of Lancaster. If you travel beyond Mount Edgecombe, you find him once more in his incognito, and he is Duke of Cornwall. So that, quite fatigued and satiated with this dull variety, you are infinitely refreshed when you return to the sphere of his proper splendour, and behold your amiable sovereign in his true, simple, undisguised native character of majesty. In every one of these 5 principalities, duchies, palatinates, there is a regular establishment of considerable expense and most domineering influence. As his Majesty submits to appear in this state of subordination to himself, his loyal peers and faithful commons attend his royal transformations, and are not so nice as to refuse to nibble at those crumbs of emoluments which console their petty metamorphoses. Thus every one of those principalities has the apparatus of a kingdom for the jurisdiction over a few private estates, and the formality and charge of the exchequer of Great Britain for collecting the rents of a country squire. Cornwall is the best of them, but when you compare the charge with the receipt, you will find that it furnishes no exception to the general rule. The Duchy and County Palatine of Lancaster do not yield, as I have reason to believe, on an average of 20 years, £4,000 a year clear to the Crown. As to Wales and the County Palatine of Chester, I have my doubts whether their productive exchequer yields any returns at all. Yet one may say that this revenue is more faithfully applied to its purposes than any of the rest, as it exists for the sole purpose of multiplying offices and extending influence. An attempt was lately made to improve this branch of local influence and to transfer it to the fund of general corruption. I have on the seat behind me the constitution of Mr. John Probert, a knight-errant dubbed by the noble lord in the blue ribbon, and sent to search for revenues and adventures upon the mountains of Wales. The commission is remarkable, and the event not less so. The commission sets forth that, upon a report of the deputy auditor, for there is a deputy auditor, of the Principality of Wales, it appeared that His Majesty's land revenues in the said principality are greatly diminished, and that upon a report of the Surveyor General of His Majesty's land revenues, upon a memorial of the Auditor of His Majesty's revenues within the said principality, that his mines and forests have produced very little profit either to the public revenue or to individuals, and therefore they appoint Mr. Probert, with a pension of £300 a year from the said principality, to try whether he can make anything more of that very little which is stated to be so greatly diminished. A beggarly account of empty boxes. And yet, sir, you will remark, that this diminution from littleness, which serves only to prove the infinite divisibility of matter, was not for want of the tender and officious care, as we see, of surveyors general and surveyors particular, of auditors and deputy auditors, not for want of memorials and remonstrances and reports and commissions and constitutions and inquisitions and pensions. Probert, thus armed and accoutred and paid, proceeded on his adventure, but he was no sooner arrived on the confines of Wales than all Wales was in arms to meet him. That nation is brave and full of spirit. Since the invasion of King Edward and the massacre of the Bards, there never was such a tumult and alarm and uproar through the region of Prestatyn. Snowdon shook to its base. Cader Idris was loosened from its foundations. The fury of litigious war blew her horn on the mountains. The rocks poured down their goatherds, and the deep caverns vomited out their miners. Everything above ground and everything underground was in arms. In short, sir, to alight from my Welsh Pegasus and to come to level ground, the Preux Chevalier Probert went to look for revenue, like his masters upon other occasions, and, like his masters, he found rebellion. But we were grown cautious by experience. A civil war of paper might end in a more serious war, for now remonstrance met remonstrance, and memorial was opposed to memorial. The wise Britons thought it more reasonable that the poor, wasted, decrepit revenue of the principality should die a natural than a violent death. In truth, sir, the attempt was no less an affront upon the understanding of that respectable people than it was an attack on their property. They chose rather that their ancient, moss-grown castles should moulder into decay under the silent touches of time and the slow formality of an oblivious and drowsy exchequer, than that they should be battered down all at once by the lively efforts of a pensioned engineer. As it is the fortune of the noble lord to whom the auspices of this campaign belonged frequently to provoke resistance, so it is his rule and nature to yield to that resistance in all cases whatsoever. He was true to himself on this occasion. He submitted with spirit to the spirited remonstrances of the Welsh. Mr. Probert gave up his adventure and keeps his pension, and so ends the famous history of the revenue adventures of the bold Baron North and the good knight Probert upon the mountains of Venadocia. In such a state is the Exchequer of Wales at present that, upon the report of the Treasury itself, its little revenue is greatly diminished, and we see, by the whole of this strange transaction, that an attempt to improve it produces resistance, the resistance produces submission, and the whole ends in pension. It is nearly the same with the revenues of the Duchy of Lancaster. To do nothing with them is extinction. To improve them is oppression. Indeed, the whole of the estates which support these minor principalities is made up not of revenues and rents and profitable fines, but of claims, of pretensions, of vexations, of litigations. They are exchequers of unfrequent receipt and constant charge. A system of finance is not fit for an economist who would be rich, not fit for a prince who would govern his subjects with equity and justice. It is not only between prince and subject that these mock jurisdictions and mimic revenues produce great mischief. They excite among the people a spirit of informing and delating, a spirit of supplanting and undermining one another, so that many, in such circumstances, conceive it advantageous to them rather to continue subject to vexation themselves than to give up the means and chance of vexing others. It is exceedingly common for men to contract their love to their country into an attachment to its petty subdivisions, and they sometimes even cling to their provincial abuses as if they were franchises and local privileges. Accordingly, in places where there is much of this kind of estate, persons will be always found who would rather trust to their talents in recommending themselves to power for the renewal of their interests, than to encumber their purses, though never so lightly, in order to transmit independence to their posterity. It is a great mistake that the desire of securing property is universal among mankind. Gaming is a principle inherent in human nature. It belongs to us all. I would therefore break those tables. I would furnish no evil occupation for that spirit. I would make every man look everywhere, except to the intrigue of a court, for the improvement of his circumstances or the security of his fortune. I have in my eye a very strong case in the Duchy of Lancaster, which lately occupied Westminster Hall and the House of Lords, as my voucher for many of these reflections. For what plausible reason are these principalities suffered to exist? When a government is rendered complex, which in itself is no desirable thing, it ought to be for some political end which cannot be answered otherwise. Subdivisions in government are only admissible in favour of the dignity of inferior princes and high nobility, or for the support of an aristocratic confederacy under some head, or for the conservation of the franchises of the people in some privileged province. For the two former of these ends, such are the subdivisions in favour of the electoral and other princes in the empire. For the latter of these purposes are the jurisdictions of the imperial cities and the Hansa towns. For the latter of these ends are also the countries of the states, pays d'etat, and certain cities and orders in France. These are all regulations with an object, and some of them with a very good object. But how are the principles of any of these subdivisions applicable in the case before us? Do they answer any purpose to the king? The Principality of Wales was given by patent to Edward the Black Prince on the ground on which it has since stood. Lord Coke sagaciously observes upon it that in the charter of creating the Black Prince Edward, Prince of Wales, there is a great mystery, for less than an estate of inheritance so great a prince could not have, and an absolute estate of inheritance in so great a principality as Wales, this principality being so dear to him, he should not have, and therefore it was made sibi heredibus suis regibus Angliae, that by his decease, or attaining to the crown, it might be extinguished in the crown. For the sake of this foolish mystery, of what a great prince could not have had less, and should not have had so much, of a principality which was too dear to be given, and too great to be kept, and for no other cause that ever I could find, this form and shadow of a principality, without any substance, has been maintained. That you may judge in this instance, and it serves for the rest, of the difference between a great and a little economy, you will please to recollect, sir, that Wales may be about the 10th part of England in size and population, and certainly not 100th part in opulence. 12 judges perform the whole of the business, both of the stationary and the itinerant justice of this kingdom. But for Wales there are 8 judges. There is in Wales an exchequer, as well as in all the duchies, according to the very best and most authentic absurdity of form. There are in all of them 100 more difficult trifles and laborious fooleries, which serve no other purpose than to keep alive corrupt hope and servile dependence. These principalities are so far from contributing to the ease of the king, to his wealth, or his dignity, that they render both his supreme and his subordinate authority perfectly ridiculous. It was but the other day that pert, factious fellow, the Duke of Lancaster, presumed to fly in the face of his liege lord, our gracious sovereign, and, associating with a parcel of lawyers as factious as himself, to the destruction of all law and order, and in committees leading directly to rebellion, presumed to go to law with the king. The object is neither your business nor mine. Which of the parties got the better I really forget. I think it was, as it ought to be, the king. The material point is that the suit cost about £15,000. But as the Duke of Lancaster is but a sort of Duke Humphrey, and not worth a groat, our sovereign was obliged to pay the costs of both. Indeed, this art of converting a great monarch into a little prince, this royal masquerading, is a very dangerous and expensive amusement, and one of the king's menus plaisirs which ought to be reformed. This duchy, which is not worth £4,000 a year at best to revenue, is worth 40 or 50,000 to influence. The Duchy of Lancaster and the County Palatine of Lancaster answered, I admit, some purpose in their original creation. They tended to make a subject imitate a prince. When Henry IV from that stair ascended the throne, high-minded as he was not willing to kick away the ladder. To prevent that principality from being extinguished in the crown, he severed it by Act of Parliament. He had a motive, such as it was. He thought his title to the crown unsound, and his possession insecure. He therefore managed a retreat in his duchy, which Lord Coke calls, I do not know why, par multis regnis. He flattered himself that it was practicable to make a projecting point halfway down, to break his fall from the precipice of royalty, as if it were possible for one who had lost a kingdom to keep anything else. However, it is evident that he thought so. When Henry V united by Act of Parliament the estates of his mother to the duchy, he had the same predilection with his father to the root of his family honours, and the same policy in enlarging the sphere of a possible retreat from the slippery royalty of the two great crowns he held. All this was changed by Edward IV. He had no such family partialities, and his policy was the reverse of that of Henry IV and Henry V. He accordingly again united the Duchy of Lancaster to the crown, but when Henry VII, who chose to consider himself as of the House of Lancaster, came to the throne, he brought with him the old pretensions and the old politics of that house. A new Act of Parliament, a second time, dissevered the Duchy of Lancaster from the crown, and in that line tilings continued until the subversion of the monarchy, when principalities and powers fell along with the throne. The Duchy of Lancaster must have been extinguished if Cromwell, who began to form ideas of aggrandizing his house and raising the several branches of it, had not caused the duchy to be again separated from the Commonwealth by an Act of the Parliament of those times. What partiality, what objects of the politics of the House of Lancaster or of Cromwell has his present Majesty or his Majesty's family? What power have they within any of these principalities which they have not within their kingdom? In what manner is the dignity of the nobility concerned in these principalities? What rights have the subject there, which they have not at least equally in every other part of the nation? These distinctions exist for no good end to the king, to the nobility, or to the people. They ought not to exist at all. If the crown, contrary to its nature, but most conformably to the whole tenor of the advice that has been lately given, should so far forget its dignity as to contend that these jurisdictions and revenues are estates of private property, I am rather for acting as if that groundless claim were of some weight than for giving up that essential part of the reform. I would value the clear income and give a clear annuity to the crown, taken on the medium produce for 20 years. If the crown has any favourite name or title, if the subject has any matter of local accommodation within any of these jurisdictions, it is meant to preserve them and to improve them, if any improvement can be suggested. As to the crown reversions or titles upon the property of the people there, it is proposed to convert them from a snare to their independence into a relief from their burdens. I propose, therefore, to unite all the 5 principalities to the crown and to its ordinary jurisdiction, to abolish all those offices that produce a useless and chargeable separation from the body of the people, to compensate those who do not hold their offices, if any such there are, at the pleasure of the crown, to extinguish vexatious titles by an act of short limitation, to sell those unprofitable estates which support useless jurisdictions, and to turn the tenant right into a fee on such moderate terms as will be better for the state than its present right, and which it is impossible for any rational tenant to refuse. As to the duchies, their judicial economy may be provided for without charge. They have only to fall, of course, into the common county administration. A commission, more or less, made or omitted, settles the matter fully. As to Wales, it has been proposed to add a judge to the several courts of Westminster Hall, and it has been considered as an improvement in itself. For my part, I cannot pretend to speak upon it with clearness or with decision, but certainly this arrangement would be more than sufficient for Wales. My original thought was to suppress 5 of the 8 judges and to leave the Chief Justice of Chester with the 2 senior judges, and, to facilitate the business, to throw the 12 counties into 6 districts, holding the sessions alternately in the counties of which each district shall be composed. But on this I shall be more clear when I come to the particular bill. Sir, the House will now see whether, in praying for judgment against the minor principalities, I do not act in conformity to the laws that I had laid to myself, of getting rid of every jurisdiction more subservient to oppression and expense than to any end of justice or honest policy, of abolishing offices more expensive than useful, of combining duties improperly separated, of changing revenues more vexatious than productive into ready money, of suppressing offices which stand in the way of economy, and of cutting off lurking subordinate treasuries. Dispute the rules, controvert the application, or give your hands to this salutary measure. Most of the same rules will be found applicable to my second object, the landed estate of the Crown. A landed estate is certainly the very worst which the Crown can possess. All minute and dispersed possessions that are often of indeterminate value, and which require a continued personal attendance, are of a nature more proper for private management than public administration. They are fitter for the care of a frugal land steward than of an office in the state. Whatever they may possibly have been in other times, or in other countries, they are not of magnitude enough with us to occupy a public department, nor to provide for a public object. They are already given up to Parliament, and the gift is not of great value. Common prudence dictates, even in the management of private affairs, that all dispersed and chargeable estates should be sacrificed to the relief of estates more compact and better circumstanced. If it be objected that these lands at present would sell at a low market, this is answered by showing that money is at a high price. The one balances the other. Lands sell at the current rate, and nothing can sell for more. But be the price what it may, a great object is always answered whenever any property is transferred from hands that are not fit for that property to those that are. The buyer and seller must mutually profit by such a bargain, and, what rarely happens in matters of revenue, the relief of the subject will go hand in hand with the profit of the exchequer. As to the forest lands, in which the Crown has, where they are not granted or prescriptively held, the dominion of the soil and the vert and venison, that is to say, the timber and the game, and in which the people have a variety of rights in common of herbage and other commons according to the usage of the several forests. I propose to have those rights of the Crown valued as manorial rights are valued on an enclosure, and a defined portion of land to be given for them, which land is to be sold for the public benefit. As to the timber, I propose a survey of the whole. What is useless for the naval purposes of the kingdom, I would condemn and dispose of for the security of what may be useful, and to enclose such other parts as may be most fit to furnish a perpetual supply, wholly extinguishing, for a very obvious reason, all rights of venison in those parts. The forest rights, which extend over the lands and possessions of others, being of no profit to the Crown, and a grievance, as far as it goes, to the subject, these I propose to extinguish without charge to the proprietors. The several commons are to be allotted and compensated for, upon ideas which I shall hereafter explain. They are nearly the same with the principles upon which you have acted in private enclosures. I shall never quit precedents where I find them applicable. For those regulations and compensations, and for every other part of the detail, you will be so indulgent as to give me credit for the present. The revenue to be obtained from the sale of the forest lands and rights will not be so considerable, I believe, as many people have imagined, and I conceive it would be unwise to screw it up to the utmost, or even to suffer bidders to enhance, according to their eagerness, the purchase of objects wherein the expense of that purchase may weaken the capital to be employed in their cultivation. This, I am well aware, might give room for partiality in the disposal. In my opinion, it would be the lesser evil of the two. But I really conceive that a rule of fair preference might be established, which would take away all sort of unjust and corrupt partiality. The principal revenue which I propose to draw from these uncultivated wastes is to spring from the improvement and population of the kingdom, which can never happen without producing an improvement more advantageous to the revenues of the Crown than the rents of the best landed estate which it can hold. I believe, sir, it will hardly be necessary for me to add that in this sale I naturally accept all the houses, gardens, and parks belonging to the Crown, and such one forest as shall be chosen by His Majesty as best accommodated to his pleasures. By means of this part of the reform will fall the expensive office of Surveyor General, with all the influence that attends it. By this will fall 2 Chief Justices in Eyre, with all their train of dependents. You need be under no apprehension, sir, that your office is to be touched in its emoluments. They are yours by law, and they are but a moderate part of the compensation which is given to you for the ability with which you execute an office of quite another sort of importance. It is far from overpaying your diligence, or more than sufficient for sustaining the high rank you stand in as the first gentleman of England. As to the duties of your Chief Justiceship, they are very different from those for which you have received the office. Your dignity is too high for a jurisdiction over wild beasts, and your learning and talents too valuable to be wasted as Chief Justice of a desert. I cannot reconcile it to myself that you, sir, should be stuck up as a useless piece of antiquity. I have now disposed of the unprofitable landed estates of the Crown and thrown them into the mass of private property, by which they will come, through the course of circulation and through the political secretions of the state, into our better understood and better ordered revenues. I come next to the great supreme body of the civil government itself. I approach it with that awe and reverence with which a young physician approaches to the cure of the disorders of his parent. Disorders, sir, and infirmities there are, such disorders that all attempts toward method, prudence, and frugality will be perfectly vain, while a system of confusion remains, which is not only alien, but adverse to all economy. A system which is not only prodigal in its very essence, but causes everything else which belongs to it to be prodigally conducted. It is impossible, sir, for any person to be an economist where no order in payments is established. It is impossible for a man to be an economist who is not able to take a comparative view of his means and of his expenses for the year which lies before him. It is impossible for a man to be an economist under whom various officers in their several departments may spend even just what they please, and often with an emulation of expense as contributing to the importance, if not profit, of their several departments. Thus much is certain, that neither the present nor any other First Lord of the Treasury has been ever able to take a survey or to make even a tolerable guess of the expenses of government for any 1 year, so as to enable him, with the least degree of certainty or even probability, to bring his affairs within compass. Whatever scheme may be formed upon them must be made on a calculation of chances. As things are circumstanced, the First Lord of the Treasury cannot make an estimate. I am sure I serve the King, and I am sure I assist administration by putting economy at least in their power. We must class services. We must, as far as their nature admits, appropriate funds, or everything, however reformed, will fall again into the old confusion. Coming upon this ground of the civil list, the first thing in dignity and charge that attracts our notice is the royal household. This establishment, in my opinion, is exceedingly abusive in its constitution. It is formed upon manners and customs that have long since expired. In the first place, it is formed in many respects upon feudal principles. In the feudal times, it was not uncommon, even among subjects, for the lowest offices to be held by considerable persons as unfit by their incapacity, as improper from their rank, to occupy such employments. They were held by patent, sometimes for life, and sometimes by inheritance. If my memory does not deceive me, a person of no slight consideration held the office of patent hereditary cook to an Earl of Warwick. The Earl of Warwick's soups, I fear, were not the better for the dignity of his kitchen. I think it was an Earl of Gloucester who officiated as steward of the household to the Archbishops of Canterbury. Instances of the same kind may in some degree be found in the Northumberland House Book and other family records. There was some reason in ancient necessities for these ancient customs. Protection was wanted, and the domestic tie, though not the highest, was the closest. The king's household has not only several strong traces of this feudality, but it is formed also upon the principles of a body corporate. It has its own magistrates, courts, and bylaws. This might be necessary in the ancient times in order to have a government within itself, capable of regulating the vast and often unruly multitude which composed and attended it. This was the origin of the ancient court called the Green Cloth, composed of the marshal, treasurer, and other great officers of the household, with certain clerks. The rich subjects of the kingdom, who had formerly the same establishments, only on a reduced scale, have since altered their economy and turned the course of their expense from the maintenance of vast establishment within their walls to the employment of a great variety of independent trades abroad. Their influence is lessened, but a mode of accommodation and a style of splendour suited to the manners of the times has been increased. Royalty itself has insensibly followed, and the royal household has been carried away by the resistless tide of manners, but with this very material difference. Private men have got rid of the establishments along with the reasons of them, whereas the royal household has lost all that was stately and venerable in the antique manners, without retrenching anything of the cumbrous charge of a Gothic establishment. It is shrunk into the polished littleness of modern elegance and personal accommodation. It has evaporated from the gross concrete into an essence and rectified spirit of expense, where you have tons of ancient pomp in a vial of modern luxury. But when the reason of old establishments is gone, it is absurd to preserve nothing but the burden of them. This is superstitiously to embalm a carcass not worth an ounce of the gums that are used to preserve it. It is to burn precious oils in the tomb. It is to offer meat and drink to the dead, not so much an honour to the deceased as a disgrace to the survivors. Our palaces are vast inhospitable halls. There the bleak winds, there Boreas and Erus and Caurus and Argestes loud, howling through the vacant lobbies and clattering the doors of deserted guard-rooms, appall the imagination and conjure up the grim spectres of departed tyrants, the Saxon, the Norman, and the Dane, the stern Edwards and fierce Henrys, who stalk from desolation to desolation through the dreary vacuity and melancholy succession of chill and comfortless chambers. When this tumult subsides, a dead and still more frightful silence would reign in this desert, if every now and then the tacking of hammers did not announce that those constant attendants upon all courts in all ages, jobs, were still alive, for whose sake alone it is that any trace of ancient grandeur is suffered to remain. These palaces are a true emblem of some governments. The inhabitants are decayed, but the governors and magistrates still flourish. They put me in mind of old Sarum, where the representatives, more in number than the constituents, only served to inform us that this was once a place of trade, and sounding with the busy hum of men, though now you can only trace the streets by the colour of the corn, and its sole manufacture is in members of Parliament. End of section 16. Section 17 of the works of the Right Honourable Edmund Burke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. The Works of the Right Honourable Edmund Burke, Volume 2. Speech on presenting to the House of Commons a plan for the better security of the independence of Parliament and the economic reformation of the civil and other establishments, February 11th, 1780, Part 3. These old establishments were formed also on a third principle, still more adverse to the living economy of the age. They were formed, sir, on the principle of purveyance and receipt in kind. In former days, when the household was vast and the supply scanty and precarious, the royal purveyors, sallying forth from under the Gothic portcullis to purchase provision with power and prerogative instead of money, brought home the plunder of 100 markets and all that could be seized from a flying and hiding country, and deposited their spoil in 100 caverns, with each its keeper. There every commodity, received in its rawest condition, went through all the process which fitted it for use. This inconvenient receipt produced an economy suited only to itself. It multiplied offices beyond all measure, buttery, pantry, and all that rabble of places which, though profitable to the holders and expensive to the state, are almost too mean to mention. All this might be, and I believe was, necessary at first, for it is remarkable that purveyance, after its regulation had been the subject of a long line of statutes, not fewer, I think, than 26, was wholly taken away by the 12th of Charles II. Yet, in the next year of the same reign, it was found necessary to revive it by a special Act of Parliament, for the sake of the King's journeys. This, sir, is curious, and what would hardly be expected in so reduced a court as that of Charles II, and in so improved a country as England might then be thought. But so it was. In our time, one well-filled and well-covered stagecoach requires more accommodation than a royal progress, and every district, at an hour's warning, can supply an army. I do not say, sir, that all these establishments, whose principle is gone, have been systematically kept up for influence solely. Neglect had its share. But this I am sure of, that a consideration of influence has hindered any one from attempting to pull them down. For the purposes of influence, and for those purposes only, are retained half, at least, of the household establishments. No revenue, no, not a royal revenue, can exist under the accumulated charge of ancient establishment, modern luxury, and parliamentary political corruption. If, therefore, we aim at regulating this household, the question will be whether we ought to economise by detail or by principle. The example we have had of the success of an attempt to economise by detail, and under establishments adverse to the attempt, may tend to decide this question. At the beginning of His Majesty's reign, Lord Talbot came to the administration of a great department in the household. I believe no man ever entered into His Majesty's service or into the service of any prince with a more clear integrity or with more zeal and affection for the interest of his master, and, I must add, with abilities for a still higher service. Economy was then announced as a maxim of the reign. This noble lord therefore made several attempts towards a reform. In the year 1777, when the King's civil list debts came last to be paid, he explained very fully the success of his undertaking. He told the House of Lords that he had attempted to reduce the charges of the King's tables and his kitchen. The thing, sir, was not below him. He knew that there is nothing interesting in the concerns of men whom we love and honour that is beneath our attention. Love, says one of our old poets, esteems no office mean, and with still more spirit, entire affection scorneth nicer hands. Frugality, sir, is founded on the principle that all riches have limits. A royal household, grown enormous, even in the meanest departments, may weaken and perhaps destroy all energy in the highest offices of the state. The gorging a royal kitchen may stint and famish the negotiations of a kingdom. Therefore the object was worthy of any man's attention. In consequence of this noble lord's resolution, as he told the other house, he reduced several tables and put the persons entitled to them upon board wages, much to their own satisfaction. But unluckily, subsequent duties requiring constant attendance, it was not possible to prevent their being fed where they were employed, and thus this first step towards economy doubled the expense. There was another disaster far more doleful than this. I shall state it, as the cause of that misfortune lies at the bottom of almost all our prodigality. Lord Talbot attempted to reform the kitchen, but such, as he well observed, is the consequence of having duty done by one person whilst another enjoys the emoluments, that he found himself frustrated in all his designs. On that rock his whole adventure split, his whole scheme of economy was dashed to pieces. His department became more expensive than ever. The civil list debt accumulated. Why? It was truly from a cause which, though perfectly adequate to the effect, one would not have instantly guessed. It was because the turnspit in the King's kitchen was a member of Parliament. The King's domestic servants were all undone, his tradesmen remained unpaid and became bankrupt. Because the turnspit of the King's kitchen was a member of Parliament. His Majesty's slumbers were interrupted, his pillow was stuffed with thorns, and his peace of mind entirely broken, because the King's turnspit was a member of Parliament. The judges were unpaid, the justice of the kingdom bent and gave way, the foreign ministers remained inactive and unprovided, the system of Europe was dissolved, the chain of our alliances was broken, all the wheels of government at home and abroad were stopped, because the King's turnspit was a member of Parliament. Such, sir, was the situation of affairs, and such the cause of that situation, when His Majesty came a second time to Parliament to desire the payment of those debts which the employment of its members in various offices, visible and invisible, had occasioned. I believe that a like fate will attend every attempt at economy by detail under similar circumstances in every department. A complex, operose office of account and control is, in itself, and even if members of Parliament had nothing to do with it, the most prodigal of all things. The most audacious robberies or the most subtle frauds would never venture upon such a waste as an over-careful, detailed guard against them will infallibly produce. In our establishments we frequently see an office of account of £100 a year expense, and another office of an equal expense to control that office, and the whole upon a matter that is not worth 20 shillings. To avoid, therefore, this minute care, which produces the consequences of the most extensive neglect, and to oblige members of Parliament to attend to public cares, and not to the servile offices of domestic management, I propose, sir, to economise by principle. That is, I propose to put affairs into that train which experience points out as the most effectual from the nature of things and from the constitution of the human mind. In all dealings, where it is possible, the principles of radical economy prescribe 3 things. First, undertaking by the great. Secondly, engaging with persons of skill in the subject matter. Thirdly, engaging with those who shall have an immediate and direct interest in the proper execution of the business. To avoid frittering and crumbling down the attention by a blind, unsystematic observance of every trifle, it has ever been found the best way to do all things which are great in the total amount and minute in the component parts by a general contrast. The principles of trade have so pervaded every species of dealing, from the highest to the lowest objects, all transactions are got so much into system, that we may, at a moment's warning, and to a farthing value, be informed at what rate any service may be supplied. No dealing is exempt from the possibility of fraud. But by a contract on a matter certain you have this advantage, you are sure to know the utmost extent of the fraud to which you are subject. By a contract with a person in his own trade, you are sure you shall not suffer by want of skill. By a short contract, you are sure of making it the interest of the contractor to exert that skill for the satisfaction of his employers. I mean to derogate nothing from the diligence or integrity of the present or of any former board of green cloth. But what skill can members of Parliament obtain in that low kind of province? What pleasure can they have in the execution of that kind of duty? And if they should neglect it, how does it affect their interest, when we know that it is their vote in Parliament, and not their diligence in cookery or catering, that recommends them to their office, or keeps them in it? I therefore propose that the King's tables, to whatever number of tables or covers to each he shall think proper to command, should be classed by the steward of the household, and should be contracted for, according to their rank, by the head or cover, that the estimate and circumstance of the contract should be carried to the Treasury to be approved, and that its faithful and satisfactory performance should be reported there previous to any payment, that there and there only should the payment be made. I propose that men should be contracted with only in their proper trade, and that no member of Parliament should be capable of such contract. By this plan, almost all the infinite offices under the Lord Stewart may be spared, to the extreme simplification and to the far better execution of every one of his functions. The King of Prussia is so served. He is a great and eminent, though indeed a very rare, instance of the possibility of uniting, in a mind of vigour and compass, an attention to minute objects with the largest views and the most complicated plans. His tables are served by contract and by the head. Let me say that no prince can be ashamed to imitate the King of Prussia, and particularly to learn in his school, when the problem is the best manner of reconciling the state of a court with the support of war. Other courts, I understand, have followed his with effect, and to their satisfaction. The same clue of principle leads us through the labyrinth of the other departments. What, sir, is there in the office of the Great Wardrobe, which has the care of the King's furniture, that may not be executed by the Lord Chamberlain himself? He has an honourable appointment, he has time sufficient to attend to the duty, and he has the Vice-Chamberlain to assist him. Why should not he deal also by contract for all things belonging to this office, and carry his estimates first, and his report of the execution in its proper time, for payment directly to the Board of Treasury itself? By a simple operation, containing in it a treble control, the expenses of a department which for naked walls, or walls hung with cobwebs, has in a few years cost the Crown £150,000, may at length hope for regulation. But, sir, the office and its business are at variance. As it stands, it serves not to furnish the palace with its hangings, but the Parliament with its dependent members. To what end, sir, does the office of removing wardrobe serve at all? Why should a jewel office exist for the sole purpose of taxing the king's gifts of plate? Its object falls naturally within the Chamberlain's province, and ought to be under his care and inspection without any fee. Why should an office of the robes exist, when that of groom of the stole is a sinecure, and that this is a proper object of his department? All these encumbrances, which are themselves nuisances, produce other encumbrances and other nuisances. For the payment of these useless establishments, there are no less than 3 useless treasurers, 2 to hold a purse, and 1 to play with a stick. The treasurer of the household is a mere name. The cofferer and the treasurer of the chamber receive and pay great sums, which it is not at all necessary they should either receive or pay. All the proper officers, servants, and tradesmen may be enrolled in their several departments, and paid in proper classes and times, with great simplicity and order, at the Exchequer and by direction from the Treasury. The Board of Works, which in the 7 years preceding 1777 has cost towards £400,000, and, if I recollect rightly, has not cost less in proportion from the beginning of the reign, is under the very same description of all the other ill-contrived establishments, and calls for the very same reform. We are to seek for the visible signs of all this expense. For all this expense we do not see a building of the size and importance of a pigeon-house. Buckingham House was reprised by a bargain with the public for £100,000, and the small house at Windsor has been, if I mistake not, undertaken since that account was brought before us. The good works of that Board of Works are as carefully concealed as other good works ought to be. They are perfectly invisible. But though it is the perfection of charity to be concealed, it is, sir, the property and glory of magnificence to appear and stand forward to the eye. That board, which ought to be a concern of builders and such like, and of none else, is turned into a junto of members of Parliament. That office too has a treasury and a paymaster of its own, and lest the arduous affairs of that important exchequer should be too fatiguing, that paymaster has a deputy to partake his profits and relieve his cares. I do not believe that, either now or in former times, the chief managers of that board have made any profit of its abuse. It is, however, no good reason that an abusive establishment should subsist, because it is of as little private as of public advantage. But this establishment has the grand radical fault, the original sin, that pervades and perverts all our establishments. The apparatus is not fitted to the object, nor the workman to the work. Expenses are incurred on the private opinion of an inferior establishment, without consulting the principal, who can alone determine the proportion which it ought to bear to the other establishments of the state, in the order of their relative importance. I propose, therefore, along with the rest, to pull down this whole ill-contrived scaffolding, which obstructs rather than forwards our public works, to take away its treasury, to put the whole into the hands of a real builder, who shall not be a member of Parliament, and to oblige him, by a previous estimate and final payment, to appear twice at the Treasury before the public can be loaded, the King's Gardens are to come under a similar regulation. The Mint, though not a department of the household, has the same vices. It is a great expense to the nation, chiefly for the sake of members of Parliament. It has its officers of parade and dignity. It has its treasury too. It is a sort of corporate body, and formerly was a body of great importance, as much so, on the then scale of things and the then order of business, as the bank is at this day. It was the great centre of money transactions and remittances for our own and for other nations, until King Charles I, among other arbitrary projects dictated by despotic necessity, made it withhold the money that lay there for remittance. That blow, and happily too, the Mint never recovered. Now it is no bank, no remittance shop. The Mint, sir, is a manufacture, and it is nothing else. And it ought to be undertaken upon the principles of a manufacture, that is, for the best and cheapest execution, by a contract upon proper securities and under proper regulations. The artillery is a far greater object. It is a military concern, but having an affinity and kindred in its defects with the establishments I am now speaking of, I think it best to speak of it along with them. It is, I conceive, an establishment not well suited to its martial, though exceedingly well calculated for its parliamentary purposes. Here there is a treasury, as in all the other inferior departments of government. Here the military is subordinate to the civil, and the naval confounded with the land service. The object indeed is much the same in both, but when the detail is examined, it will be found that they had better be separated. For a reform of this office, I propose to restore things to what, all considerations taken together, is their natural order, to restore them to their just proportion and to their just distribution. I propose, in this military concern, to render the civil subordinate to the military, and this will annihilate the greatest part of the expense and all the influence belonging to the office. I propose to send the military branch to the army and the naval to the admiralty, and I intend to perfect and accomplish the whole detail, where it becomes too minute and complicated for legislature and requires exact official, military and mechanical knowledge, by a commission of competent officers in both departments. I propose to execute by contract what by contract can be executed, and to bring, as much as possible, all estimates to be previously approved and finally to be paid by the Treasury. Thus, by following the course of nature and not the purposes of politics or the accumulated patchwork of occasional accommodation, this vast, expensive department may be methodized, its service proportioned to its necessities, and its payments subjected to the inspection of the Superior Minister of Finance, who is to judge of it on the result of the total collective exigencies of the state. This last is a reigning principle through my whole plan, and it is a principle which I hope may hereafter be applied to other plans. By these regulations taken together, besides the 3 subordinate treasuries in the lesser principalities, 5 other subordinate treasuries are suppressed. There is taken away the whole establishment of detail in the household, the treasurer, the comptroller, for a comptroller is hardly necessary where there is no treasurer, the cofferer of the household, the treasurer of the chamber, the master of the household, the whole board of green cloth, and a vast number of subordinate offices in the department of the steward of the household, the whole establishment of the great wardrobe, the removing wardrobe, the jewel office, the robes, the board of works, almost the whole charge of the civil branch of the Board of Ordnance are taken away. All these arrangements together will be found to relieve the nation from a vast weight of influence, without distressing, but rather by forwarding every public service. When something of this kind is done, then the public may begin to breathe. Under other governments, a question of expense is only a question of economy, and it is nothing more. With us, in every question of expense, there is always a mixture of constitutional considerations. It is, sir, because I wish to keep this business of subordinate treasuries as much as I can together, that I brought the Ordnance Office before you, though it is properly a military department. For the same reason, I will now trouble you with my thoughts and propositions upon two of the greatest under-treasuries. I mean the office of Paymaster of the Land Forces, or Treasurer of the Army, and that of the Treasurer of the Navy. The former of these has long been a great object of public suspicion and uneasiness. Envy, too, has had its share in the obloquy which is cast upon this office. But I am sure that it has no share at all in the reflections I shall make upon it, or in the reformations that I shall propose. I do not grudge to the honourable gentleman who at present holds the office any of the effects of his talents, his merit, or his fortune. He is respectable in all these particulars. I follow the constitution of the office without persecuting its holder. It is necessary in all matters of public complaint, where men frequently feel right and argue wrong, to separate prejudice from reason, and to be very sure, in attempting the redress of a grievance, that we hit upon its real seat and its true nature. Where there is an abuse in office, the first thing that occurs in heat is to censure the officer. Our natural disposition leads all our inquiries rather to persons than to things. But this prejudice is to be corrected by maturer thinking. Sir, the profits of the Pay Office, as an office, are not too great, in my opinion, for its duties, and for the rank of the person who has generally held it. He has been generally a person of the highest rank, that is to say, a person of eminence and consideration in this house. The great and the invidious profits of the Pay Office are from the bank that is held in it. According to the present course of the office, and according to the present mode of accounting there, this bank must necessarily exist somewhere. Money is a productive thing, and when the usual time of its demand can be tolerably calculated, it may with prudence be safely laid out to the profit of the holder. It is on this calculation that the business of banking proceeds. But no profit can be derived from the use of money which does not make it the interest of the holder to delay his account. The process of the Exchequer colludes with this interest. Is this collusion from its want of rigour and strictness and great regularity of form? The reverse is true. They have in the Exchequer brought rigour and formalism to their ultimate perfection. The process against accountants is so rigorous, and in a manner so unjust, that correctives must from time to time be applied to it, these correctives being discretionary upon the case, and generally remitted by the barons to the lords of the Treasury, as the test judges of the reasons for respite. Hearings are had, delays are produced, and thus the extreme of rigour in office, as usual in all human affairs, leads to the extreme of laxity. What with the interested delay of the officer, the ill-conceived exactness of the court, the applications for dispensations from that exactness, the revival of rigorous process after the expiration of the time, and the new rigours producing new applications and new enlargements of time, such delays happen in the public accounts that they can scarcely ever be closed. Besides, sir, they have a rule in the Exchequer which, I believe, they have founded upon a very ancient statute, that of the 51st of Henry III, by which it is provided that, when a sheriff or bailiff hath begun his account, none other shall be received to account, until he that was first appointed hath clearly accounted, and that the sum has been received. Whether this clause of that statute be the ground of that absurd practice, I am not quite able to ascertain, but it has very generally prevailed, though I am told that of late they have begun to relax from it. In consequence of forms adverse to substantial account, we have a long succession of paymasters and their representatives, who have never been admitted to account, although perfectly ready to do so. As the extent of our wars has scattered the accountants under the paymaster into every part of the globe, the grand and sure paymaster Death, in all his shapes, calls these accountants to another reckoning. Death, indeed, domineers over everything but the forms of the exchequer. Over these he has no power. They are impassive and immortal. The audit of the exchequer, more severe than the audit to which the accountants are gone, demands proofs which in the nature of things are difficult, sometimes impossible, to be had. In this respect, too, rigour, as usual, defeats itself. Then the exchequer never gives a particular receipt, or clears a man of his account as far as it goes. A final acquittance, or a quietus, as they term it, is scarcely ever to be obtained. Terrors and ghosts of unlaid accountants haunt the houses of their children from generation to generation. Families, in the course of succession, fall into minorities. The inheritance comes into the hands of females, and very perplexed affairs are often delivered over into the hands of negligent guardians and faithless stewards, so that the demand remains when the advantage of the money is gone, if ever any advantage at all has been made of it. This is a cause of infinite distress to families, and becomes a source of influence to an extent that can scarcely be imagined but by those who have taken some pains to trace it. The mildness of government in the employment of useless and dangerous powers furnishes no reason for their continuance. As things stand, can you in justice, except perhaps in that over-perfect kind of justice which has obtained by its merits the title of the opposite vice, insist that any man should, by the course of his office, keep a bank from whence he is to derive no advantage? That a man should be subject to demands below, and be in a manner refused an acquittance above? That he should transmit an original sin, an inheritance of vexation to his posterity, without a power of compensating himself in some way or other for so perilous a situation? We know that, if the paymaster should deny himself the advantages of his bank, the public, as things stand, is not the richer for it by a single shilling. This I thought it necessary to say as to the offensive magnitude of the profits of this office, that we may proceed in reformation on the principles of reason, and not on the feelings of envy. The Treasurer of the Navy is, mutatis mutandis, in the same circumstances. Indeed, all accountants are. Instead of the present mode, which is troublesome to the officer and unprofitable to the public, I propose to substitute something more effectual than rigour, which is the worst extractor in the world. I mean to remove the very temptations to delay, to facilitate the account, and to transfer this bank, now of private emolument, to the public. The Crown will suffer no wrong at least from the pay offices, and its terrors will no longer reign over the families of those who hold or who have held them. I propose that these offices should be no longer banks or treasuries, but mere offices of administration. I propose first that the present paymaster and the treasurer of the Navy should carry into the exchequer the whole body of the vouchers for what they have paid over to deputy paymasters, to regimental agents, or to any of those to whom they have and ought to have paid money. I propose that those vouchers shall be admitted as actual payments in their accounts, and that the persons to whom the money has been paid shall then stand charged in the exchequer in their place. After this process, they shall be debited or charged for nothing but the money balance that remains in their hands. I am conscious, sir, that if this balance, which they could not expect to be so suddenly demanded by any usual process of the exchequer, should now be exacted all at once, not only their ruin, but a ruin of others to an extent which I do not like to think of, but which I can well conceive, and which you may well conceive, might be the consequence. I told you, sir, when I promised before the holidays to bring in this plan, that I never would suffer any man or description of men to suffer from errors that naturally have grown out of the abusive constitution of those offices which I propose to regulate. If I cannot reform with equity, I will not reform at all. For the regulation of past accounts, I shall therefore propose such a mode as men, temperate and prudent, make use of in the management of their private affairs, when their accounts are varied, perplexed, and of long standing. I would therefore, after their example, divide the public debts into 3 sorts: good, bad, and doubtful. In looking over the public accounts, I should never dream of the blind mode of the Exchequer, which regards things in the abstract, and knows no difference in the quality of its debts or the circumstances of its debtors. By this means it fatigues itself, it vexes others, it often crushes the poor, it lets escape the rich, or, in a fit of mercy or carelessness, declines all means of recovering its just demands. Content with the eternity of its claims, it enjoys its Epicurean divinity with Epicurean languor. But it is proper that all sorts of accounts should be closed some time or other, by payment, by composition, or by oblivion. Expedit republicae ut sit finis litium. Constantly taking along with me that an extreme rigour is sure to arm everything against it, and at length to relax into a supine neglect, I propose, sir, that even the best, soundest, and the most recent debts should be put into instalments, for the mutual benefit of the accountant and the public. In proportion, however, as I am tender of the past, I would be provident of the future. All money that was formerly imprested to the 2 great pay offices, I would have imprested in future to the Bank of England. These offices should in future receive no more than cash sufficient for small payments. Their other payments ought to be made by drafts on the bank, expressing the service. A cheque account from both offices of drafts and receipts should be annually made up in the Exchequer, charging the bank in account with the cash balance, but not demanding the payment until there is an order from the Treasury, in consequence of a vote of Parliament. As I did not, sir, deny to the paymaster the natural profits of the bank that was in his hands, so neither would I to the Bank of England. A share of that profit might be derived to the public in various ways. My favourite mode is this, that, in compensation for the use of this money, the bank may take upon themselves, first, the charge of the mint, to which they are already, by their charter, obliged to bring in a great deal of bullion annually to be coined. In the next place, I mean that they should take upon themselves the charge of remittances to our troops abroad. This is a species of dealing from which, by the same charter, they are not debarred. 1.25% will be saved instantly thereby to the public on very large sums of money. This will be at once a matter of economy and a considerable reduction of influence, by taking away a private contract of an expensive nature. If the bank, which is a great corporation, and of course receives the least profits from the money in their custody, should of itself refuse, or be persuaded to refuse this offer upon those terms, I can speak with some confidence that one at least, if not both parts of the condition, would be received, and gratefully received, by several bankers of eminence. There is no banker who will not be at least as good security as any paymaster of the forces, or any treasurer of the navy, that have ever been bankers to the public. As rich at least as my Lord Chatham or my Lord Holland, or either of the honourable gentlemen who now hold the offices were at the time that they entered into them, or as ever the whole establishment of the mint has been at any period. End of section 17. Section 18 of the works of the Right Honourable Edmund Burke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. The Works of the Right Honourable Edmund Burke, Volume 2. Speech on presenting to the House of Commons a plan for the better security of the independence of Parliament and the economical reformation of the civil and other establishments, February 11th, 1780, Part 4. These, sir, are the outlines of the plan I mean to follow in suppressing these two large subordinate treasuries. I now come to another subordinate treasury. I mean that of the paymaster of the pensions, for which purpose I re-enter the limits of the civil establishment. I departed from those limits in pursuit of a principle, and, following the same gain in its doubles, I am brought into those limits again. That treasury and that office I mean to take away, and to transfer the payment of every name, mode, and denomination of pensions to the Exchequer. The present course of diversifying the same object can answer no good purpose, whatever its use may be to purposes of another kind. There are also other lists of pensions, and I mean that they should all be hereafter paid at one and the same place. The whole of the new consolidated list I mean to reduce to £60,000 a year, which sum I intend it shall never exceed. I think that sum will fully answer as a reward to all real merit, and a provision for all real public charity that is ever like to be placed upon the list. If any merit of an extraordinary nature should emerge before that reduction is completed, I have left it open for an address of either House of Parliament to provide for the case. To all other demands it must be answered, with regret, but with firmness, the public is poor. I do not propose, as I told you before Christmas, to take away any pension. I know that the public seem to call for a reduction of such of them as shall appear unmerited. As a censorial act and punishment of an abuse, it might answer some purpose, but this can make no part of my plan. I mean to proceed by bill, and I cannot stop for such an inquiry. I know some gentlemen may blame me. It is with great submission to better judgments that I recommend it to consideration, that a critical retrospective examination of the pension list upon the principle of merit can never serve for my basis. It cannot answer, according to my plan, any effectual purpose of economy or of future permanent reformation. The process in any way will be entangled and difficult, and it will be infinitely slow. There is a danger that, if we turn our line of march, now directed towards the grand object, into this more laborious than useful detail of operations, we shall never arrive at our end. The King, sir, has been by the Constitution appointed sole judge of the merit for which a pension is to be given. We have a right, undoubtedly, to canvass this, as we have to canvass every act of government. But there is a material difference between an office to be reformed and a pension taken away for demerit. In the former case, no charge is implied against the holder. In the latter, his character is slurred, as well as his lawful emolument affected. The former process is against the thing, the second against the person. The pensioner certainly, if he pleases, has a right to stand on his own defence, to plead his possession, and to bottom his title in the competency of the Crown to give him what he holds. Possessed and on the defensive as he is, he will not be obliged to prove his special merit in order to justify the act of legal discretion now turned into his property according to his tenure. The very act, he will contend, is a legal presumption and an implication of his merit. If this be so, from the natural force of all legal presumption, he would put us to the difficult proof that he has no merit at all. But other questions would arise in the course of such an inquiry, that is, questions of the merit when weighed against the proportion of the reward. Then the difficulty will be much greater. The difficulty will not, sir, I am afraid, be much less if we pass to the person really guilty in the question of an unmerited pension, the minister himself. I admit that, when called to account for the execution of a trust, he might fairly be obliged to prove the affirmative, and to state the merit for which the pension is given, though on the pensioner himself such a process would be hard. If in this examination we proceed methodically, and so as to avoid all suspicion of partiality and prejudice, we must take the pensions in order of time, or merely alphabetically. The very first pension to which we come in either of these ways may appear the most grossly unmerited of any, but the minister may very possibly show that he knows nothing of the putting on this pension, that it was prior in time to his administration, that the minister who laid it on is dead, and then we are thrown back upon the pensioner himself and plunged into all our former difficulties. Abuses, and gross ones, I doubt not, would appear, and to the correction of which I would readily give my hand. But when I consider that pensions have not generally been affected by the revolutions of ministry, as I know not where such inquiries would stop, and as an absence of merit is a negative and loose thing, one might be led to derange the order of families founded on the probable continuance of their kind of income. I might hurt children. I might injure creditors. I really think it is the more prudent course not to follow the letter of the petitions. If we fix this mode of inquiry as a basis, we shall, I fear, end as Parliament has often ended under similar circumstances. There will be great delay, much confusion, much inequality in our proceedings. But what presses me most of all is this, that, though we should strike off all the unmerited pensions, while the power of the Crown remains unlimited, the very same undeserving persons might afterwards return to the very same list. Or, if they did not, other persons, meriting as little as they do, might be put upon it to an undefinable amount. This, I think, is the pinch of the grievance. For these reasons, sir, I am obliged to waive this mode of proceeding as any part of my plan. In a plan of reformation, it would be one of my maxims that, when I know of an establishment which may be subservient to useful purposes, and which at the same time, from its discretionary nature, is liable to a very great perversion from those purposes, I would limit the quantity of the power that might be so abused, for I am sure that in all such cases the rewards of merit will have very narrow bounds, and that partial or corrupt favour will be infinite. This principle is not arbitrary, but the limitation of the specific quantity must be so in some measure. I therefore state £60,000, leaving it open to the House to enlarge or contract the sum as they shall see, on examination, that the discretion I use is scanty or liberal. The whole amount of the pensions of all denominations which have been laid before us amount, for a period of 7 years, to considerably more than £100,000 a year. To what the other lists amount, I know not. That will be seen hereafter. But from those that do appear, a saving will accrue to the public, at one time or other, of £40,000 a year, and we had better, in my opinion, to let it fall in naturally than to tear it crude and unripe from the stalk. There is a great deal of uneasiness among the people upon an article which I must class under the head of pensions. I mean the great patent offices in the Exchequer. They are in reality and substance no other than pensions, and in no other light shall I consider them. They are sinecures. They are always executed by deputy. The duty of the principal is as nothing. They differ, however, from the pensions on the list in some particulars. They are held for life. I think with the public that the profits of those places are grown enormous. The magnitude of those profits and the nature of them both call for reformation. The nature of their profits, which grow out of the public distress, is itself invidious and grievous. But I fear that reform cannot be immediate. I find myself under a restriction. These places, and others of the same kind, which are held for life, have been considered as property. They have been given as a provision for children. They have been the subject of family settlements. They have been the security of creditors. What the law respects shall be sacred to me. If the barriers of law should be broken down upon ideas of convenience, even of public convenience, we shall have no longer anything certain among us. If the discretion of power is once let loose upon property, we can be at no loss to determine whose power and what discretion it is that will prevail at last. It would be wise to attend upon the order of things, and not to attempt to outrun the slow but smooth and even course of nature. There are occasions, I admit, of public necessity, so vast, so clear, so evident, that they supersede all laws. Law, being only made for the benefit of the community, cannot in any one of its parts resist a demand which may comprehend the total of the public interest. To be sure, no law can set itself up against the cause and reason of all law, but such a case very rarely happens, and this most certainly is not such a case. The mere time of the reform is by no means worth the sacrifice of a principle of law. Individuals pass like shadows, but the Commonwealth is fixed and stable. The difference, therefore, of today and tomorrow, which to private people is immense, to the state is nothing. At any rate, it is better, if possible, to reconcile our economy with our laws than to set them at variance, a quarrel which in the end must be destructive to both. My idea, therefore, is to reduce those offices to fixed salaries, as the present lives and reversions shall successively fall. I mean that the office of the great auditor, the auditor of the receipt, shall be reduced to £3,000 a year, and the auditors of the imprest and the rest of the principal officers to fixed appointments of £1,500 a year each. It will not be difficult to calculate the value of this fall of lives to the public, when we shall have obtained a just account of the present income of those places, and we shall obtain that account with great facility if the present possessors are not alarmed with any apprehension of danger to their freehold office. I know, too, that it will be demanded of me how it comes that, since I admit these offices to be no better than pensions, I chose, after the principle of law had been satisfied, to retain them at all. To this, sir, I answer that, conceiving it to be a fundamental part of the constitution of this country, and of the reason of state in every country, that there must be means of rewarding public service, those means will be incomplete, and indeed wholly insufficient for that purpose, if there should be no further reward for that service than the daily wages it receives during the pleasure of the Crown. Whoever seriously considers the excellent argument of Lord Somers in the banker's case will see he bottoms himself upon the very same maxim which I do, and one of his principal grounds of doctrine for the alienability of the domain in England, contrary to the maxim of the law in France, he lays in the constitutional policy of furnishing a permanent reward to public service, of making that reward the origin of families and the foundation of wealth as well as of honours. It is indeed the only genuine, unadulterated origin of nobility. It is a great principle in government, a principle at the very foundation of the whole structure. The other judges who held the same doctrine went beyond Lord Somers with regard to the remedy which they thought was given by law against the Crown upon the grant of pensions. Indeed, no man knows, when he cuts off the incitements to a virtuous ambition and the just rewards of public service, what infinite mischief he may do his country through all generations. Such saving to the public may prove the worst mode of robbing it. The Crown, which has in its hands the trust of the daily pay for national service, ought to have in its hands also the means for the repose of public labour and the fixed settlement of acknowledged merit. There is a time when the weather-beaten vessels of the state ought to come into harbour. They must at length have a retreat from the malice of rivals, from the perfidy of political friends, and the inconstancy of the people. Many of the persons who in all times have filled the great offices of state have been younger brothers who had originally little, if any, fortune. These offices do not furnish the means of amassing wealth. There ought to be some power in the Crown of granting pensions out of the reach of its own caprices. An entail of dependence is a bad reward of merit. I would therefore leave to the Crown the possibility of conferring some favours which, whilst they are received as a reward, do not operate as corruption. When men receive obligations from the Crown through the pious hands of fathers, or of connections as venerable as the paternal, the dependencies which arise from thence are the obligations of gratitude, and not the fetters of servility. Such ties originate in virtue, and they promote it. They continue men in those habitudes of friendship, those political connections, and those political principles in which they began life. They are antidotes against a corrupt levity, instead of causes of it. What an unseemly spectacle would it afford! What a disgrace would it be to the Commonwealth that suffered such things, to see the hopeful son of a meritorious minister begging his bread at the door of that treasury from whence his father dispensed the economy of an empire, and promoted the happiness and glory of his country. Why should he be obliged to prostrate his honour and to submit his principles at the levee of some proud favourite, shouldered and thrust aside by every impudent pretender on the very spot where a few days before he saw himself adored, obliged to cringe to the author of the calamities of his house, and to kiss the hands that are red with his father's blood? No, sir, these things are unfit, they are intolerable. Sir, I shall be asked why I do not choose to destroy those offices which are pensions, and appoint pensions under the direct title in their stead. I allow that in some cases it leads to abuse, to have things appointed for one purpose and applied to another. I have no great objection to such a change, but I do not think it quite prudent for me to propose it. If I should take away the present establishment, the burden of proof rests upon me, that so many pensions, and no more, and to such an amount each, and no more, are necessary for the public service. This is what I can never prove, for it is a thing incapable of definition. I do not like to take away an object that I think answers my purpose, in hopes of getting it back again in a better shape. People will bear an old establishment when its excess is corrected, who will revolt at a new one. I do not think these office pensions to be more in number than sufficient, but on that point the House will exercise its discretion. As to abuse, I am convinced that very few trusts in the ordinary course of administration have admitted less abuse than this. Efficient ministers have been their own paymasters, it is true, but their very partiality has operated as a kind of justice, and still it was service that was paid. When we look over this exchequer list, we find it filled with the descendants of the Walpoles, of the Pelhams, of the Townsends, names to whom this country owes its liberties, and to whom His Majesty owes his crown. It was in one of these lines that the immense and envied employment he now holds came to a certain duke, who is now probably sitting quietly at a very good dinner directly under us, and acting high life below stairs, whilst we, his masters, are filling our mouths with unsubstantial sounds and talking of hungry economy over his head. But he is the elder branch of an ancient and decayed house, joined to and repaired by the reward of services done by another. I respect the original title, and the first purchase of merited wealth and honour through all its descents, through all its transfers, and all its assignments. May such fountains never be dried up. May they ever flow with their original purity, and refresh and fructify the Commonwealth for ages. Sir, I think myself bound to give you my reasons as clearly and as fully for stopping in the course of Reformation as for proceeding in it. My limits are the rules of law, the rules of policy, and the service of the state. This is the reason why I am not able to intermeddle with another article, which seems to be a specific object in several of the petitions. I mean the reduction of exorbitant emoluments to efficient offices. If I knew of any real efficient office which did possess exorbitant emoluments, I should be extremely desirous of reducing them. Others may know of them. I do not. I am not possessed of an exact common measure between real service and its reward. I am very sure that states do sometimes receive services which is hardly in their power to reward according to their worth. If I were to give my judgment with regard to this country, I do not think the great efficient offices of the state to be overpaid. The service of the public is a thing which cannot be put to auction and struck down to those who will agree to execute it the cheapest. When the proportion between reward and service is our object, we must always consider of what nature the service is, and what sort of men they are that must perform it. What is just payment for one kind of labour, and full encouragement for one kind of talents, is fraud and discouragement to others. Many of the great offices have much duty to do, and much expense of representation to maintain. A Secretary of State, for instance, must not appear sordid in the eyes of the ministers of other nations. Neither ought our ministers abroad to appear contemptible in the courts where they reside. In all offices of duty there is almost necessarily a great neglect of all domestic affairs. A person in high office can rarely take a view of his family house. If he sees that the state takes no detriment, the state must see that his affairs should take as little. I will even go so far as to affirm that, if men were willing to serve in such situations without salary, they ought not to be permitted to do it. Ordinary service must be secured by the motives to ordinary integrity. I do not hesitate to say that that state which lays its foundation in rare and heroic virtues will be sure to have its superstructure in the basest profligacy and corruption. An honourable and fair profit is the best security against avarice and rapacity. As in all things else, a lawful and regulated enjoyment is the best security against debauchery and excess. For as wealth is power, so all power will infallibly draw wealth to itself by some means or other, and when men are left no way of ascertaining their profits but by their means of obtaining them, those means will be increased to infinity. This is true in all the parts of administration as well as in the whole. If any individual were to decline his appointments, it might give an unfair advantage to ostentatious ambition over unpretending service. It might breed invidious comparisons. It might tend to destroy whatever little unity and agreement may be found among ministers. And after all, when an ambitious man had run down his competitors by a fallacious show of disinterestedness and fixed himself in power by that means, what security is there that he would not change his course and claim as an indemnity 10 times more than he has given up? This rule, like every other, may admit its exceptions. When a great man has some one great object in view to be achieved in a given time, it may be absolutely necessary for him to walk out of all the common roads and, if his fortune permits it, to hold himself out as a splendid example. I am told that something of this kind is now doing in a country near us, but this is for a short race, the training for a heat or two, and not the proper preparation for the regular stages of a methodical journey. I am speaking of establishments and not of men. It may be expected, sir, that when I am giving my reasons why I limit myself in the reduction of employments or of their profits, I should say something of those which seem of eminent inutility in the state. I mean the number of officers who, by their places, are attendant on the person of the king. Considering the Commonwealth merely as such, and considering those officers only as relative to the direct purposes of the state, I admit that they are of no use at all. But there are many things in the constitution of establishments which appear of little value on the first view, which in a secondary and oblique manner produce very material advantages. It was on full consideration that I determined not to lessen any of the offices of honour about the crown, in their number or their emoluments. These emoluments, except in 1 or 2 cases, do not much more than answer the charge of attendance. Men of condition naturally love to be about a court. and women of condition love it much more. But there is in all regular attendance so much of constraint that, if it wore a mere charge, without any compensation, you would soon have the court deserted by all the nobility of the kingdom. Sir, the most serious mischiefs would follow from such a desertion. Kings are naturally lovers of low company. They are so elevated above all the rest of mankind that they must look upon all their subjects as on a level. They are rather apt to hate than to love their nobility, on account of the occasional resistance to their will which will be made by their virtue, their petulance, or their pride. It must indeed be admitted that many of the nobility are as perfectly willing to act the part of flatterers, tale-bearers, parasites, pimps, and buffoons as any of the lowest and vilest of mankind can possibly be, but they are not properly qualified for this object of their ambition. The want of a regular education and early habits, and some lurking remains of their dignity, will never permit them to become a match for an Italian eunuch, a mountebank, a fiddler, a player, or any regular practitioner of that tribe. The Roman emperors, almost from the beginning, threw themselves into such hands, and the mischief increased every day till the decline and final ruin of the empire. It is therefore of very great importance, provided the thing is not overdone, to contrive such an establishment as must, almost whether a prince will or will not, bring into daily and hourly offices about his person a great number of his first nobility, and it is rather a useful prejudice that gives them a pride in such servitude. Though they are not much the better for a court will be much the better for them. I have therefore not attempted to reform any of the offices of honour about the king's person. There are indeed 2 offices in his stables which are sinecures. By the change of manners, and indeed by the nature of the thing, they must be so. I mean the several keepers of buckhounds, staghounds, foxhounds, and harriers. They answer no purpose of utility or of splendour. These I propose to abolish. It is not proper that great noblemen should be keepers of dogs, though they were the king's dogs. In every part of the scheme I have endeavoured that no primary, and that even no secondary, service of the state should suffer by its frugality. I mean to touch no offices but such as I am perfectly sure are either of no use at all, or not of any use in the least assignable proportion to the burden with which they load the revenues of the kingdom, and to the influence with which they oppress the freedom of parliamentary deliberation. For which reason there are but 2 offices, which are properly state offices, that I have a desire to reform. The first of them is the new office of Third Secretary of State, which is commonly called Secretary of State for the Colonies. We know that all the correspondence of the colonies had been, until within a few years, carried on by the Southern Secretary of State, and that this department has not been shunned upon account of the weight of its duties, but, on the contrary, much sought on account of its patronage. Indeed, he must be poorly acquainted with the history of office who does not know how very lightly the American functions have always leaned on the shoulders of the ministerial Atlas who has upheld that side of the sphere. Undoubtedly, great temper and judgment was requisite in the management of the colony politics, but the official detail was a trifle. Since the new appointment, a train of unfortunate accidents has brought before us almost the whole correspondence of this favourite secretary's office since the first day of its establishment. I will say nothing of its auspicious foundation, of the quality of its correspondence, or of the effects that have ensued from it. I speak merely of its quantity, which we know would have been little or no addition to the trouble of whatever office had its hands the fullest. But what has been the real condition of the old office of Secretary of State? Have their velvet bags and their red boxes been so full that nothing more could possibly be crammed into them? A correspondence of a curious nature has been lately published. In that correspondence, sir, we find the opinion of a noble person who is thought to be the grand manufacturer of administrations, and therefore the best judge of the quality of his work. He was of opinion that there was but one man of diligence and industry in the whole administration. It was the late Earl of Suffolk. The noble lord lamented very justly that this statesman, of so much mental vigour, was almost wholly disabled from the exertion of it by his bodily infirmities. Lord Suffolk, dead to the state long before he was dead to nature, at last paid his tribute to the common treasury, to which we must all be taxed. But so little want was found even of his intentional industry that the office, vacant in reality to its duties long before, continued vacant even in nomination and appointment for a year after his death. The whole of the laborious and arduous correspondence of this empire rested solely upon the activity and energy of Lord Weymouth. It is therefore demonstrable, since one diligent man was fully equal to the duties of the two offices, that two diligent men will be equal to the duty of three. The business of the new office, which I shall propose to you to suppress, is by no means too much to be returned to either of the secretaries which remain. If this dust in the balance should be thought too heavy, it may be divided between them both. North America, whether free or reduced, to the Northern Secretary, the West Indies to the Southern. It is not necessary that I should say more upon the inutility of this office. It is burning daylight. But before I have done, I shall just remark that the history of this office is too recent to suffer us to forget that it was made for the mere convenience of the arrangements of political intrigue, and not for the service of the state, that it was made in order to give a colour to an exorbitant increase of the civil list, and in the same act to bring a new accession to the loaded compost heap of corrupt influence. There is, sir, another office, which was not long since closely connected with this of the American Secretary, but has been lately separated from it for the very same purpose for which it had been conjoined. I mean the sole purpose of all the separations and all the conjunctions that have been lately made. A job. Sir, I speak of the Board of Trade and Plantations. This board is a sort of temperate bed of influence, a sort of gently ripening hothouse, where 8 members of Parliament receive salaries of 1,000 a year for a certain given time, in order to mature, at a proper season, a claim to 2,000, granted for doing less, and on the credit of having toiled so long in that inferior, laborious department. I have known that board off and on for a great number of years. Both of its pretended objects have been much the objects of my study, if I have a right to call any pursuits of mine by so respectable a name. I can assure the House, and I hope they will not think that I risk my little credit lightly, that, without meaning to convey the least reflection upon any one of its members, past or present, it is a board which, if not mischievous, is of no use at all. You will be convinced, sir, that I am not mistaken, if you reflect how generally it is true that commerce, the principal object of that office, flourishes most when it is left to itself. Interest, the great guide of commerce, is not a blind one. It is very well able to find its own way, and its necessities are its best laws. But if it were possible, in the nature of things, that the young should direct the old, and the inexperienced instruct the knowing, if a board in the state was the best tutor for the counting-house, if the desk ought to read lectures to the anvil, and the pen to usurp the place of the shuttle, yet in any matter of regulation we know that board must act with as little authority as skill. The prerogative of the Crown is utterly inadequate to the object, because all regulations are, in their nature, restrictive of some liberty. In the reign, indeed, of Charles I, the council, or committees of council, were never a moment unoccupied with affairs of trade. But even where they had no ill intention, which was sometimes the case, trade and manufacture suffered infinitely from their injudicious tampering. But since that period, whenever regulation is wanting, for I do not deny that sometimes it may be wanting, Parliament constantly sits, and Parliament alone is competent to such regulation. We want no instruction from boards of trade or from any other board, and God forbid we should give the least attention to their reports. Parliamentary inquiry is the only mode of obtaining parliamentary information. There is more real knowledge to be obtained by attending the detail of business in the committees above stairs than ever did come or ever will come from any board in this kingdom or from all of them together. An assiduous member of Parliament will not be the worse instructed there for not being paid 1,000 a year for learning his lesson. And now that I speak of the committees above stairs, I must say that, having till lately attended them a good deal, I have observed that no description of members gives so little attendance, either to communicate or to obtain instruction upon matters of commerce, as the honourable members of the grave Board of Trade. I really do not recollect that I have ever seen one of them in that sort of business. Possibly some members may have better memories, and may call to mind some job that may have accidentally brought one or other of them, at one time or other, to attend a matter of commerce. This board, sir, has had both its original formation and its regeneration in a job. In a job it was conceived, and in a job its mother brought it forth. It made one among those showy and specious impositions which one of the experiment-making administrations of Charles II held out to delude the people, and to be substituted in the place of the real service which they might expect from a Parliament annually sitting. It was intended also to corrupt that body whenever it should be permitted to sit. It was projected in the year 1668, and it continued in a tottering and rickety childhood for about 3 or 4 years, for it died in the year 1673, a babe of as little hopes as ever swelled the bills of mortality in the article of convulsed or overlaid children who have hardly stepped over the threshold of life. It was buried with little ceremony, and never more thought of until the reign of King William, when, in the strange vicissitude of neglect and vigour, of good and ill success that attended his wars, in the year 1695, the trade was distressed beyond all example of former sufferings by the piracies of the French cruisers. This suffering incensed, and, as it should seem, very justly incensed, the House of Commons. In this ferment they struck, not only at the administration, but at the very constitution of the executive government. They attempted to form in Parliament a board for the protection of trade, which, as they planned it, was to draw to itself a great part, if not the whole, of the functions and powers both of the Admiralty and of the Treasury. And thus, by a parliamentary delegation of office and officers, they threatened absolutely to separate these departments from the whole system of the executive government, and of course to vest the most leading and essential of its attributes in this board. As the executive government was in a manner convicted of a dereliction of its functions, it was with infinite difficulty that this blow was warded off in that session. There was a threat to renew the same attempt in the next. To prevent the effect of this manoeuvre, the court opposed another manoeuvre to it, and, in the year 1696, called into life this Board of Trade, which has slept since 1673. This, in a few words, is the history of the regeneration of the Board of Trade. It has perfectly answered its purposes. It was intended to quiet the minds of the people, and to compose the ferment that was then strongly working in Parliament. The courtiers were too happy to be able to substitute a board which they knew would be useless, in the place of one that they feared would be dangerous. Thus the Board of Trade was reproduced in a job, and perhaps it is the only instance of a public body which has never degenerated, but to this hour preserves all the health and vigour of its primitive institution. This Board of Trade and Plantations has not been of any use to the colonies, as colonies, so little of use that the flourishing settlements of New England, of Virginia, and of Maryland, and all our wealthy colonies in the West Indies, were of a date prior to the first board of Charles II. Pennsylvania and Carolina were settled during its dark quarter, in the interval between the extinction of the first and the formation of the second board. 2 colonies alone owe their origin to that board. Georgia, which, till lately, has made a very slow progress, and never did make any progress at all until it had wholly got rid of all the regulations which the Board of Trade had moulded into its original constitution. That colony has cost the nation very great sums of money, whereas the colonies which have had the fortune of not being godfathered by the Board of Trade never cost the nation a shilling, except what has been so properly spent in losing them. But the colony of Georgia, weak as it was, carried with it to the last hour, and carries, even in its present dead, pallid visage, the perfect resemblance of its parents. It always had, and it now has, an establishment paid by the public of England for the sake of the influence of the Crown, that colony having never been able or willing to take upon itself the expense of its proper government or its own appropriated jobs. The province of Nova Scotia was the youngest and the favourite child of the board. Good God! What sums the nursing of that ill-thriven, hard-visaged, and ill-favoured brat has cost to this Whittle nation? Sir, this colony has stood us in a sum of not less than £700,000. To this day it has made no repayment. It does not even support those offices of expense which are miscalled its government. The whole of that job still lies upon the patient, callous shoulders of the people of England. End of section 18. Section 19 of the works of the Right Honourable Edmund Burke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. The works of the Right Honourable Edmund Burke, Volume 2. Speech on presenting to the House of Commons a plan for the better security of the independence of Parliament and the economical reformation of the civil and other establishments, February 11th, 1780, Part 5. Sir, I am going to state a fact to you that will serve to set in full sunshine the real value of formality and official superintendence. There was in the province of Nova Scotia one little neglected corner, the country of the neutral French, which, having the good fortune to escape the fostering care of both France and England, and to have been shut out from the protection and regulation of councils of commerce and of boards of trade, did, in silence, without notice, and without assistance, increase to a considerable degree. But it seems our nation had more skill and ability in destroying than in settling a colony. In the last war we did, in my opinion, most inhumanely, and upon pretences that in the eye of an honest man are not worth a farthing, root out this poor, innocent, deserving people, whom our utter inability to govern or to reconcile gave us no sort of right to extirpate. Whatever the merits of that extirpation might have been, it was on the footsteps of a neglected people, it was on the fund of unconstrained poverty, it was on the acquisitions of unregulated industry, that anything which deserves the name of a colony in that province has been formed. It has been formed by overflowings from the exuberant population of New England, and by emigration from other parts of Nova Scotia of fugitives from the protection of the Board of Trade. But if all of these things were not more than sufficient to prove to you the inutility of that expensive establishment, I would desire you to recollect, sir, that those who may be very ready to defend it are very cautious how they employ it. Cautious how they employ it even in appearance and pretence. They are afraid they should lose the benefit of its influence in Parliament if they deem to keep it up for any other purpose. If ever there were commercial points of great weight and most closely connected with our dependencies, they are those which have been agitated and decided in Parliament since I came into it. Which of the innumerable regulations since made had their origin or their improvement in the Board of Trade? Did any of the several East India Bills which have been successively produced since 1767 originate there? Did anyone dream of referring them, or any part of them, thither? Was anybody so ridiculous as even to think of it? If ever there was an occasion on which the board was fit to be consulted, it was with regard to the acts that were preludes to the American War, or attendant on its commencement. Those acts were full of commercial regulations, such as they were: the Intercourse Bill, the Prohibitory Bill, the Fishery Bill. If the board was not concerned in such things, in what particular was it thought fit that it should be concerned? In the course of all these bills through the House, I observed the members of that board to be remarkably cautious of intermeddling. They understood decorum better. They know that matters of trade and plantations are no business of theirs. There were two very recent occasions which, if the idea of any use for the board had not been extinguished by prescription, appeared loudly to call for their interference. When commissioners were sent to pay His Majesty's and our dutiful respects to the Congress of the United States, a part of their powers under the commission were, it seems, of a commercial nature. They were authorized in the most ample and undefined manner to form a commercial treaty with America on the spot. This was no trivial object. As the formation of such a treaty would necessarily have been no less than the breaking up of our whole commercial system and the giving it an entire new form, one would imagine that the Board of Trade would have sat day and night to model propositions which, on our side, might serve as a basis to that treaty. No such thing. Their learned leisure was not in the least interrupted, though one of the members of the board was a commissioner and might, in mere compliment to his office, have been supposed to make a show of deliberation on the subject. But he knew that his colleagues would have thought he laughed in their faces had he attempted to bring anything the most distantly relating to commerce or colonies before them. A noble person engaged in the same commission and sent to learn his commercial rudiments in New York, then under the operation of an act for the universal prohibition of trade, was soon after put at the head of that board. This contempt from the present ministers of all the pretended function of that board, and their manner of breathing into it its very soul, of inspiring it with its animating and presiding principle, puts an end to all dispute concerning their opinion of the clay it was made of. But I will give them heaped measure. It was but the other day that the noble lord in the blue ribbon carried up to the House of Peers 2 acts, altering, I think much for the better, but altering in a great degree, our whole commercial system. Those acts, I mean, for giving a free trade to Ireland in woollens, and in all things else with independent nations, and giving them an equal trade to our own colonies. Here, too, the novelty of this great but arduous and critical improvement of system would make you conceive that the anxious solicitude of the noble lord in the blue ribbon would have wholly destroyed the plan of summer recreation of that board by references to examine, compare, and digest matters for Parliament. You would imagine that Irish commissioners of customs and English commissioners of customs and commissioners of excise, that merchants and manufacturers of every denomination had daily crowded their outer rooms. Nil horum. The perpetual virtual adjournment and the unbroken sitting vacation of that board was no more disturbed by the Irish than by the plantation commerce or any other commerce. The same matter made a large part of the business which occupied the House for 2 sessions before, and as our ministers were not then mellowed by the mild, emollient, and engaging blandishments of our dear sister into all the tenderness of unqualified surrender, the bounds and limits of a restrained benefit naturally required much detailed management and positive regulation. But neither the qualified propositions which were received, nor those other qualified propositions which were rejected by ministers, were the least concern of theirs, or were they ever thought of in the business. It is therefore, sir, on the opinion of Parliament, on the opinion of the ministers, and even on their own opinion of their inutility, that I shall propose to you to suppress the Board of Trade and Plantations, and to recommit all its business to the Council, from whence it was very improvidently taken, and which business, whatever it might be, was much better done, and without any expense, and, indeed, where in effect it may all come at last. Almost all that deserves the name of business there is the reference of the Plantation Acts to the opinion of gentlemen of the law. But all this may be done, as the Irish business of the same nature has always been done, by the Council, and with a reference to the Attorney and Solicitor General. There are some regulations in the household relative to the officers of the Yeomen of the Guards and the officers and band of gentlemen pensioners, which I shall likewise submit to your consideration, for the purpose of regulating establishments which at present are much abused. I have now finished all that for the present I shall trouble you with on the plan of reduction. I mean next to propose to you the plan of arrangement, by which I mean to appropriate and fix the civil list money to its several services according to their nature. For I am thoroughly sensible that, if a discretion wholly arbitrary can be exercised over the civil list revenue, although the most effectual methods may be taken to prevent the inferior departments from exceeding their bounds, the plan of reformation will still be left very imperfect. It will not, in my opinion, be safe to permit an entirely arbitrary discretion even in the First Lord of the Treasury himself. It will not be safe to leave with him a power of diverting the public money from its proper objects, of paying it in an irregular course, or of inverting perhaps the order of time, dictated by the proportion of value, which ought to regulate his application of payment to service. I am sensible, too, that the very operation of a plan of economy which tends to exonerate the civil list of expensive establishments may in some sort defeat the capital end we have in view, the independence of Parliament, and that, in removing the public and ostensible means of influence, we may increase the fund of private corruption. I have thought of some methods to prevent an abuse of surplus cash under discretionary application. I mean the heads of Secret Service, Special Service, various payments, and the like, which I hope will answer, and which in due time I shall lay before you. Where I am unable to limit the quantity of the sums to be applied, by reason of the uncertain quantity of the service, I endeavour to confine it to its line, to secure an indefinite application to the definite service to which it belongs, not to stop the progress of expense in its line, but to confine it to that line in which it professes to move. But that part of my plan, sir, upon which I principally rest, that on which I rely for the purpose of binding up and securing the whole, is to establish a fixed and invariable order in all its payments, which it shall not be permitted to the First Lord of the Treasury, upon any pretence whatsoever, to depart from. I therefore divide the civil list payments into 9 classes, putting each class forward according to the importance or justice of the demand, and to the inability of the persons entitled to enforce their pretensions. That is, to put those first who have the most efficient offices, or claim the justest debts, and at the same time, from the character of that description of men, from the retiredness or the remoteness of their situation, or from their want of weight and power to enforce their pretensions, or from their being entirely subject to the power of a minister, without any reciprocal power of owing, ought to be the most considered, and are the most likely to be neglected. All these I place in the highest classes. I place in the lowest those whose functions are of the least importance, but whose persons or rank are often of the greatest power and influence. In the first class I place the judges, as of the first importance. It is the public justice that holds the community together. The ease, therefore, and independence of the judges ought to supersede all other considerations, and they ought to be the very last to feel the necessities of the state, ought to be obliged either to court or bully a minister for their right. They ought to be as weak solicitors on their own demands as strenuous asserters of the rights and liberties of others. The judges are, or ought to be, of a reserved and retired character, and wholly unconnected with the political world. In the second class I place the foreign ministers. The judges are the links of our connections with one another. The foreign ministers are the links of our connection with other nations. They are not upon the spot to demand payment, and are therefore the most likely to be, as in fact they have sometimes been, entirely neglected, to the great disgrace and perhaps the great detriment of the nation. In the third class I would bring all the tradesmen who supply the crown by contract or otherwise. In the fourth class I place all the domestic servants of the king, and all persons in efficient offices whose salaries do not exceed £200 a year. In the fifth, upon account of honour, which ought to give place to nothing but charity and rigid justice, I would place the pensions and allowances of His Majesty's royal family, comprehending, of course, the Queen, together with the stated allowance of the privy purse. In the sixth class I place those efficient offices of duty whose salaries may exceed the sum of £200 a year. In the seventh class, that mixed mass, the whole pension list. In the eighth, the offices of honour about the king. In the ninth, and the last of all, the salaries and pensions of the First Lord of the Treasury himself, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, and the other commissioners of the Treasury. If, by any possible mismanagement of that part of the revenue which is left at discretion, or by any other mode of prodigality, cash should be deficient for the payment of the lowest classes, I propose that the amount of those salaries, where the deficiency may happen to fall, shall not be carried as debt to the account of the succeeding year, but that it shall be entirely lapsed, sunk, and lost, so that government will be enabled to start in the race of every new year wholly unloaded, fresh in wind and in vigour. Hereafter no civil list debt can ever come upon the public, and those who do not consider this as saving, because it is not a certain sum, do not ground their calculations of the future on their experience of the past. I know of no mode of preserving the effectual execution of any duty, but to make it the direct interest of the executive officer that it shall be faithfully performed. Assuming, then, that the present vast allowance to the civil list is perfectly adequate to all its purposes, if there should be any failure, it must be from the mismanagement or neglect of the First Commissioner of the Treasury, since, upon the proposed plan, there can be no expense of any consequence which he is not himself previously to authorise and finally to control. It is therefore just, as well as politic, that the loss should attach upon the delinquency. If the failure from the delinquency should be very considerable, it will fall on the class directly above the First Lord of the Treasury, as well as upon himself and his board. It will fall, as it ought to fall, upon offices of no primary importance in the state, but then it will fall upon persons whom it will be a matter of no slight importance for a minister to provoke. It will fall upon persons of the first rank and consequence in the kingdom, upon those who are nearest to the king, and frequently have a more interior credit with him than the minister himself. It will fall upon masters of the horse, upon lord chamberlains, upon lord stewards, upon grooms of the stole, and lords of the bedchamber. The household troops form an army, which will be ready to mutiny for want of pay, and whose mutiny will be really dreadful to a commander-in-chief. A rebellion of the 13 lords of the bedchamber would be far more terrible to a minister, and would probably affect his power more to the quick than a revolt of 13 colonies. What an uproar such an event would create at court! What petitions and committees and associations would it not produce? Bless me! What a clattering of white sticks and yellow sticks would be about his head! What a storm of gold keys would fly about the ears of the minister! What a shower of Georges and thistles and medals and collars of SS would assail him at his first entrance into the antechamber, after an insolvent Christmas quarter, a tumult which could not be appeased by all the harmony of the New Year's Ode. Rebellion it is certain there would be, and rebellion may not now, indeed, be so critical an event to those who engage in it, since its price is so correctly ascertained at just £1,000. Sir, this classing, in my opinion, is a serious and solid security for the performance of a minister's duty. Lord Coke says that the staff was put into the Treasurer's hand to enable him to support himself when there was no money in the exchequer, and to beat away importunate solicitors. The method which I propose would hinder him from the necessity of such a broken staff to lean on, or such a miserable weapon for repulsing the demands of worthless suitors who, the noble lord in the blue ribbon knows, will bear many hard blows on the head and many other indignities before they are driven from the Treasury. In this plan he is furnished with an answer to all their importunity, an answer far more conclusive than if he had knocked them down with his staff. Sir, or my lord, you are calling for my own salary. Sir, you are calling for the appointments of my colleagues who sit about me in office. Sir, you are going to excite a mutiny at court against me. You are going to estrange His Majesty's confidence from me through the chamberlain, or the master of the horse, or the groom of the stole. As things now stand, every man, in proportion to his consequence at court, tends to add to the expenses of the civil list by all manner of jobs, if not for himself, yet for his dependents. When the new plan is established, those who are now suitors for jobs will become the most strenuous opposers of them. They will have a common interest with the minister in public economy. Every class, as it stands low, will become security for the payment of the preceding class, and thus the persons whose insignificant services defraud those that are useful would then become interested in their payment. Then the powerful, instead of oppressing, would be obliged to support the weak, and idleness would become concerned in the reward of industry. The whole fabric of the civil economy would become compact and connected in all its parts. It would be formed into a well-organized body where every member contributes to the support of the whole, and where even the lazy stomach secures the vigor of the active arm. This plan, I really flatter myself, is laid not in official formality, nor in airy speculation, but in real life and in human nature, in what comes home, as Bacon says, to the business and bosoms of men. You have now, sir, before you the whole of my scheme, as far as I have digested it into a form that might be in any respect worthy of your consideration. I intend to lay it before you in 5 bills. The plan consists, indeed, of many parts, but they stand upon a few plain principles. It is a plan which takes nothing from the civil list without discharging it of a burden equal to the sum carried to the public service. It weakens no one function necessary to government, but, on the contrary, by appropriating supply to service, it gives it greater vigour. It provides the means of order and foresight to a minister of finance, which may always keep all the objects of his office and their state, condition, and relations distinctly before him. It brings forward accounts without hurrying and distressing the accountants. Whilst it provides for public convenience, it regards private rights. It extinguishes secret corruption almost to the possibility of its existence. It destroys direct and visible influence equal to the offices of at least 50 members of Parliament. Lastly, it prevents the provision for His Majesty's children from being diverted to the political purposes of his minister. These are the points on which I rely for the merit of the plan. I pursue economy in a secondary view, and only as it is connected with these great objects. I am persuaded that even for supply this scheme will be far from unfruitful if it be executed to the extent I propose it. I think it will give to the public, at its periods, 200,000 or 300,000 pounds a year. If not, it will give them a system of economy which is itself a great revenue. It gives me no little pride and satisfaction to find that the principles of my proceedings are in many respects the very same with those which are now pursued in the plans of the French Minister of Finance. I am sure that I lay before you a scheme easy and practicable in all its parts. I know it is common at once to applaud and to reject all attempts of this nature. I know it is common for men to say that such and such things are perfectly right, very desirable, but that, unfortunately, they are not practicable. Oh, no, sir, no. Those things which are not practicable are not desirable. There is nothing in the world really beneficial that does not lie within the reach of an informed understanding and a well-directed pursuit. There is nothing that God has judged good for us that he has not given us the means to accomplish, both in the natural and the moral world. If we cry like children for the moon, like children we must cry on. We must follow the nature of our affairs and conform ourselves to our situation. If we do, our objects are plain and compassable. Why should we resolve to do nothing, because what I propose to you may not be the exact demand of the petition, when we are far from resolved to comply even with what evidently is so? Does this sort of chicanery become us? The people are the masters. They have only to express their wants at large and in gross. We are the expert artists. We are the skilful workmen, to shape their desires into perfect form and to fit the utensil to the use. They are the sufferers. They tell the symptoms of the complaint. But we know the exact seat of the disease and how to apply the remedy according to the rules of art. How shocking would it be to see us pervert our skill into a sinister and servile dexterity for the purpose of evading our duty and defrauding our employers, who are our natural lords, of the object of their just expectations. I think the whole not only practicable, but practicable in a very short time. If we are in earnest about it, and if we exert that industry and those talents in forwarding the work which, I am afraid, may be exerted in impeding it, I engage that the whole may be put in complete execution within a year. For my own part, I have very little to recommend me for this or for any task, but a kind of earnest and anxious perseverance of mind, which, with all its good and all its evil effects, is moulded into my constitution. I faithfully engage to the House, if they choose to appoint me to any part in the execution of this work, which, when they have made it theirs by the improvements of their wisdom, will be worthy of the able assistance they may give me, that by night and by day, in town or in country, at the desk or in the forest, I will, without regard to convenience, ease, or pleasure, devote myself to their service, not expecting or admitting any reward whatsoever. I owe to this country my labour, which is my all, and I owe to it 10 times more industry, if 10 times more I could exert. After all, I shall be an unprofitable servant. At the same time, if I am able, and if I shall be permitted, I will lend an humble helping hand to any other good work which is going on. I have not, sir, the frantic presumption to suppose that this plan contains in it the whole of what the public has a right to expect in the great work of reformation they call for. Indeed, it falls infinitely short of it. It falls short even of my own ideas. I have some thoughts, not yet fully ripened, relative to a reform in the customs and excise, as well as in some other branches of financial administration. There are other things, too, which form essential parts in a great plan for the purpose of restoring the independence of Parliament. The Contractors' Bill of last year it is fit to revive, and I rejoice that it is in better hands than mine. The bill for suspending the votes of Custom House officers, brought into Parliament several years ago by one of our worthiest and wisest members, Would to God we could along with the plan revive the person who designed it, but a man of very real integrity, honour and ability will be found to take his place and to carry his idea into full execution. You all see how necessary it is to review our military expenses for some years past, and, if possible, to bind up and close that bleeding artery of profusion. But that business also, I have reason to hope, will be undertaken by abilities that are fully adequate to it. Something must be devised, if possible, to check the ruinous expense of elections. Sir, all or most of these things must be done. Every one must take his part. If we should be able, by dexterity or power or intrigue, to disappoint the expectations of our constituents, what will it avail us? We shall never be strong or artful enough to parry or to put by the irresistible demands of our situation. That situation calls upon us, and upon our constituents too, with a voice which will be heard. I am sure no man is more zealously attached than I am to the privileges of this House, particularly in regard to the exclusive management of money. The Lords have no right to the disposition in any sense of the public purse, but they have gone further in self-denial than our utmost jealousy could have required. A power of examining accounts, to censure, correct, and punish, we never, that I know of, have thought of denying to the House of Lords. It is something more than a century since we voted that body useless. They have now voted themselves so. The whole hope of Reformation is at length cast upon us, and let us not deceive the nation, which does us the honour to hope everything from our virtue. If all the nation are not equally forward to press this duty upon us, yet be assured that they all equally expect we should perform it. The respectful silence of those who wait upon your pleasure ought to be as powerful with you as the call of those who require your service as their right. Some without doors affect to feel hurt for your dignity, because they suppose that menaces are held out to you. Justify their good opinion by showing that no menaces are necessary to stimulate you to your duty. But, sir, whilst we may sympathise with them in one point, who sympathise with us in another, we ought to attend no less to those who approach us like men, and who, in the guise of petitioners, speak to us in the tone of a concealed authority. It is not wise to force them to speak out more plainly what they plainly mean, but the petitioners are violent. Be it so. Those who are least anxious about your conduct are not those that love you most. Moderate affection and satiated enjoyment are cold and respectful, but an ardent and injured passion is tempered up with wrath and grief and shame and conscious worth and the maddening sense of violated right. A jealous love lights his torch from the firebrands of the Furies. Those who call upon you to belong wholly to the people are those who wish you to return to your proper home, to the sphere of your duty, to the post of your honour, to the mansion house of all genuine, serene, and solid satisfaction. We have furnished to the people of England, indeed we have, some real cause of jealousy. Let us leave that sort of company which, if it does not destroy our innocence, pollutes our honour. Let us free ourselves at once from everything that can increase their suspicions and inflame their just resentment. Let us cast away from us, with a generous scorn, all the love tokens and symbols that we have been vain and light enough to accept, all the bracelets and snuff-boxes and miniature pictures and hair devices, and all the adulterous trinkets that are the pledges of our alienation and the monuments of our shame. Let us return to our legitimate home, and all jars and all quarrels will be lost in embraces. Let the Commons in Parliament assembled be one and the same thing with the Commons at large. The distinctions that are made to separate us are unnatural and wicked contrivances. Let us identify, let us incorporate ourselves with the people. Let us cut all the cables and snap the chains which tie us to an unfaithful shore, and enter the friendly harbour that shoots far out into the main, its moles and jetties to receive us. War with the world and peace with our constituents. Be this our motto and our principle. Then, indeed, we shall be truly great. Respecting ourselves, we shall be respected by the world. At present all is troubled and cloudy and distracted, and full of anger and turbulence, both abroad and at home. But the air may be cleared by this storm, and light and fertility may follow it. Let us give a faithful pledge to the people that we honour indeed the crown, but that we belong to them, that we are their auxiliaries and not their taskmasters, the fellow labourers in the same vineyard, not lording over their rights, but helpers of their joy, that to tax them is a grievance to ourselves, but to cut off from our enjoyments to forward theirs is the highest gratification we are capable of receiving. I feel with comfort that we are all warmed with these sentiments, and while we are thus warm, I wish we may go directly and with a cheerful heart to this salutary work. Sir, I move for leave to bring in a bill for the better regulation of His Majesty's civil establishments and of certain public offices, for the limitation of pensions and the suppression of sundry useless, expensive, and inconvenient places, and for applying the moneys saved thereby to the public service. Lord North stated that there was a difference between this bill for regulating the establishments and some of the others, as they affected the ancient patrimony of the Crown, and therefore wished them to be postponed till the King's consent could be obtained. This distinction was strongly controverted, but when it was insisted on as a point of decorum only, it was agreed to postpone them to another day. Accordingly, on the Monday following, viz. February 14, leave was given, on the motion of Mr. Burke, without opposition, to bring in, first, a bill for the sale of the forest and other Crown lands, rents and hereditaments, with certain exceptions, and for applying the produce thereof to the public service, and for securing, ascertaining, and satisfying tenant rights, and common and other rights. Second, a bill for the more perfectly uniting to the Crown the Principality of Wales and the County Palatine of Chester, and for the more commodious administration of justice within the same, as also for abolishing certain offices now appertaining thereto, for quieting dormant claims, ascertaining and securing tenant rights, and for the sale of all forest lands and other lands, tenements, and hereditaments held by His Majesty in right of the said Principality or County Palatine of Chester, and for applying the produce thereof to the public service. Third, a bill for uniting to the Crown the Duchy and County Palatine of Lancaster, for the suppression of unnecessary offices now belonging thereto, for the ascertainment and security of tenant and other rights, and for the sale of all rents, lands, tenements, hereditaments, and forests within the said Duchy and County Palatine, or either of them, and for applying the produce thereof to the public service. And it was ordered that Mr. Burke, Mr. Fox, Lord John Cavendish, Sir George Savile, Colonel Barre, Mr. Thomas Townsend, Mr. Byng, Mr. Dunning, Sir Joseph Morby, Mr. Recorder of London, Sir Robert Clayton, Mr. Frederick Montague, the Earl of Upper Ossory, Sir William Guise, and Mr. Gilbert do prepare and bring in the same. At the same time, Mr. Burke moved for leave to bring in, fourth, a bill for uniting the Duchy of Cornwall to the Crown, for the suppression of certain unnecessary offices now belonging thereto, for the ascertainment and security of tenant and other rights, and for the sale of certain rents, lands, and tenements within or belonging to the said Duchy, and for applying the produce thereof to the public service. But some objections being made by the Surveyor General of the Duchy concerning the rights of the Prince of Wales, now in his minority, and Lord North remaining perfectly silent, Mr. Burke at length, though he strongly contended against the principle of the objection, consented to withdraw this last motion for the present, to be renewed upon an early occasion. End of section 19.
Section 20 of the works of the Right Honourable Edmund Burke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The Works of the Right Honourable Edmund Burke, Volume 2. Speech at Bristol, previous to the election, September 6, 1780, Part 1. Speech at the Guildhall in Bristol, previous to the late election in that city, upon certain points relative to his parliamentary conduct, 1780. Mr. Mayor and gentlemen, I am extremely pleased at the appearance of this large and respectable meeting. The steps I may be obliged to take will want the sanction of a considerable authority, and in explaining anything which may appear doubtful in my public conduct, I must naturally desire a very full audience. I have been backward to begin my canvass. The dissolution of the Parliament was uncertain, and it did not become me, by an unseasonable importunity, to appear diffident of the effect of my 6 years' endeavours to please you. I had served the city of Bristol honourably, and the city of Bristol had no reason to think that the means of honourable service to the public were become indifferent to me. I found on my arrival here that 3 gentlemen had been long in eager pursuit of an object which but 2 of us can obtain. I found that they had all met with encouragement. A contested election in such a city as this is no light thing. I paused on the brink of the precipice. These 3 gentlemen, by various merits and on various titles, I made no doubt were worthy of your favour. I shall never attempt to raise myself by deprecating the merits of my competitors. In the complexity and confusion of these cross pursuits, I wished to take the authentic public sense of my friends upon a business of so much delicacy. I wished to take your opinion along with me that if I should give up the contest at the very beginning, my surrender of my post may not seem the effect of inconstancy, or timidity, or anger, or disgust, or indolence, or any other temper unbecoming a man who has engaged in the public service. If, on the contrary, I should undertake the election and fail of success, I was full as anxious that it should be manifest to the whole world that the peace of the city had not been broken by my rashness, presumption, or fond conceit of my own merit. I am now come, by a false and counterfeit show of deference to your judgment, to seduce it in my favour. I ask it seriously and unaffectedly. If you wish that I should retire, I shall not consider that advice as a censure upon my conduct, or an alteration in your sentiments, but as a rational submission to the circumstances of affairs. If, on the contrary, you should think it proper for me to proceed on my canvass, if you will risk the trouble on your part, I will risk it on mine. My pretensions are such as you cannot be ashamed of, whether they succeed or fail. If you call upon me, I shall solicit the favour of the city upon manly ground. I come before you with the plain confidence of an honest servant in the equity of a candid and discerning master. I come to claim your approbation, not to amuse you with vain apologies, or with professions still more vain and senseless. I have lived too long to be served by apologies, or to stand in need of them. The part I have acted has been in open days, and to hold out to a conduct which stands in that clear and steady light for all its good and all its evil, to hold out to that conduct the paltry, winking tapers of excuses and promises, I never will do it. They may obscure it with their smoke, but they never can illume sunshine by such a flame as theirs. I am sensible that no endeavours have been left untried to injure me in your opinion. But the use of character is to be a shield against calumny. I could wish, undoubtedly, if idle wishes were not the most idle of all things, to make every part of my conduct agreeable to every one of my constituents. But in so great a city, and so greatly divided as this, it is weak to expect it. In such a discordancy of sentiments, it is better to look to the nature of things than to the humours of men. The very attempt towards pleasing everybody discovers a temper always flashy and often false and insincere. Therefore, as I have proceeded straight onward in my conduct, so I will proceed in my account of those parts of it which have been most accepted to. But I must first beg leave just to hint to you that we may suffer very great detriment by being open to every talker. It is not to be imagined how much of service is lost from spirits full of activity and full of energy, who are pressing, who are rushing forward to great and capital objects, when you oblige them to be continually looking back. Whilst they are defending one service, they defraud you of 100. Applaud us when we run, console us when we fall, cheer us when we recover, but let us pass on, for God's sake, let us pass on. Do you think, gentlemen, that every public act in the 6 years since I stood in this place before you, that all the arduous things which have been done in this eventful period, which has crowded into a few years' space the revolutions of an age, can be opened to you on their fair grounds in half an hour's conversation? But it is no reason, because there is a bad mode of inquiry, that there should be no examination at all. Most certainly it is our duty to examine, it is our interest too, but it must be with discretion, with an attention to all the circumstances and to all the motives, like sound judges, and not like cavilling pettifoggers and quibbling pleaders, prying into flaws and hunting for exceptions. Look, gentlemen, to the whole tenor of your member's conduct. Try whether his ambition or his avarice have jostled him out of the straight line of duty, or whether that grand foe of the offices of active life, that master vice in men of business, a degenerate and inglorious sloth, has made him flag and languish in his course. This is the object of our inquiry. If our member's conduct can bear this touch, mark it for sterling. He may have fallen into errors. He must have fault, but our error is greater, and our fault is radically ruinous to ourselves, if we do not bear, if we do not even applaud, the whole compound and mixed mass of such a character. Not to act thus is folly. I had almost said it is impiety. He censures God, who quarrels with the imperfections of man. Gentlemen, we must not be peevish with those who serve the people, for none will serve us whilst there is a court to serve, but those who are of a nice and jealous honor. They who think everything in comparison of that honor to be dust and ashes will not bear to have it soiled and impaired by those for whose sake they make 1,000 sacrifices to preserve it immaculate and whole. We shall either drive such men from the public stage, or we shall send them to the court for protection, where, if they must sacrifice their reputation, they will at least secure their interest. Depend upon it that the lovers of freedom will be free. None will violate their conscience to please us, in order afterwards to discharge that conscience, which they have violated by doing us faithful and affectionate service. If we degrade and deprave our minds by servility, it will be absurd to expect that they who are creeping and abject towards us will ever be bold and incorruptible assertors of our freedom against the most seducing and the most formidable of all powers. No, human nature is not so formed, nor shall we improve the faculties or better the morals of public men by our possession of the most infallible receipt in the world for making cheats and hypocrites. Let me say with plainness, I, who am no longer in a public character, that if by a fair, by an indulgent, by a gentlemanly behavior to our representatives, we do not give confidence to their minds and a liberal scope to their understandings, if we do not permit our members to act upon a very enlarged view of these things, we shall at length infallibly degrade our national representation into a confused and scuffling bustle of local agency. When the popular member is narrowed in his ideas and rendered timid in his proceedings, the service of the crown will be the sole nursery of statesmen. Among the frolics of the court it may at length take that of attending to its business. Then the monopoly of mental power will be added to the power of all other kinds it possesses. On the side of the people there will be nothing but impotence. For ignorance is impotence, narrowness of mind is impotence, timidity is itself impotence, and makes all other qualities that go along with it impotent and useless. At present, it is the plan of the court to make its servants insignificant. If the people should fall into the same humor and should choose their servants on the same principles of mere obsequiousness and flexibility and total vacancy or indifference of opinion in all public matters, then no part of the state will be sound, and it will be in vain to think of saving it. I thought it very expedient at this time to give you this candid counsel, and with this counsel I would willingly close if the matters at which various times have been ejected to me in this city concerned only myself and my own election. These charges, I think, are 4 in number: my neglect of a due attention to my constituents, the not paying more frequent visits here, my conduct on the affairs of the first Irish Trade Acts, my opinion and mode of proceeding on Lord Beauchamp's debtors' bills, and my votes on the late affairs of the Roman Catholics. All of these, except perhaps the first, relate to matters of very considerable public concern, and it is not lest you should censure me improperly, but lest you should form improper opinions on matters of some moment to you, that I trouble you at all upon the subject. My conduct is of small importance. With regard to the first charge, my friends have spoken to me of it in the style of amicable expostulation, not so much blaming the thing as lamenting the effects. Others, less partial to me, were less kind in assigning the motives. I admit there is a decorum and propriety in a member of Parliament's paying a respectful court to his constituents. If I were conscious to myself that pleasure, or dissipation, or low, unworthy occupations had detained me from personal attendance on you, I would readily admit my fault, and quietly submit to the penalty. But, gentlemen, I live at 100 miles distance from Bristol, and at the end of a session I come to my own house, fatigued in body and in mind, to a little repose, and to a very little attention to my family and my private concerns. A visit to Bristol is always a sort of canvass, else it will do more harm than good. To pass from the toils of a session to the toils of a canvass is the furthest thing in the world from repose. I could hardly serve you as I have done, and court you too. Most of you have heard that I do not very remarkably spare myself in public business, and in the private business my constituents I have done very near as much as those who have nothing else to do. My canvass of you was not on the Change, nor in the county meetings, nor in the clubs of this city. It was in the House of Commons, it was at the Custom House, it was at the Council, it was at the Treasury, it was at the Admiralty. I canvassed you through your affairs and not your persons. I was not only your representative as a body, I was the agent, the solicitor of individuals. I ran about wherever your affairs could call me, and in acting for you I often appeared rather as a ship-broker than a member of Parliament. There was nothing too laborious or too low for me to undertake. The meanness of the business was raised by the dignity of the object. If some lesser matters have slipped through my fingers, it was because I filled my hands too full, and in my eagerness to serve you, took in more than any hands could grasp. Several gentlemen stand round me who are my willing witnesses, and there are others who, if they were here, would be still better, because they would be unwilling witnesses to the same truth. It was in the middle of a summer residence in London, and in the middle of a negotiation at the Admiralty for your trade, that I was called to Bristol, and this late visit at this late day has been possibly in prejudice to your affairs. Since I have touched upon this matter, let me say, gentlemen, that if I had a disposition or a right to complain, I have some cause of complaint on my side. With a petition of this city in my hand, passed through the corporation without a dissenting voice, a petition in unison with almost the whole voice of the kingdom, with whose formal thanks I was covered over, whilst I laboured on no less than 5 bills for a public reform, and fought against the opposition of great abilities and of the greatest power, every clause and every word of the largest of those bills, almost to the very last day of a very long session, all this time a canvass in Bristol was as calmly carried on as if I were dead. I was considered as a man wholly out of question, whilst I watched and fasted and sweated in the House of Commons, by the most easy and ordinary arts of election, by dinner and visits, by how-do-you-dos, and my worthy friends, I was to be quietly moved out of my seat, and promises were made and engagements entered into without any exception or reserve, as if my laborious zeal in my duty had been a regular abdication of my trust. To open my whole heart to you on this subject, I do confess, however, that there were other times, besides the 2 years in which I did visit you, when I was not wholly without leisure for repeating that mark of my respect. But I could not bring my mind to see you. You remember that in the beginning of this American war, that era of calamity, disgrace, and downfall, an era which no feeling mind will ever mention without a tear for England, you were greatly divided, and a very strong body, if not the strongest, opposed itself to the madness which every art and every power were employed to render popular, in order that the errors of the rulers might be lost in the general blindness of the nation. This opposition continued until after our great but most unfortunate victory at Long Island. Then all the mounds and banks of our constancy were borne down at once, and the frenzy of the American war broke in upon us like a deluge. This victory, which seemed to put an immediate end to all difficulties, perfected us in that spirit of domination which our unparalleled prosperity had but too long nurtured. We had been so very powerful and so very prosperous that even the humblest of us were degraded into the vices and follies of kings. We lost all measure between means and ends, and our headlong desires became our politics and our morals. All men who wished for peace or retained any sentiments of moderation were overborne or silenced, and this city was led by every artifice, and probably with the more management because I was one of your members, to distinguish itself by its zeal for that fatal cause. In this temper of yours and of my mind, I should sooner have fled to the extremities of the earth than hate shown myself here. I, who saw in every American victory, for you have had a long series of these misfortunes, the germ and the seed of the naval power of France and Spain, which all our heat and warmth against America was only hatching into life. I should not have been a welcome visitant, with the brow and the language of such feelings. When afterwards the other face of your calamity was turned upon you and showed itself in defeat and distress, I shunned you full as much. I felt sorely this variety in our wretchedness, and I did not wish to have the least appearance of insulting you with that show of superiority, which, though it may not be assumed, is generally suspected in a time of calamity from those whose previous warnings have been despised. I could not bear to show you a representative whose face did not reflect that of his constituents, a face that could not joy in your joys and sorrow in your sorrows. But time at length has made us all of one opinion, and we have all opened our eyes on the true nature of the American war, to the true nature of all its successes and all its failures. In that public storm, too, I had my private feelings. I had seen blown down and prostrate on the ground several of those houses to whom I was chiefly indebted for the honor this city has done to me. I confess that, whilst the wounds of those I loved were yet green, I could not bear to show myself in pride and triumph in that place into which their partiality had brought me, and to appear at peace and rejoicing in the midst of the grief and calamity of my warm friends, my zealous supporters, my generous benefactors. This is a true, unvarnished, undisguised state of the affair. You will judge of it. This is the only one of the charges in which I am personally concerned. As to the other matters objected against me, which in their turn I shall mention to you, remember once more I do not mean to extenuate or excuse. Why should I, when the things charged are among those upon which I found all my reputation? What would be left to me if I myself was the man who softened and blended and diluted and weakened all the distinguishing colors of my life, so as to leave nothing distinct and determinate in my whole conduct? It has been said, and it is the second charge, that in the questions of the Irish trade I did not consult the interest of my constituents, or, to speak out strongly, that I rather acted as a native of Ireland than as an English member of Parliament. I certainly have very warm good wishes for the place of my birth, but the sphere of my duties is my true country. It was as a man attached to your interests and zealous for the conservation of your power and dignity that I acted on that occasion and on all occasions. You were involved in the American War. A new world of policy was opened to which it was necessary we should conform, whether we would or not, and my only thought was how to conform to our situation in such a manner as to unite to this kingdom, in prosperity and in affection, whatever remained of the empire. I was true to my old standing, invariable principle that all things which came from Great Britain should issue as a gift of her bounty and beneficence, rather than as claims recovered against a struggling litigant, or at least that, if your beneficence obtained no credit in your concessions, yet that they should appear the salutary provisions of your wisdom and foresight, not as things wrung from you with your blood by the cruel gripe of a rigid necessity. The first concessions, by being, much against my will, mangled and stripped of the parts which were necessary to make out their just correspondence in connection and trade, were of no use. The next year a feeble attempt was made to bring the things into better shape. This attempt, countenanced by the minister on the very first appearance of some popular uneasiness, was, after a considerable progress through the House, thrown out by him. What was the consequence? The whole kingdom of Ireland was instantly in a flame. Threatened by foreigners and, as they thought, insulted by England, they resolved at once to resist the power of France and to cast off yours. As for us, we were able neither to protect nor to restrain them. 40,000 men were raised and disciplined without commission from the crown. 2 illegal armies were seen with banners displayed at the same time and in the same country. No executive magistrate, no judicature in Ireland would acknowledge the legality of the army which bore the king's commission, and no law or appearance of law authorized the army commissioned by itself. In this unexampled state of things, which the least error, the least trespass on the right or left, would have hurried down the precipice into an abyss of blood and confusion, the people of Ireland demand a freedom of trade with arms in their hands. They interdict all commerce between the two nations. They deny all new supply in the House of Commons, although in time of war. They stint the trust of the old revenue, given for 2 years to all the king's predecessors, to 6 months. The British Parliament in a former session, frightened into a limited concession by the menaces of Ireland, frightened out of it by the menaces of England, was now frightened back again and made a universal surrender of all that had been thought the peculiar, reserved, uncommunicable rights of England, the exclusive commerce of America, of Africa, of the West Indies, all the enumerations of the acts of navigation, all the manufactures, iron, glass, even the last pledge of jealousy and pride, the interest hid in the secret of our hearts, the in veritate prejudice molded into the constitution of our frame, even the sacred fleece itself, all went together. No reserve, no exception, no debate, no discussion. A sudden light broke in upon us all. It broke in not through well-contrived and well-disposed windows, but through flaws and breaches, through the yawning chasms of our ruin. We were taught wisdom by humiliation. No town in England presumed to have a prejudice or dared to mutter a petition. What was worse, the whole Parliament of England, which retained authority for nothing but surrenders, was despoiled of every shadow of its superintendence. It was, without any qualification, denied in theory, as it had been trampled upon in practice. This scene of shame and disgrace has, in a manner, whilst I am speaking, ended by the perpetual establishment of a military power in the dominions of this crown, without consent of the British legislature, contrary to the policy of the Constitution, contrary to the Declaration of Right, and by this your liberties are swept away along with your supreme authority, and both, linked together from the beginning, have, I am afraid, both together perished forever. What, gentlemen, was I not to foresee, or foreseeing, was I not to endeavor to save you from all these multiplied mischiefs and disgraces? With the little silly canvas prattle of obeying instructions, and having no opinions but yours, and such idle senseless tales, which amuse the vacant ears of unthinking men, have saved you from the pelting of that pitiless storm, to which the loose improvidence, the cowardly rashness of those who dare not look danger in the face so as to provide against it in time, and therefore throw themselves headlong into the midst of it, have exposed this degraded nation, beat down and prostrate on the earth, unsheltered, unarmed, unresisting? Was I an Irishman on that day that I boldly withstood our pride? Or on the day that I hung down my head and wept in shame and silence over the humiliation of Great Britain? I became unpopular in England for the one, and in Ireland for the other. What then? What obligation lay on me to be popular? I was bound to serve both kingdoms. To be pleased with my service was their affair, not mine. I was an Irishman in the Irish business, just as much as I was an American when, on the same principles, I wished you to concede to America at a time when she prayed concession at our feet. Just as much was I an American when I wished Parliament to offer terms and victory, and not to wait the well-chosen hour of defeat, for making goods by weakness and by supplication a claim of prerogative, preeminence, and authority. Instead of requiring it from me as a point of duty to kindle with your passions, had you all been as cool as I was, you would have been saved disgraces and distresses that are unutterable. Do you remember our commission? We sent out a solemn embassy across the Atlantic Ocean to lay the crown, the peerage, the commons of Great Britain at the feet of the American Congress. That our disgrace might want no sort of brightening and burnishing, observe who they were that composed this famous embassy. My Lord Carlisle is among the first ranks of our nobility. He is the identical man who, but 2 years before, had been put forward at the opening of a session in the House of Lords as the mover of a haughty and rigorous address against America. He was put in the front of the embassy of submission. Mr. Eden was taken from the office of Lord Suffolk, to whom he was then Under Secretary of State, from the office of that Lord Suffolk who, but a few weeks before in his place in Parliament, did not deign to inquire where a congress of vagrants was to be found. This Lord Suffolk sent Mr. Eden to find these vagrants, without knowing where his king's generals were to be found, who were joined in the same commission of supplicating those whom they were sent to subdue. They entered the capital of America only to abandon it, and these assertors and representatives of the dignity of England at the tail of a flying army let fly their Parthian shafts of memorials and remonstrances at random behind them. Their promises and their offers, their flatteries and their menaces were all despised, and we were saved the disgrace of their formal reception only because the Congress scorned to receive them, whilst the State House of independent Philadelphia opened her doors to the public entry of the ambassador of France. From war and blood we went to submission, and from submission plunged back again to war and blood, to desolate and be desolated, without measure, hope, or end. I am a royalist. I blushed for this degradation of the crown. I am a Whig. I blushed for the dishonor of Parliament. I am a true Englishman. I felt to the quick for the disgrace of England. I am a man. I felt for the melancholy reverse of human affairs in the fall of the first power in the world. To read what was approaching in Ireland, in the black and bloody characters of the American War, was a painful, but it was a necessary part of my public duty. For, gentlemen, it is not your fond desires or mine that can alter the nature of things, by contending against which, what have we got, or shall ever get, but defeat and shame? I did not obey your instructions. No, I conformed to the instructions of truth and nature, and maintained your interest against your opinions with the constancy that became me. A representative worthy of you ought to be a person of stability. I am to look indeed to your opinions, but to such opinions as you and I must have 5 years hence. I was not to look to the flash of the day. I knew that you chose me in my place along with others to be a pillar of the state, and not a weathercock on the top of the edifice, exalted for my levity and versatility, and of no use but to indicate the shiftings of every fashionable gale. Would to God the value of my sentiments on Ireland and on America had been at this day a subject of doubt and discussion. No matter what my sufferings had been, so that this kingdom had kept the authority I wished it to maintain by a grave foresight and by an equitable temperance in the use of its power. The next article of charge on my public conduct, and that which I find rather the most prevalent of it all, is Lord Beauchamp's bill. His bill of his last session for reforming the law process concerning imprisonment. It is said to aggravate the offense that I treated the petition of this city with contempt even in presenting it to the House, and expressed myself in terms of marked disrespect. Had this latter part of the charge been true, no merits on the side of the question which I took could possibly excuse me. But I am incapable of treating this city with disrespect. Very fortunately at this minute, if my bad eyesight does not deceive me, the worthy gentleman deputed on this business stands directly before me. To him I appeal, whether I did not, though it militated with my oldest and my most recent public opinions, deliver the petition with a strong and more than usual recommendation to the consideration of the House, on account of the character and consequence of those who signed it. I believe the worthy gentleman will tell you that, the very day I received it, I applied to the solicitor, now the Attorney General, to give it an immediate consideration, and he most obligingly and instantly consented to employ a great deal of his very valuable time to write an explanation of the bill. I attended the committee with all possible care and diligence in order that every objection of yours might meet with a solution or produce an alteration. I entreated your learned recorder, always ready in business in which you take a concern, to attend. But what will you say to those who blame me for supporting Lord Beauchamp's bill as a disrespectful treatment of your petition, when you hear that, out of respect to you, I myself was the cause of the loss of that very bill? For the noble lord who brought it in, and who, I must say, has much merit for this and some other measures, at my request consented to put it off for a week, which the Speaker's illness lengthened to a fortnight, and then the frantic tumult about popery drove that and every rational business from the House, so that if I chose to make a defence of myself on the little principles of a culprit pleading in his exculpation, I might not only secure my acquittal, but make merit with the opposers of the bill. But I shall do no such thing. The truth is that I did occasion the loss of the bill, and by a delay caused by my respect to you, but such an event was never in my contemplation, and I am so far from taking credit for the defeat of that measure that I cannot sufficiently lament my misfortune, if but one man, who ought to be at large, has passed a year in prison by my means. I am a debtor to the debtors. I confess judgment. I owe what, if ever it be in my power, I shall most certainly pay, ample atonement and usurious amends to liberty and humanity for my unhappy lapse. For, gentlemen, Lord Beauchamp's bill was a law of justice and policy as far as it went. I say as far as it went, for its fault was its being in the remedial part miserably defective. End of section 20. Section 21 of the works of the Right Honourable Edmund Burke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The works of the Right Honourable Edmund Burke, Volume 2. Speech at Bristol previous to the election, September 6, 1780, Part 2. There are two capital faults in our law with relation to civil debts. One is that every man is presumed solvent, a presumption in innumerable cases directly against truth. Therefore, the debtor is ordered, on a supposition of ability and fraud, to be coerced his liberty until he makes payment. By this means, in all cases of civil insolvency, without a pardon from his creditor, he is to be imprisoned for life. And thus a miserable mistaken invention of artificial science operates to change a civil into a criminal judgment, and discourage misfortune or indiscretion with a punishment which the law does not inflict on the greatest crimes. The next fault is that the inflicting of that punishment is not on the opinion of an equal and public judge, but is referred to the arbitrary discretion of a private, nay, interested and irritated individual. He, who formally is and substantially ought to be the judge, is in reality no more than ministerial, a mere executive instrument of a private man who is at once judge and party. Every idea of judicial order is subverted by this procedure. If the insolvency be no crime, why is it punished with arbitrary imprisonment? If it be a crime, why is it delivered into private hands to pardon without discretion, or to punish without mercy and without measure? To these faults, gross and cruel faults in our law, the excellent principle of Lord Beauchamp's bill applied some sort of remedy. I know that credit must be preserved, but equity must be preserved too, and it is impossible that anything should be necessary to commerce which is inconsistent with justice. The principle of credit was not weakened by that bill. God forbid. The enforcement of that credit was only put into the same public judicial hands on which we depend for our lives and all that makes life dear to us. But, indeed, this business was taken up too warmly both here and elsewhere. The bill was extremely mistaken. It was supposed to enact what it never enacted, and complaints were made of clauses in it as novelties which existed before the noble lord that brought in the bill was born. There was a fallacy that ran through the whole of the objections. The gentlemen who opposed the bill always argued as if the option lay between that bill and the ancient law. But this is a grand mistake, for, practically, the option is between not the bill and the old law, but between that bill and those occasional laws called acts of grace. For the operation of the old law is so savage and so inconvenient to society that for a long time past, once in every parliament, and lately twice, the legislature has been obliged to make a general arbitrary jail delivery, and at once to set open, by its sovereign authority, all the prisons in England. Gentlemen, I never relished acts of grace, nor ever submitted to them, but from despair of better. They are a dishonourable invention by which, not from humanity, not from policy, but merely because we have not room enough to hold these victims of the absurdity of our laws, we turn loose upon the public 3,000 or 4,000 naked wretches, corrupted by the habits, debased by the ignominy of a prison. If the creditor had a right to those carcasses as a natural security for his property, I am sure we have no right to deprive him of that security. But if the few pounds of flesh were not necessary to his security, we had not a right to detain the unfortunate debtor, without any benefit at all to the person who confined him. Take it as you will, we commit injustice. Now, Lord Beauchamp's bill intended to do deliberately and with great caution and circumspection upon each several case, and with all attention to the just claimant, what acts of grace do in a much greater measure, and with very little care, caution, or deliberation. I suspect that here too, if we contrive to oppose this bill, we shall be found in a struggle against the nature of things. For, as we grow enlightened, the public will not bear for any length of time to pay for the maintenance of whole armies of prisoners, nor, at their own expense, submit to keep jails as a sort of garrisons, merely to fortify the absurd principle of making men judges in their own cause. for credit has little or no concern in this cruelty. I speak in a commercial assembly. You know that credit is given because capital must be employed, that men calculate the chances of insolvency, and they either withhold the credit or make the debtor pay the risk in the price. The counting house has no alliance with the jail. Holland understands trade as well as we, and she has done much more than this obnoxious bill intended to do. There was not, when Mr. Howard visited Holland, more than one prisoner for debt in the great city of Rotterdam. Although Lord Beauchamp's Act, which was previous to this bill and intended to feel the way for it, has already preserved liberty to thousands, and though it is not 3 years since the last Act of Grace passed, yet by Mr. Howard's last account there were near 3,000 again in jail. I cannot name this gentleman without remarking that his labors and writings have done much to open the eyes and hearts of mankind. He has visited all Europe, not to survey the sumptuousness of palaces or the stateliness of temples, not to make accurate measurements of the remains of ancient grandeur, nor to form a scale of the curiosity of modern art, not to collect medals or collate manuscripts, but to dive into the depths of dungeons, to plunge into the infection of hospitals, to survey the mansions of sorrow and pain, to take the gauge and dimensions of misery, depression, and contempt, to remember the forgotten, to attend to the neglected, to visit the forsaken, and to compare and collate the distresses of all men in all countries. His plan is original, and it is as full of genius as it is of humanity. It was a voyage of discovery, a circumnavigation of charity. Already the benefit of his labor is felt more or less in every country. I hope he will anticipate his final reward by seeing all its effects fully realized in his own. He will receive, not by retail, but in gross, the reward of those who visit the prisoner. And he has so forestalled and monopolized this branch of charity that there will be, I trust, little room to merit by such acts of benevolence hereafter. Nothing now remains to trouble you but the fourth charge against me, the business of the Roman Catholics. It is a business closely connected with the rest. They are all on one and the same principle. My little scheme of conduct, such as it is all arranged. I could do nothing but what I have done on this subject without confounding the whole train of my ideas and disturbing the whole order of my life. Gentlemen, I ought to apologize to you for seeming to think anything at all necessary to be said upon this matter. The calumny is fitter to be scrawled with the midnight chalk of incendiaries, with no popery, on walls and doors of devoted houses, than to be mentioned in any civilized company. I had heard that the spirit of discontent on that subject was very prevalent here. With pleasure I find that I have been grossly misinformed. If it exists at all in this city, the laws have crushed its exertions, and our morals have shamed its appearance in daylight. I have pursued this spirit wherever I could trace it, but it still fled from me. It was a ghost which had all heard of, but none had seen. None would acknowledge that he thought the public proceeding with regard to our Catholic dissenters to be blamable, but several were sorry it had made an ill impression upon others, and that my interest was hurt by my share in the business. I find with satisfaction and pride that not above 4 or 5 in this city, and I dare say these, misled by some gross misrepresentation, have signed that symbol of delusion and bond of sedition, that libel on the national religion and English character, the Protestant Association. It is therefore, gentlemen, not by way of cure, but of prevention, and lest the arts of wicked men may prevail over the integrity of any one amongst us, that I think it necessary to open to you the merits of this transaction pretty much at large, and I beg your patience upon it. For although the reasonings that have been used to depreciate the act are of little force, and though the authority of the men concerned in this ill design is not very imposing, yet the audaciousness of these conspirators against the national honor, and the extensive wickedness of their attempts, have raised persons of little importance to a degree of evil eminence, and imparted a sort of sinister dignity to proceedings that had their origin in only the meanest and blindest malice. In explaining to you the proceedings of Parliament which have been complained of, I will state to you, first, the thing that was done, next, the persons who did it, and lastly, the grounds and reasons upon which the legislature proceeded in this deliberate act of public justice and public prudence. Gentlemen, the condition of our nature is such that we buy our blessings at a price. The Reformation, one of the greatest periods of human improvement, was a time of trouble and confusion. The vast structure of superstition and tyranny, which had been for ages in rearing, and which was combined with the interest of the great and of the many, which was molded into the laws, the manners, and civil institutions of nations, and blended with the frame and policy of states, could not be brought to the ground without a fearful struggle, nor could it fall without a violent concussion of itself and all about it. When this great revolution was attempted in a more regular mode by government, it was opposed by plots and seditions of the people. When by popular efforts it was repressed as rebellion by the hand of power, and bloody executions, often bloodily returned, marked the whole of its progress through all its stages. The affairs of religion, which are no longer heard of in the tumult of our present contentions, made a principal ingredient in the wars and politics of that time. The enthusiasm of religion threw a gloom over the politics, and political interest poisoned and perverted the spirit of religion upon all sides. The Protestant religion in that violent struggle, infected as the Popish had been before, by worldly interests and worldly passions, became a persecutor in its turn, sometimes of the new sects, which carried their own principles further than it was convenient to the original reformers, and always of the body from whom they parted. And this persecuting spirit arose not only from the bitterness of retaliation, but from the merciless policy of fear. It was long before the spirit of true piety and true wisdom involved in the principles of the Reformation could be departed from the dregs and feculence of the contention with which it was carried through. However, until this be done, the Reformation is not complete, and those who think themselves good Protestants from their animosity to others are in that respect no Protestants at all. It was at first thought necessary, perhaps, to oppose to popery another popery to get the better of it. Whatever was the cause, laws were made in many countries, and in this kingdom in particular, against papists, which are as bloody as any of those which had been enacted by the popish princes and states. And where those laws were not bloody, in my opinion, they were worse, as they were slow, cruel outrages on our nature, and kept men alive only to insult in their persons every one of the rights and feelings of humanity. I pass those statutes because I would spare your pious ears the repetition of such shocking things, and I come to that particular law, the repeal of which has produced so many unnatural and unexpected consequences. A statute was fabricated in the year 1699, by which the saying Mass, a church service in the Latin tongue, not exactly the same as our liturgy, but very near it, and containing no offense whatsoever against the laws or against good morals, was forged into a crime punishable with perpetual imprisonment. The teaching school, a useful and virtuous occupation, even the teaching in a private family, was in every Catholic subjected to the same unproportionated punishment. Your industry and the bread of your children was taxed for a pecuniary reward to stimulate avarice to do what nature refused, to inform and prosecute on this law. Every Roman Catholic was, under the same act, to forfeit his estate to his nearest Protestant relation, until through a profession of what he did not believe, he redeemed by his hypocrisy what the law had transferred to the kinsman as the recompense of his profligacy. When thus turned out of doors from his paternal estate, he was disabled from acquiring any other by any industry, donation, or charity, but was rendered a foreigner in his native land, only because he retained the religion along with the property handed down to him from those who had been the old inhabitants of that land before him. Does anyone who hears me approve this scheme of things, or think there is common justice, common sense, or common honesty in any part of it? If any does, let him say it, and I am ready to discuss the point with temper and candor. But instead of approving, I perceive a virtuous indignation beginning to rise in your minds on the mere cold stating of the statute. But what will you feel when you know from history how this statute passed, and what were the motives, and what the mode of making it? A party in this nation, enemies to the system of the Revolution, were in opposition to the government of King William. They knew that our glorious deliverer was an enemy to all persecution. They knew that he came to free us from slavery and popery out of a country where a third of the people are contented Catholics under a Protestant government. He came with a part of his army composed of those very Catholics to overset the power of a popish prince. Such is the effect of a tolerating spirit, and so much is liberty served in every way and by all persons by a manly adherence to its own principles. Whilst freedom is true to itself, everything becomes subject to it, and its very adversaries are an instrument in its hands. The party I speak of, like some amongst us who would disparage the best friends of their country, resolved to make the king either violate its principles of toleration, or incur the odium of protecting papists. They therefore brought in this bill and made it purposely wicked and absurd that it might be rejected. The then court party, discovering their game, turned the tables on them and returned their bill to them, stuffed with still greater absurdities, that its loss might lie upon its original authors. They, finding their own ball thrown back to them, kicked it back again to their adversaries. And thus this act, loaded with the double injustice of two parties, neither of whom intended to pass what they hoped the other would be persuaded to reject, went through the legislature contrary to the real wish of all parts of it, and of all the parties that composed it. In this manner these insolent and profligate factions, as if they were playing with balls and counters, made a sport of the fortunes and the liberties of their fellow creatures. Other acts of persecution have been acts of malice. This was a subversion of justice from wantonness and petulance. Look into the history of Bishop Burnet. He is a witness without exception. The effects of the act have been as mischievous as its origin was ludicrous and shameful. From that time, every person of that communion, lay and ecclesiastic, had been obliged to fly from the face of day. The clergy, concealed in garrets of private houses, or obliged to take a shelter, hardly safe to themselves, but infinitely dangerous to their country, under the privileges of foreign ministers, officiated as their servants and under their protection. The whole body of the Catholics, condemned to beggary and to ignorance in their native land, have been obliged to learn the principles of letters, at the hazard of all their other principles, from the charity of your enemies. They have been taxed to their ruin at the pleasure of necessitous and profligate relations, and according to the measure of their necessity and profligacy. Examples of this are many and affecting. Some of them are known by a friend who stands near me in this hall. It is but 6 or 7 years since a clergyman, of the name of Maloney, a man of morals, neither guilty nor accused of anything noxious to the state, was condemned to perpetual imprisonment for exercising the functions of his religion, and after lying in jail 2 or 3 years, was relieved by the mercy of government from perpetual imprisonment on condition of perpetual banishment. A brother of the Earl of Shrewsbury, a Talbot, a name respectable in this country while its glory is any part of its concern, was hauled to the bar of the Old Bailey, among common felons, and only escaped the same doom either by some error in the process, or that the wretch who brought him there could not correctly describe his person. I now forget which. In short, the persecution would never have relented for a moment if the judges, superseding, though with an ambiguous example, the strict rule of their artificial duty by the higher obligation of their conscience, did not constantly throw every difficulty in the way of such informers. But so ineffectual is the power of legal evasion against legal iniquity, that it was but the other day that a lady of condition beyond the middle of life was on the point of being stripped of her whole fortune by a near relation to whom she had been a friend and benefactor, and she must have been totally ruined, without a power of redress or mitigation from the courts of law, had not the legislature itself rushed in and by a special act of Parliament rescued her from the injustice of its own statutes. One of the acts authorizing such things was that which we in part repealed, knowing what our duty was, and doing that duty as men of honor and virtue, as good Protestants, and as good citizens. Let him stand forth that disapproves what we have done. Gentlemen, bad laws are the worst sort of tyranny. In such a country as this, they are of all bad things the worst, worse by far than anywhere else, and they derive a particular malignity even from the wisdom and soundness of the rest of our institutions. For very obvious reasons, you cannot trust the Crown with a dispensing power over any of your laws. However, a government, be it as bad as it may, will, in the exercise of a discretionary power, discriminate times and persons, and will not ordinarily pursue any man when its own safety is not concerned. A mercenary informer knows no distinction. Under such a system, the obnoxious people are slaves not only to the government, but they live at the mercy of every individual. They are at once the slaves of the whole community, and of every part of it, and the worst and most unmerciful men are those on whose goodness they most depend. In this situation, men not only shrink from the frowns of a stern magistrate, but they are obliged to fly from their very species. The seeds of destruction are sown in civil intercourse, in social habitudes. The blood of wholesome kindred is infected. Their tables and beds are surrounded with snares. All the means given by Providence to make life safe and comfortable are perverted into instruments of terror and torment. This species of universal subserviency that makes the very servant who waits behind your chair the arbiter of your life and fortune has such a tendency to degrade and abase mankind, and to deprive them of that assured and liberal state of mind which alone can make us what we ought to be, that I vow to God I would sooner bring myself to put a man to immediate death for opinions I disliked, and so to get rid of the man and his opinions at once, than to fret him with a feverish being, tainted with the jail distemper of a contagious servitude, to keep him above ground, an animated mass of putrefaction, corrupted himself and corrupting all about him. The act repealed was of this direct tendency, and it was made in the manner which I have related to you. I will now tell you by whom the bill of repeal was brought into Parliament. I find it has been industriously given out in this city, from kindness to me unquestionably, that I was the mover or the seconder. The fact is, I did not once open my lips on the subject during the whole process of the bill. I do not say this as a disclaiming my share in that measure. Very far from it. I inform you of this fact, lest I should seem to arrogate myself the merits which belong to others. To have been the man chosen out to redeem our fellow citizens from slavery, to purify our laws from absurdity and injustice, and to cleanse our religion from the blot and stain of persecution, would be an honor and happiness to which my wishes would undoubtedly aspire, but to which nothing but my wishes could possibly have entitled me. That great work was in hands of every respect far better qualified than mine. The mover of the bill was Sir George Savile. When an act of great and signal humanity was to be done, and done with all the weight and authority that belonged to it, the world could cast its eyes upon none but him. I hope that few things which have a tendency to bless or to adorn life have wholly escaped my observation in my passage through it. I have sought the acquaintance of that gentleman, and have seen him in all situations. He is a true genius, with an understanding vigorous and accurate and refined, and distinguishing even to excess, and illuminated with a most unbounded, peculiar, and original cast of imagination. With these he possesses many external and instrumental advantages, and he makes use of them all. His fortune is among the largest, a fortune which, wholly unencumbered as it is with one single charge from luxury, vanity, or excess, sinks under the benevolence of its dispenser. This private benevolence, expanding itself into patriotism, renders his whole being the estate of the public, in which he has not reserved a peliculum for himself of profit, diversion, or relaxation. During the session, the first in and the last out of the House of Commons, he passes from the Senate to the camp, and seldom seeing the seat of his ancestors, he is always in Parliament to serve his country or in the field to defend it. But in all well-wrought compositions some particulars stand out more eminently than the rest, and the things which will carry his name to posterity are his two bills. I mean that for a limitation of the claims of the crown upon landed estates, and this for the relief of the Roman Catholics. By the former he has emancipated property, by the latter he has quieted conscience, and by both he has taught that grand lesson to government and subject, no longer to regard each other as adverse parties. Such was the mover of the act that is complained of by men who are not quite so good as he is, an act most assuredly not brought in by him from any partiality to that sect which is the object of it. For among his faults I really cannot help reckoning a greater degree of prejudice against that people than becomes so wise a man. I know that he inclines to a sort of disgust, mixed with a considerable degree of asperity to the system, and he has few or rather no habits with any of its professors. What he has done was on quite other motives. The motives were these which he declared in his excellent speech on his motion for the bill, namely his extreme zeal to the Protestant religion, which he thought utterly disgraced by the Act of 1699, and his rooted hatred to all kind of oppression under any color or upon any pretense whatsoever. The seconder was worthy of the mover in the motion. I was not the seconder. It was Mr. Dunning, recorder of this city. I shall say the less of him because his near relation to you makes you more particularly acquainted with his merits, but I should appear little acquainted with them, or little sensible of them, if I could utter his name on this occasion without expressing my esteem for his character. I am not afraid of offending a most learned body, and most jealous of its reputation for that learning, when I say he is the first of his profession. It is a point settled by those who settle everything else, and I must add, what I am enabled to say from my own long and close observation, that there is not a man of any profession or in any situation of a more erect and independent spirit, of a more proud honor, a more manly mind, a more firm and determined integrity. Assure yourselves that the names of two such men will bear a great load of prejudice in the other scale before they can be entirely outweighed. With this mover and the seconder agreed the whole House of Commons, the whole House of Lords, the whole bench of bishops, the king, the ministry, the opposition, all the distinguished clergy of the establishment, all the eminent lights, for they were consulted, of the dissenting churches. This according voice of national wisdom ought to be listened to with reverence. To say that all these descriptions of Englishmen unanimously concurred in a scheme for introducing the Catholic religion, or that none of them understood the nature and effects of what they were doing so well as a few obscure clubs of people whose names you never heard of, is shamelessly absurd. Surely it is paying a miserable compliment to the religion we profess to suggest that everything eminent in the kingdom is indifferent or even adverse to that religion, and that its security is wholly abandoned to the zeal of those who have nothing but the zeal to distinguish them. In weighing this unanimous concurrence of whatever the nation has to boast of, I hope you will recollect that all these concurring parties do by no means love one another enough to agree in any point which was not both evidently and importantly right. To prove this, to prove that the measure was both clearly and materially proper, I will next lay before you, as I promised, the political grounds and reasons for the repeal of that penal statute, and the motives to its repeal at that particular time. Gentlemen, America, when the English nation seemed to be dangerously, if not irrevocably divided, when one, and that the most growing branch, was torn from the parent stock, and engrafted on the power of France, a great terror fell upon this kingdom. On a sudden we awakened from our dreams of conquest, and saw ourselves threatened with an immediate invasion, which we were at that time very ill prepared to resist. You remember the cloud that gloomed over us. In that hour of our dismay, from the bottom of the hiding places into which the indiscriminate rigor of our statutes had driven them, came the body of the Roman Catholics. They appeared before the steps of a tottering throne, with one of the most sober, measured, steady, and dutiful addresses that was ever presented to the crown. It was no holiday ceremony, no anniversary compliment of parade and show. It was signed by almost every gentleman of that persuasion of note or property in England. At such a crisis, nothing but a decided resolution to stand or fall with their country could have dictated such an address, the direct tendency of which was to cut off all retreat and to render them peculiarly obnoxious to an invader of their own communion. The address showed, what I long languished to see, that all the subjects of England had cast off all foreign views and connections, and that every man looked for his relief from every grievance at the hands only of his own natural government. It was necessary in our part that the natural government should show itself worthy of that name. It was necessary, at the crisis I speak of, that the supreme power of the state should meet the conciliatory dispositions of the subject. To delay protection would be to reject alliance. And why should it be rejected or even coldly and suspiciously received? If any independent Catholic state should choose to take part with this kingdom in a war with France and Spain, that bigot, if such a bigot could be found, would be heard with little respect. Who could dream of objecting his religion to an ally whom the nation would not only receive with its freest thanks, but purchase with the last remains of its exhausted treasure? To such an ally we should not dare to whisper a single syllable of those base and invidious topics upon which some unhappy men would persuade the state to reject the duty and allegiance of its own members. Is it then because foreigners are in a condition to set our malice at defiance, that with them we are willing to contract engagements of friendship, and to keep them with fidelity and honor, but that, because we conceive some descriptions of our countrymen are not powerful enough to punish our malignity, we will not permit them to support our common interest? Is it on that ground that our anger is to be kindled by their offered kindness? Is it on that ground that they are to be subjected to penalties, because they are willing by actual merit to purge themselves from imputed crimes? Lest by an adherence to the cause of their country they should acquire a title to fair and equitable treatment, are we resolved to furnish them with causes of eternal enmity, and rather supply them with just and founded motives to disaffection than not to have that disaffection in existence to justify an oppression which, not from policy but disposition, we have predetermined to exercise? What shadow of reason could be assigned? Why, at a time when the most Protestant part of this Protestant empire found it for its advantage to unite with the two principal Popish states, to unite itself in the closest bonds with France and Spain, for our destruction, that we should refuse to unite with our own Catholic countrymen for our own preservation? Ought we, like madmen, to tear off the plasters that the lenient hand of prudence had spread over the wounds and gashes which in our delirium of ambition we had given to our own body? No person ever reprobated the American war more than I did, and do, and ever shall. But I never will consent that we should lay additional voluntary penalties on ourselves for a fault which carries but too much of its own punishment in its own nature. For one, I was delighted with the proposal of internal peace. I accepted the blessing with thankfulness and transport. I was truly happy to find one good effect of our civil distractions, that they had put an end to all religious strife and heart-burning in our own bowels. What must be the sentiments of a man who would wish to perpetuate domestic hostility when the causes of dispute are at an end, and who, crying out for peace with one part of the nation on the most humiliating terms, should deny it to those who offer friendship without any terms at all? But if I were unable to reconcile such a denial to the contracted principles of local duty, what answer could I give to the broad claims of general humanity? I confess to you freely that the sufferings and distresses of the people of America in this cruel war have at times affected me more deeply than I can express. I felt every gazette of triumph as a blow upon my heart, which has 100 times sunk and fainted within me at all the mischiefs brought upon those who bear the whole brunt of war in the heart of their country. Yet the Americans are utter strangers to me, a nation among whom I am not sure that I have a single acquaintance. Was I to suffer my mind to be so unaccountably warped? Was I to keep such iniquitous weights and measures of temper and of reason as to sympathize with those who are in open rebellion against an authority which I respect, at war with a country which by every title ought to be, and is, most dear to me, and yet to have no feeling at all for the hardships and indignities suffered by men who by their very vicinity are bound up in a nearer relation to us, who contribute their share, and more than their share, to the common prosperity, who perform the common offices of social life, and who obey the laws to the full as well as I do? Gentlemen, the danger to the state being out of the question, of which, let me tell you, statesmen themselves are apt to have but too exquisite a sense, I could assign no reason of justice, policy, or feeling for not concurring most cordially, as most cordially I did concur, in softening some part of that shameful servitude under which several of my worthy fellow citizens were groaning. Important effects followed this act of wisdom. They appeared at home and abroad to the great benefit of this kingdom, and let me hope to the advantage of mankind at large. It betokened union among ourselves. It showed soundness even on the part of the persecuted, which generally is the weak side of every community. But its most essential operation was not in England. The act was immediately, though very imperfectly, copied in Ireland, and this imperfect transcript of an imperfect act, this first faint sketch of toleration, which did little more than disclose a principle and mark out a disposition, completed in a most wonderful manner the reunion to the state of all the Catholics of that country. It made us what we ought always to have been, one family, one body, one heart and soul, against the family combination and all other combinations of our enemies. We have indeed obligations to that people who received such small benefits with so much gratitude, and for which gratitude and attachment to us I am afraid they have suffered not a little in other places. I dare say you have all heard of the privileges indulged to the Irish Catholics residing in Spain. You likewise heard with what circumstances of severity they have been lately expelled from the seaports of that kingdom, driven into the inland cities, and there detained as a sort of prisoners of state. I have good reason to believe that it was the zeal to our government and our cause, somewhat indiscreetly expressed in one of the addresses of the Catholics of Ireland, which has thus drawn down on their heads the indignation of the court of Madrid, to the inexpressible loss of several individuals, and in future, perhaps, to the great detriment of the whole of their body. Now that our people should be persecuted in Spain for their attachment to this country, and persecuted in this country for their supposed enmity to us, is such a jarring reconciliation of contradictory distresses, is a thing at once so dreadful and ridiculous that no malice short of diabolical would wish to continue any human creatures in such a situation. But honest men will not forget either their merit or their sufferings. There are men, and many I trust there are, who, out of love to their country and their kind, would torture their invention to find excuses for the mistakes of their brethren, and who, to stifle dissension, would construe even doubtful appearances with the utmost favor. Such men will never persuade themselves to be ingenious and refined in discovering disaffection and treason in the manifest, palpable signs of suffering loyalty. Persecution is so unnatural to them that they gladly snatch the very first opportunity of laying aside all the tricks and devices of penal politics, and of returning home after all their irksome and vexatious wanderings, to our natural family mansion, to the grand social principle that unites all men in all descriptions under the shadow of an equal and impartial justice. Men of another sort, I mean the bigoted enemies to liberty, may perhaps in their politics make no account of the good or ill affection of the Catholics of England, who are but a handful of people, enough to torment but not enough to fear, perhaps not so many of both sexes and of all ages as 50,000. But, gentlemen, it is possible you may not know that the people of that persuasion in Ireland amount at least to 16 or 1700,000 souls. I do not at all exaggerate the number. A nation to be persecuted. Whilst we were masters of the sea, embodied with America in an alliance with half the powers of the continent, we might perhaps in that remote corner of Europe afford to tyrannize with impunity. But there is a revolution in our affairs which makes it prudent to be just. In our late awkward contest with Ireland about trade, had religion been thrown in to ferment and embitter the mass of discontents, the consequences might have been truly dreadful. But, very happily, that cause of quarrel was previously quieted by the wisdom of the acts I am commending. Even in England, where I admit the danger from the discontent of that persuasion to be less than in Ireland, yet even here, had we listened to the counsels of fanaticism and folly, we might have wounded ourselves very deeply, and wounded ourselves in a very tender part. You are apprised that the Catholics of England consist mostly of our best manufacturers. Had the legislature chosen, instead of returning their declarations of duty with correspondent goodwill, to drive them to despair, there is a country at their very door to which they would be invited, a country in all respects as good as ours, and with the finest cities in the world ready built to receive them. And thus the bigotry of a free country, and in an enlightened age, would have repeopled the cities of Flanders, which in the darkness of 200 years ago had been desolated by the superstition of a cruel tyrant. Or manufactures were the growth of the persecutions in the Low Countries. What a spectacle would it be to Europe to see us at this time of day balancing the account of tyranny with those very countries, and by our persecutions driving back trade and manufacture, as a sort of vagabonds, to their original settlement. But I trust we shall be saved this last of disgraces. So far as to the effect of the act on the interests of this nation, with regard to the interests of mankind at large, I am sure the benefit was very considerable. Long before this act, indeed, the spirit of toleration began to gain ground in Europe. In Holland, the third part of the people are Catholics. They live at ease and are a sound part of the state. In many parts of Germany, Protestants and Papists partake the same cities, the same councils, and even the same churches. The unbounded liberality of the King of Prussia's conduct on this occasion is known to all the world, and it is of a piece with the other grand maxims of his reign. The magnanimity of the imperial court, breaking through the narrow principles of its predecessors, has indulged its Protestant subjects not only with property, with worship, with liberal education, but with honors and trusts both civil and military. A worthy Protestant gentleman of this country now fills, and fills with credit, a high office in the Austrian Netherlands. Even the Lutheran obstinacy of Sweden has thawed at length, and opened a toleration to all religions. I know myself that in France the Protestants begin to be at rest. The army, which is that country, is everything, is open to them, and some of the military rewards and decorations which the laws deny are supplied by others, to make the service acceptable and honorable. The first minister of finance in that country is a Protestant. 2 years' war without a tax is among the first fruits of their liberality. Tarnished as the glory of this nation is, and far as it has waded into the shades of an eclipse, some beams of its former illumination still play upon its surface, and what is done as England is still looked to as argument and as example. It is certainly true that no law of this country ever met with such universal applause abroad, or was so likely to produce the perfection of that tolerating spirit which, as I observed, has been long gaining ground in Europe. For abroad it was universally thought that we had done what I am sorry to say we had not. They thought we had granted a full toleration. That opinion was, however, so far from hurting the Protestant cause that I declare with the most serious solemnity my firm belief that no one thing done for these 50 years past was so likely to prove deeply beneficial to our religion at large as Sir George Saville's Act. In its effects, it was an act for tolerating and protecting Protestantism throughout Europe. And I hope that those who were taking steps for the quiet and settlement of our Protestant brethren in other countries will, even yet, rather consider the steady equity of the greater and better part of the people of Great Britain than the vanity and violence of a few. End of section 21. Section 22 of the works of the Right Honourable Edmund Burke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The works of the Right Honourable Edmund Burke, Volume 2. Speech at Bristol previous to the election, September 6, 1780, Part 3. I perceive, gentlemen, by the manner of all about me, that you look with horror on the wicked clamour which has been raised on this subject, and that instead of an apology for what was done, you rather demand from me an account, why the execution of the scheme of toleration was not made more answerable to the large and liberal grounds on which it was taken up. The question is natural and proper, and I remember that a great and learned magistrate, distinguished for his strong and systematic understanding, and who at that time was a member of the House of Commons, made the same objections to the proceeding. The statutes as they now stand are without doubt perfectly absurd, but I beg leave to explain the cause of this gross imperfection in the tolerating plan as well and as shortly as I am able. It was universally thought that the session ought not to pass over without doing something in this business. To revise the whole body of the penal statutes was conceived to be an object too big for the time. The penal statute, therefore, which was chosen for repeal, chosen to show our disposition to conciliate, not to perfect a toleration, was this act of ludicrous cruelty, of which I have just given you the history. It is an act which, though not by a great deal so fierce and bloody as some of the rest, was infinitely more ready in the execution. It was the act which gave the greatest encouragement to those pests of society, mercenary informers, and interested disturbers of household peace, and it was observed with truth that the prosecutions, either carried to conviction or compounded for many years, had been all commenced upon that act. It was said that, whilst we were deliberating on a more perfect scheme, the spirit of the age would never come up to the execution of the statutes, which remained, especially as more steps, and a cooperation of more minds and powers were required towards a mischievous use of them, than for the execution of the act to be repealed, that it was better to unravel this texture from below than from above, beginning with the latest, which in general practice is the severest evil. It was alleged that this slow proceeding, which would be attended with the advantage of a progressive experience, and that the people would grow reconciled to toleration when they should find, by the effects, that justice was not so irreconcilable an enemy to convenience as they had imagined. These, gentlemen, were the reasons why we left this good work in the rude, unfinished state in which good works are commonly left, through the tame circumspection with which a timid prudence so frequently enervates beneficence. In doing good we are generally cold and languid and sluggish, and of all things afraid of being too much in the right, but the works of malice and injustice are quite in another style. They are finished with a bold, masterly hand, touched as they are with the spirit of those vehement passions that call forth all our energies whenever we oppress and persecute. Thus this matter was left for the time with a full determination in Parliament not to suffer other and worse statutes to remain for the purpose of counteracting the benefits proposed by the repeal of one penal law, for nobody then dreamed of defending what was done as a benefit, on the ground of its being no benefit at all. We were not then ripe for so mean a subterfuge. I do not wish to go over the horrid scene that was afterwards acted. Would to God it could be expunged forever from the annals of this country. But since it must subsist for our shame, let it subsist for our instruction. In the year 1780 there were found in this nation men deluded enough, for I give the whole to their delusion, on pretenses of zeal and piety, without any sort of provocation whatsoever, real or pretended, to make a desperate attempt, which would have consumed all the glory and power of this country in the flames of London, and buried all law, order, and religion under the ruins of the metropolis of the Protestant world. Whether all this mischief done, or in the direct train of doing, was in their original scheme, I cannot say. I hope it was not. But this would have been the unavoidable consequence of their proceedings, had not the flames they had lighted up in their fury been extinguished in their blood. All this time that this horrid scene was acting or avenging, as well as for some time before and ever since, the wicked instigators of this unhappy multitude, guilty and with every aggravation of all their crimes, and screened in a cowardly darkness from their punishment, continued without interruption, pity, or remorse, to blow up the blind rage of the populace with a continued blast of pestilential libels, which infected and poisoned the very air we breathed in. The main drift of all the libels and all the riots was, to force Parliament, to persuade us was hopeless, into an act of national perfidy which has no example. For, gentlemen, it is proper you should all know what infamy we escaped by refusing that repeal, for a refusal of which it seems I, among others, stand somewhere or other accused. When we took away on the motives which I had the honor of stating to you, a few of the innumerable penalties upon an oppressed and injured people, the relief was not absolute, but given on a stipulation and compact between them and us, for we bound down the Roman Catholics with the most solemn oaths to bear true allegiance to this government, to abjure all sorts of temporal power and any other, and to renounce under the same solemn obligations the doctrines of systematic perfidy with which they stood, I conceive, very unjustly charged. Now our modest petitioners came up to us most humbly, praying nothing more than that we should break our faith, without any one cause whatsoever of forfeiture assigned. And when the subjects of this kingdom had, on their part, fully performed their engagement, we should refuse on our part the benefit we had stipulated on the performance of those very conditions that were prescribed by our own authority, and taken on the sanction of our public faith. That is to say, when we had inveigled them with fair promises within our door, we were to shut it on them, and adding mockery to outrage, to tell them, now we have got you fast. Your consciences are bound to a power resolved on your destruction. We have made you swear that your religion obliges you to keep your faith. Fools as you are, we will now let you see that our religion enjoins us to keep no faith with you. They who would advisedly call upon us to do such things must certainly have thought us not only a convention of treacherous tyrants, but a gang of the lowest and dirtiest wretches that ever disgraced humanity. Had we done this, we should have indeed proved that there were some in the world whom no faith could bind, and we should have convicted ourselves of that odious principle of which papists stood accused by those very savages who wished us, on that accusation, to deliver them over to their fury. In this audacious tumult, when our very name and character as gentlemen was to be cancelled forever, along with the faith and honor of the nation, I, who had exerted myself very little on this quiet passing of the bill, thought it necessary then to come forward. I was not alone, but though some distinguished members on all sides, and particularly on ours, added much to their high reputation by the part they took on that day, a part which will be remembered as long as honor, spirit, and eloquence have estimation in the world, I may and will value myself so far that, yielding in abilities to many, I yielded in zeal to none. With warmth and with vigor, and animated with just and natural indignation, I called forth every faculty that I possessed, and I directed it in every way in which I could possibly employ it. I labored night and day. I labored in Parliament. I labored out of Parliament. If, therefore, the resolution of the House of Commons refusing to commit this act of unmatched turpitude be a crime, I am guilty among the foremost. But indeed, whatever the faults of that House may have been, no one member was found hardy enough to propose so infamous a thing, and on full debate we passed the resolution against the petitions with as much unanimity as we had formerly passed the law of which these petitions demanded the repeal. There was a circumstance, justice will not suffer me to pass it over, which, if anything could enforce the reasons I have given, would fully justify the act of relief, and render a repeal, or anything like a repeal, unnatural, impossible. It was the behavior of the persecuted Roman Catholics under the acts of violence and brutal insolence which they suffered. I suppose there are not in London less than 4,000 or 5,000 of that persuasion from my country, who do a great deal of the most laborious works in the metropolis, and they chiefly inhabit those quarters which were the principal theatre of the fury of the bigoted multitude. They are known to be men of strong arms and quick feelings, and more remarkable for a determined resolution than clear ideas or much foresight. But though provoked by everything that can stir the blood of men, their houses and chapels in flames, and with the most atrocious profanations of everything which they hold sacred before their eyes, not a hand was moved to retaliate or even to defend. Had a conflict once begun, the rage of the persecutors would have redoubled. Thus, fury, increasing by the reverberation of outrages, house being fired for house and church for chapel, I am convinced that no power under heaven could have prevented a general conflagration, and at this day London would have been a tale. But I am well informed, and the thing speaks it, that their clergy exerted their whole influence to keep their people in such a state of forbearance and quiet as, when I look back, fills me with astonishment, but not with astonishment only. Their merits on that occasion ought not to be forgotten, nor will they when Englishmen come to recollect themselves. I am sure it were far more proper to have called them forth, and given them the thanks of both Houses of Parliament, than to have suffered those worthy clergymen and excellent citizens to be hunted into holes and corners, whilst we are making low-minded inquisitions into the number of their people, as if a tolerating principle was never to prevail unless we were very sure that only a few could possibly take advantage of it. But indeed we are not yet well recovered of our fright. Our reason, I trust, will return with our security, and this unfortunate temper will pass over like a cloud. Gentlemen, I have now laid before you a few of the reasons for taking away the penalties of the Act of 1699 and for refusing to establish them on the riotous requisition of 1780. Because I would not suffer anything which may be for your satisfaction to escape, permit me just to touch on the objections urged against our act and our resolves, and intended as a justification of the violence offered to both houses. Parliament, they assert, was too hasty, and they ought, in so essential and alarming a change, to have proceeded with a far greater degree of deliberation. The direct contrary. Parliament was too slow. They took 80 years to deliberate on the repeal of an act which ought not to have survived a second session. When at length, after a procrastination of near a century, the business was taken up, it proceeded in the most public manner by the ordinary stages, and as slowly as a law so evidently right as to be resisted by none would naturally advance. Had it been read 3 times in one day, we should have shown only a becoming readiness to recognize by protection the undoubted dutiful behavior of those whom we had but too long punished for offenses of presumption or conjecture. But for what end was that bill to linger beyond the usual period of an unopposed measure? Was it to be delayed until a rabble in Edinburgh should dictate to the Church of England what measure of persecution was fitting for her safety? Was it to be adjourned until a fanatical force could be collected in London sufficient to frighten us of our ideas of policy and justice? Were we to wait for the profound lectures on the reason of state, ecclesiastical and political, which the Protestant Association have since condescended to read to us? Or were we, 700 peers and commoners, the only persons ignorant of the ribald invectives which occupy the place of argument in those remonstrances, which every man of common observation has heard 1,000 times over, and 1,000 times over had despised? All men had before heard what they dare to say, and all men at this day know what they dare to do, and I trust all honest men are equally influenced by the one and by the other. But they tell us that those our fellow citizens whose chains we have a little relaxed are enemies to liberty and our free constitution. Not enemies, I presume, to their own liberty. And as to the Constitution, until we give them some share in it, I do not know on what pretense we can examine into their opinions about a business in which they have no interest or concern. But, after all, are we equally sure that they are adverse to our Constitution, as that our statutes are hostile and destructive to them? For my part, I have reason to believe their opinions and inclinations in that respect are various, exactly like those of other men, and if they lean more to the crown than I and than many of you think we ought, we must remember that he who aims at another's life is not to be surprised if he flies into any sanctuary that will receive him. The tenderness of the executive power is the natural asylum of those upon whom the laws have declared war, and to complain that men are inclined to favor the means of their own safety is so absurd that one forgets the injustice in the ridicule. I must fairly tell you that, so far as my principles are concerned, principles that I hope will not only depart with my last breath, that I have no idea of a liberty unconnected with honesty and justice, nor do I believe that any good constitutions of government or of freedom can find it necessary for their security to doom any part of the people to a permanent slavery. Such a constitution of freedom, if such can be, is in effect no more than another name for the tyranny of the strongest faction, and factions and republics have been and are full as capable as monarchs of the most cruel oppression and injustice. It is but too true that the love and even the very idea of genuine liberty is extremely rare. It is but too true that there are many whose whole scheme of freedom is made up of pride, perverseness, and insolence. They feel themselves in a state of thraldom. They imagine that their souls are cooped and cabined in unless they have some man or some body of men dependent on their mercy. This desire of having someone below them descends to those who are the very lowest of all, and a Protestant cobbler, debased by his poverty but exalted by his share of the ruling church, feels a pride in knowing it is by his generosity alone that the peer whose footman's instep he measures is able to keep his chaplain from a jail. This disposition is the true source of the passion which many men in very humble life have taken to the American war. Our subjects in America, our colonies, our dependents. This lust of party power is the liberty they hunger and thirst for, and this siren song of ambition has charmed ears that one would have thought were never organized to that sort of music. This way of proscribing the citizens by denominations and general descriptions, dignified by the name of reason of state and security for constitutions and commonwealths, is nothing better at bottom than the miserable invention of an ungenerous ambition which would fain hold the sacred trust of power, without any of the virtues or any of the energies that give a title to it. A receipt of policy made up of a detestable compound of malice, cowardice, and sloth. They would govern men against their will, but in that government they would be discharged from the exercise of vigilance, providence, and fortitude, and therefore, that they may sleep on their watch, they consent to take some one division of the society into partnership of the tyranny over the rest. But let government, in what form it may be, comprehend the whole in its justice, and restrain the suspicious by its vigilance. Let it keep watch and ward. Let it discover by its sagacity and punish by its firmness all delinquency against its power, whenever delinquency exists in the overt acts, and then it will be safe as ever God and nature intended it should be. Crimes are the acts of the individuals and not of denominations, and therefore arbitrarily to class men under general descriptions in order to proscribe and punish them in the lump for presumed delinquency, of which perhaps but a part, perhaps none at all, are guilty, is indeed a compendious method, and saves a world of trouble about proof, but such a method, instead of being law, is an act of unnatural rebellion against the legal dominion of reason and justice, and this vice in any constitution that entertains it at one time or other will certainly bring on its ruin. We are told that this is not a religious persecution, and its abettors are loud in disclaiming all severities on account of conscience. Very fine indeed. Then let it be so. They are not persecutors, they are only tyrants. With all my heart, I am perfectly indifferent concerning the pretexts upon which we torment one another, or whether it be for the Constitution of the Church of England, or for the Constitution of the State of England, that people chose to make their fellow creatures wretched. When we were sent into a place of authority, you that sent us had yourselves but one commission to give. You could give us none to wrong or oppress, or even to suffer any kind of oppression or wrong, on any grounds whatsoever. Not on political, as in the affairs of America, not on commercial, as in those of Ireland, not in civil, as in the laws for debt, not in religious, as in the statutes against Protestant or Catholic dissenters. The diversified but connected fabric of universal justice is well cramped and bolted together in all its parts, and depend upon it, I have never employed, and I never shall employ, any engine of power which may come into the hands to wrench it asunder. All shall stand if I can help it, and all shall stand connected. After all, to complete this work, much remains to be done, much in the east, much in the west. But, great as the work is, if our will be ready, our powers are not deficient. Since you have suffered me to trouble you so much on this subject, permit me, gentlemen, to detain you a little longer. I am indeed most solicitous to give you perfect satisfaction. I find there are some of a better and softer nature than the persons with whom I have supposed myself in debate, who neither think ill of the act of relief, nor by any means desire the repeal, yet who, not accusing but lamenting what was done on account of the consequences, have frequently expressed their wish that the late act had never been made. Some of this description and persons of worth I have met with in this city. They conceive that the prejudices, whatever they might be, of a large part of the people ought not to have been shocked, that their opinions ought to have been previously taken and much attended to, and that thereby the late horrid scenes might have been prevented. I confess my notions are widely different, and I never was less sorry for any action of my life. I like the bill the better on account of the events of all kinds that followed it. It relieved the real sufferers, it strengthened the state, and, by the disorders that ensued, we had clear evidence that there lurked a temper somewhere which ought not to be fostered by the laws. No ill consequences whatever could be attributed to the act itself. We knew beforehand, or we were poorly instructed, that toleration is odious to the intolerant, freedom to the oppressors, property to robbers, and all kinds and degrees of prosperity to the envious. We knew that all these kinds of men would gladly gratify their evil dispositions under the sanction of law and religion, if they could, If they could not yet to make way to their objects, they would do their utmost to subvert all religion and all law. This we certainly knew, but knowing this, is there any reason, because thieves break and steal and thus bring detriment to you and draw ruin on themselves, that I am to be sorry that you are in possession of shops and of warehouses, and of wholesome laws to protect them? Are you to build no houses because desperate men may pull them down upon their own heads? Or if a malignant wretch will cut his own throat because he sees you give alms to the necessitous and deserving, shall his destruction be attributed to your charity and not to his own deplorable madness? If we repent of our good actions, what, I pray you, is left for our faults and follies? It is not the beneficence of the laws, it is the unnatural temper which beneficence can fret and sour that is to be lamented. It is this temper which, by all rational means, ought to be sweetened and corrected. If froward men should refuse this cure, can they vitiate anything but themselves? Does evil so react upon good as not only to retard its motion, but to change its nature? If it can so operate, then good men will always be in the power of the bad, and virtue, by a dreadful reverse of order, must lie under perpetual subjection and bondage to vice. As to the opinion of the people, which some think in such cases is to be implicitly obeyed, near 2 years' tranquillity, which follows the act and its instant imitation in Ireland, proved abundantly that the late horrible spirit was in a great measure the effect of insidious art and perverse industry and gross misrepresentation. But suppose that the dislike had been much more deliberate and much more general than I am persuaded it was, when we know that the opinions of even the greatest multitudes are the standard of rectitude, I shall think myself obliged to make those opinions the masters of my conscience. But if it may be doubted whether omnipotence itself is competent to alter the essential constitution of right and wrong, sure I am that such things as they and I are possessed of no such power. No man carries further than I do the policy of making government pleasing to the people, but the widest range of this politic complaisance is confined within the limits of justice. I would not only consult the interest of the people, but I would cheerfully gratify their humors. We are all a sort of children that must be soothed and managed. I think I am not austere or formal in my nature. I would even play my part in any innocent buffooneries to divert them, but I never will act the tyrant for their amusement. If they will mix malice in their sports, I shall never consent to throw them any living, sentient creature whatsoever, no, not so much as a kitling, to torment. But if I profess all this impolitic stubbornness, I may chance never to be elected into Parliament. It is certainly not pleasing to be put out of the public service, but I wish to be a member of Parliament to have my share of doing good and resisting evil. It would therefore be absurd to renounce my objects in order to obtain my seat. I deceive myself, indeed, most grossly, if I had not much rather pass the remainder of my life hidden in the recesses of the deepest obscurity, beating my mind even with the visions and imaginations of such things, than to be placed on the most splendid throne of the universe, tantalized with the denial of the practice of all which can make the greatest situation and any other than the greatest curse. Gentlemen, I have had my day. I can never sufficiently express my gratitude to you for having set me in a place wherein I could lend the slightest help to a great and laudable designs. If I have had my share in any measure given quiet to private property and private conscience, if by my vote I have aided in securing to families the best possession, peace, if I have joined in reconciling kings to their subjects and subjects to their prince, if I have assisted to loosen the foreign holdings of the citizen and taught him to look for his protection to the laws of his country and for his comfort to the good will of his countrymen, if I have thus taken my part with the best of men in the best of their actions, I can shut the book. I might wish to read a page or two more, but this is enough for my measure. I have not lived in vain. And now, gentlemen, on this serious day when I come, as it were, to make up my account with you, let me take to myself some degree of honest pride on the nature of the charges that are against me. I do not here stand before you accused of venality or of neglect of duty. It is not said that in the long period of my service I have in single instance sacrificed the slightest of your interests to my ambition or to my fortune. It is not alleged that, to gratify any anger or revenge of my own or of my party, I have had a share in wronging or oppressing any description of men, or any one man in any description. No, the charges against me are all of one kind, that I have pushed the principles of general justice and benevolence too far, further than a cautious policy would warrant, and further than the opinions of many would go along with me. In every accident which may happen through life, in pain and sorrow, in depression and distress, I will call to mind this accusation and be comforted. Gentlemen, I submit the whole to your judgment. Mr. Mayor, I thank you for the trouble you have taken on this occasion. In your state of health, it is particularly obliging. If this company should think it advisable for me to withdraw, I shall respectfully retire. If you think otherwise, I shall go directly to the council house, and to the change, and without a moment's delay, begin my canvass. Bristol, September 6, 1780. At a great and respectable meeting of the friends of Edmund Burke, Esquire, held at the Guildhall, this day, the right worshipful the Mayor in the chair resolved that Mr. Burke, as a representative for this city, has done all possible honor to himself as a senator and a man, and that we do heartily and honestly approve of his conduct as the result of an enlightened loyalty to his sovereign, a warm and zealous love to his country through its widely extended empire, a jealous and watchful care of the liberties of his fellow subjects, an enlarged and liberal understanding of our commercial interest, a humane attention to the circumstances of even the lowest ranks of the community, and a true wise, politic, and tolerant spirit in supporting the national church, with a reasonable indulgence to all who dissent from it, and we wish to express the most marked abhorrence of the base arts which have been employed, without regard to truth and reason, to misrepresent his eminent services to his country. Resolved that this resolution be copied out and signed by the chairman, and be by him presented to Mr. Burke as the fullest expression of the respectful and grateful sense we entertain of his merits and services, public and private, to the citizens of Bristol as a man and a representative. Resolved that the thanks of this meeting be given to the right worshipful the Mayor, who so ably and worthily presided in this meeting. Resolved that it is the earnest request of this meeting to Mr. Burke that he should again offer himself a candidate to represent this city in Parliament, assuring him of that full and strenuous support which is due to the merits of so excellent a representative. This business being over, Mr. Burke went to the Exchange and offered himself as a candidate in the usual manner. He was accompanied to the council house, and from thence to the Exchange, by a large body of most respectable gentlemen, amongst whom were the following members of the corporation, viz., Mr. Mayor, Mr. Alderman Smith, Mr. Alderman Dean, Mr. Alderman Gordon, William Ware, Samuel Monkley, John Merlot, John Crofts, Levy Ames, John Fisher Weir, Benjamin Loscombe, Philip Prothero, Samuel Spann, Joseph Smith, Richard Bright, and John Noble, Esquires. End of section 22.
Section 23 of The Works of the Right Honourable Edmund Burke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. The Works of the Right Honourable Edmund Burke, Volume 2, Speech at Bristol on Declining the Poll, 1780. Bristol, Saturday 9th, September 1780. This morning the sheriff and candidates assembled as usual at the council house, and from thence proceeded to Guildhall, proclamation being made for the electors to appear and give their votes. Mr. Burke stood forward on the hustings, surrounded by a great number of the corporation and other principal citizens, and addressed himself to the whole assembly as follows. Gentlemen, I decline the election. It has ever been my rule through life to observe a proportion between my efforts and my objects. I have never been remarkable for a bold, active, and sanguine pursuit of advantages that are personal to myself. I have not canvassed the whole of this city in form, but I have taken such a view of it as satisfies my own mind that your choice will not ultimately fall upon me. Your city, gentlemen, is in a state of miserable distraction, and I am resolved to withdraw whatever share my pretensions may have had in its unhappy divisions. I have not been in haste. I have tried all prudent means. I have waited for the effect of all contingencies. If I were fond of a contest, by the partiality of my numerous friends, whom you know to be among the most weighty and respectable people of the city, I have the means of a sharp one in my hands, but I thought it far better, with my strength unspent, and my reputation unimpaired, to do, eagerly and from foresight, that which I might be obliged to do from necessity at last. I am not in the least surprised, nor in the least angry at this view of things. I have read the book of life for a long time, and I have read other books a little. Nothing has happened to me but what has happened to men much better than me, and in times and in nations full as good as the age and country that we live in. To say that I am no way concerned would be neither decent nor true. The representation of Bristol was an object on many accounts dear to me, and I certainly should very far prefer it to any other in the kingdom. My habits are made to it, and it is in general more unpleasant to be rejected after long trial than not to be chosen at all. But, gentlemen, I will see nothing except your former kindness, and I will give way to no other sentiments than those of gratitude. From the bottom of my heart I thank you for what you have done for me. You have given me a long term, which is now expired. I have performed the conditions, and enjoyed all the profits to the full. And I now surrender your estate into your hands, without being in a single title or a single stone impaired or wasted by my use. I have served the public for 15 years. I have served you in particular for 6. What is past is well stored. It is safe and out of the power of fortune. What is to come is in wiser hands than ours, and he in whose hands it is best knows whether it is best for you and me that I should be in Parliament, or even in the world. Gentlemen, the melancholy event of yesterday reads to us an awful lesson against being too much troubled about any of the objects of ordinary ambition. The worthy gentleman who has been snatched from us at the moment of the election, and in the middle of the contest, whilst his desires were as warm and his hopes as eager as ours, has feelingly told us what shadows we are, and what shadows we pursue. It has been usual for a candidate who declines to take his leave by a letter to the sheriffs, but I received your trust in the face of day, and in the face of day I accept your dismission. I am not at all ashamed to look upon you, nor can my presence discompose the order of business here. I humbly and respectfully take my leave of the sheriffs, the candidates, and the electors, wishing heartily that the choice may be for the best, at a time which calls, if ever time did call, for service that is not nominal. It is no plaything you are about. I tremble when I consider the trust I have presumed to ask. I confided, perhaps, too much in my intentions. They were really fair and upright, and I am bold to say that I ask no ill thing for you, when, on parting from this place, I pray that, whomever you choose to succeed me, he may resemble me exactly in all things, except in my abilities to serve, and my fortune to please you. End of section 23.
Section 24 of the works of the Right Honourable Edmund Burke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Works of the Right Honourable Edmund Burke, Volume 2. Speech on Mr. Fox's East India Bill, December 1st, 1783, Part 1. Speech upon the question for the Speaker's leaving the chair in order for the House to resolve itself into a committee on Mr. Fox's East India Bill. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for pointing to me. I really wished much to engage your attention in an early stage of the debate. I have been long very deeply, though perhaps ineffectually, engaged in the preliminary inquiries, which have continued without intermission for some years. Though I have felt, with some degree of sensibility, the natural and inevitable impressions of the several matters of fact as they have been successively disclosed, I have not at any time attempted to trouble you on the merits of the subject, and very little on any of the points which incidentally arose in the course of our proceedings. but I should be sorry to be found totally silent upon this day. Our inquiries are now come to their final issue. It is now to be determined whether the 3 years of laborious parliamentary research, whether the 20 years of patient Indian suffering, are to produce a substantial reform in our Eastern administration, or whether our knowledge of the grievances has abated our zeal for the correction of them, and our very inquiry into the evil was only a pretext to elude the remedy which is demanded from us by humanity, by justice, and by every principle of true policy. Depend upon it, this business cannot be indifferent to our fame. It will turn out a matter of great disgrace or great glory to the whole British nation. We are on a conspicuous stage, and the world marks our demeanor. I am therefore a little concerned to perceive the spirit and temper in which the debate has been all along pursued upon one side of the House. The declamation of the gentlemen who oppose the bill has been abundant and vehement, but they have been reserved and even silent about the fitness or unfitness of the plan to attain the direct object it has in view. By some gentlemen it is taken up, by way of exercise, I presume, as a point of law on a question of private property and corporate franchise. By others it is regarded as the petty intrigue of a faction at court, and argued merely as it tends to set this man a little higher or that a little lower in situation and power. All the void has been filled up with invectives against coalition, with allusions to the loss of America, with the activity and inactivity of ministers. The total silence of these gentlemen concerning the interest and well-being of the people of India, and concerning the interest which this nation has in the commerce and revenues of that country, is a strong indication of the value which they set upon these objects. It has been a little painful to me to observe the intrusion into this important debate of such company as Quo Varanto and Mandamus and Certiorari, as if we were on a trial about mayors and aldermen and capital burgesses, or engaged in a suit concerning the borough of Penryn, or Saltash, or St. Ives, or St. Mawes. Gentlemen have argued with as much heat and passion as if the first things in the world were at stake, and their topics are such as belong only to matter of the lowest and meanest litigation. It is not right, it is not worthy of us, in this manner to depreciate the value, to degrade the majesty of this grave deliberation of policy and empire. For my part, I have thought myself bound, when a matter of this extraordinary weight came before me, not to consider, as some gentlemen are so fond of doing, whether the bill originated from a Secretary of State for the Home Department, or from a Secretary for the Foreign, from a minister of influence or a minister of the people, from Jacob or from Esau. I asked myself, and I asked myself nothing else, what part it was fit for a member of Parliament, who has supplied a mediocrity of talents by the extreme of diligence, and who has thought himself obliged by the research of years to wind himself into the inmost recesses and labyrinths of the Indian detail, what part, I say, it became such a member of Parliament to take, when a minister of state, in conformity to a recommendation from the throne, has brought before us a system for the better government of the territory and commerce of the East. In this light, and in this only, I will trouble you with my sentiments. It is not only agreed, but demanded by the right honourable gentleman, Mr. Pitt, and by those who act with him, that a whole system ought to be produced, that it ought not to be a half measure, that it ought to be no palliative but a legislative provision, vigorous, substantial, and effective. I believe that no man who understands the subject can doubt for a moment that those must be the conditions of anything deserving the name of a reform in the Indian government. That anything short of them would not only be delusive, but in this matter, which admits no medium, noxious in the extreme. To all the conditions proposed by his adversaries, the mover of the bill perfectly agrees, and on his performance of them he rests his cause. On the other hand, not the least objection has been taken with regard to the efficiency, the vigor, or the completeness of the scheme. I am therefore warranted to assume, as a thing admitted, that the bills accomplish what both sides of the House demand as essential. The end is completely answered so far as the direct and immediate object is concerned. But though there are no direct, yet there are various collateral objections made. Objections from the effects which this plan of reform for Indian administration may have on the privileges of great public bodies in England, from its probable influence on the constitutional rights, or on the freedom and integrity of the several branches of the legislature. Before I answer these objections, I must beg leave to observe that if we are not able to contrive some method of governing India well, which will not of necessity become the means of governing Great Britain ill, a ground is laid for their eternal separation, but none for sacrificing the people of that country to our Constitution. I am, however, far from being persuaded that any such incompatibility of interest does at all exist. On the contrary, I am certain that every means effectual to preserve India from oppression is a guard to preserve the British Constitution from its worst corruption. To show this, I will consider the objections, which I think are four. First, that the bill is an attack on the chartered rights of men. Secondly, that it increases the influence of the Crown. Thirdly, that it does not increase but diminishes the influence of the Crown in order to promote the interests of certain ministers and their party. Fourthly, that it deeply affects the national credit. As to the first of these objections, I must observe that the phrase of the chartered rights of men is full of affectation and very unusual in the discussion of privileges conferred by charters of the present description. But it is not difficult to discover what end that ambiguous mode of expression, so often reiterated, is meant to answer. The rights of men, that is to say, the natural rights of mankind, are indeed sacred things, and if any public measure is proved mischievously to affect them, the objection ought to be fatal to that measure, even if no charter at all could be set up against it. If these natural rights are further affirmed and declared by express covenants, if they are clearly defined and secured against chicane, against power and authority, by written instruments and positive engagements, they are in a still better condition. They partake not only of the sanctity of the object so secured, but of that solemn public faith itself which secures an object of such importance. Indeed, this formal recognition by the sovereign power of an original right in the subject can never be subverted but by rooting up the holding radical principles of government and even of society itself. The charters which we call by distinction great are public instruments of this nature. I mean the charters of King John and King Henry III. The things secured by these instruments may, without any deceitful ambiguity, be very fitly called the chartered rights of men. These charters have made the very name of a charter dear to the heart of every Englishman. But, sir, there may be, and there are, charters not only different in nature, but formed on principles the very reverse of those of the Great Charter. Of this kind is the Charter of the East India Company. Magna Carta is a charter to restrain power and to destroy monopoly. The East India Charter is a charter to establish monopoly and to create power. Political power and commercial monopoly are not the rights of men, and the rights to them derived from charters it is fallacious and sophistical to call the chartered rights of men. These chartered rights, to speak of such charters and of their effects in terms of the greatest possible moderation, do at least suspend the natural rights of mankind at large, and in their very frame and constitution are liable to fall into a direct violation of them. It is a charter of this latter description, that is to say, a charter of power and monopoly, which is affected by the bill before you. The bill, sir, does without question affect it. It does affect it essentially and substantially. But having stated to you of what description the chartered rights are which this bill touches, I feel no difficulty at all in acknowledging the existence of those chartered rights in their fullest extent. They belong to the company in the surest manner, and they are secured to that body by every sort of public sanction. They are stamped by the faith of the king. They are stamped by the faith of Parliament. They have been bought for money honestly and fairly paid. They have been bought for valuable consideration, over and over again. I therefore freely admit to the East India Company their claim to exclude their fellow subjects from the commerce of half the globe. I admit their claim to administer an annual territorial revenue of 7 millions sterling, to command an army of 60,000 men, and to dispose, under the control of a sovereign, imperial discretion, and with the due observance of the natural and local law, of the lives and fortunes of 30 millions of their fellow creatures. All this they possess by charter, and by acts of Parliament, in my opinion, without a shadow of controversy. Those who carry the rights and claims of the company the furthest do not contend for more than this, and all this I freely grant. But granting all this, they must grant to me, in my turn, that all political power which is set over men, and that all privilege claimed or exercised in exclusion of them, being wholly artificial, and for so much a derogation from the natural equality of mankind at large, ought to be some way or other exercised ultimately for their benefit. If this is true with regard to every species of political domination and every description of commercial privilege, none of which can be original self-derived rights, or grants for the mere private benefit of the holders, then such rights or privileges, or whatever else you choose to call them, are all in the strictest sense a trust, and it is of the very essence of every trust to be rendered accountable, and even totally to cease when it substantially varies from the purposes for which alone it could have a lawful existence. This I conceive, sir, to be true of trusts of power vested in the highest hands, and of such as seem to hold of no human creature. But about the application of this principle to subordinate derivative trusts I do not see how a controversy can be maintained. To whom, then, would I make the East India Company accountable? Why, to Parliament, to be sure. To Parliament, from whom their trust was derived. To Parliament, which alone is capable of comprehending the magnitude of its object and its abuse, and alone capable of an effectual legislative remedy. The very charter which is held out to exclude Parliament from correcting malversation with regard to the high trust vested in the company, is the very thing which at once gives a title and imposes a duty on us to interfere with effect, wherever power and authority originating from ourselves are perverted from their purposes and become instruments of wrong and violence. If Parliament, sir, had nothing to do with this charter, we might have some sort of Epicurean excuse to stand aloof, indifferent spectators of what passes in the company's name in India and in London. But if we are the very cause of the evil, we are in a special manner engaged to the redress, and for us passively to bear with oppressions committed under the sanction of our own authority is in truth and reason for this House to be an active accomplice in the abuse. That the power, notoriously grossly abused, has been bought from us is very certain. But this circumstance, which is urged against the bill, becomes an additional motive for our interference, lest we should be thought to have sold the blood of millions of men for the base consideration of money. We sold, I admit, all that we had to sell. That is, our authority, not our control. We had not a right to make a market of our duties. I ground myself, therefore, on this principle, that if the abuse is proved, the contract is broken, and we re-enter into all our rights, that is, into the exercise of all our duties. Our own authority is indeed as much a trust originally as the company's authority is a trust derivatively, and it is the use we make of the resumed power that must justify or condemn us in the resumption of it. When we have perfected the plan laid before us by the right honourable mover, the world will then see what it is we destroy and what it is we create. By that test we stand or fall, and by that test I trust that it will be found in the issue that we are going to supersede a charter abused to the full extent of all the powers which it could abuse, and exercised in the plenitude of despotism, tyranny, and corruption, and that in one and the same plan we provide a real chartered security for the rights of men cruelly violated under that charter. This bill and those connected with it are intended to form the Magna Carta of Hindustan. Whatever the Treaty of Westphalia is to the liberty of the princes and free cities of the empire and to the three religions there professed, whatever the Great Charter, the Statute of Tallage, the Petition of Right, and the Declaration of Right are to Great Britain, these bills are to the people of India. Of this benefit I am certain their condition is capable, and when I know that they are capable of more, my vote shall most assuredly be for our giving to the full extent of their capacity of receiving. And no charter of dominion shall stand as a bar in my way to their charter of safety and protection. The strong admission I have made of the company's rights, I am conscious of it, binds me to do a great deal. I do not presume to condemn those who argue a priori against the propriety of leaving such extensive political powers in the hands of a company of merchants. I know much is, and much more may be, said against such a system. But with my particular ideas and sentiments, I cannot go that way to work. I feel an insuperable reluctance in giving my hand to destroy any established institution of government upon a theory, however plausible it may be. My experience in life teaches me nothing clear upon the subject. I have known merchants with the sentiments and the abilities of great statesmen, and I have seen persons in the rank of statesmen with the conceptions and character of peddlers. Indeed, my observation has furnished me with nothing that is to be found in any habits of life or education which tends wholly to disqualify men for the functions of government, but that by which the power of exercising those functions is very frequently obtained. I mean a spirit and habits of low cabal and intrigue, which I have never, in one instance, seen united with a capacity for sound and manly policy. To justify us in taking the administration of their affairs out of the hands of the East India Company on my principles, I must see several conditions. First, The object affected by the abuse should be great and important. Second, the abuse affecting this great object ought to be a great abuse. Third, it ought to be habitual and not accidental. Fourth, it ought to be utterly incurable in the body as it now stands constituted. All this ought to be made as visible to me as the light of the sun before I should strike off an atom of their charter. A right honourable gentleman, Mr. Pitt, has said, and said I think but once, and that very slightly, whatever his original demand for a plan might seem to require, that there are abuses in the company's government. If that were all, the scheme of the mover of this bill, the scheme of his learned friend, and his own scheme of reformation, if he has any, are all equally needless. There are and must be abuses in all governments. It amounts to no more than a nugatory proposition. But before I consider of what nature these abuses are, of which the gentleman speaks so very lightly, permit me to recall to your recollection the map of the country which this abused chartered right affects. This I shall do, that you may judge whether in that map I can discover anything like the first of my conditions, that is, whether the object affected by the abuse of the East India Company's power be of importance sufficient to justify the measure and means of reform applied to it in this bill. With very few, and those inconsiderable intervals, the British Dominion, either in the Company's name or in the names of princes absolutely dependent upon the Company, extends from the mountains that separate India from Tartary to Cape Comorin, that is 21 degrees of latitude. In the northern parts it is a solid mass of land about 800 miles in length and 400 or 500 broad. As you go southward, it becomes narrower for a space. It afterwards dilates, but narrower or broader, you possess the whole eastern and northeastern coast of that vast country, quite from the borders of Pegu. Bengal, Bihar, and Orissa, with Benares, now unfortunately in our immediate possession, measure 161,978 square English miles, a territory considerably larger than the whole kingdom of France. Oude, with its dependent provinces, is 53,286 square miles, not a great deal less than England. The Carnatic, with Tanjore and the Sirkars, is 65,948 square miles, very considerably larger than England. And the whole of the Company's dominions, comprehending Bombay and Salsette, amounts to 281,412 square miles, which forms a territory larger than any European dominion, Russia and Turkey excepted. Through all that vast extent of country there is not a man who eats a mouthful of rice but by permission of the East India Company. So far with regard to the extent. The population of this great empire is not easy to be calculated. When the countries of which it is composed came into our possession, they were all eminently peopled and eminently productive, though at that time considerably declined from their ancient prosperity. But since they are come into our hands... However, if we make the period of our estimate immediately before the utter desolation of the Carnatic, and if we allow for the havoc which our government had even then made in these regions, we cannot, in my opinion, rate the population at much less than 30 millions of souls, more than 4 times the number of persons in the island of Great Britain. My next inquiry to that of the number is the quality and description of the inhabitants. This multitude of men does not consist of an abject and barbarous populace, much less of gangs of savages like the Guaranese and Chiquitos, who wander on the waste borders of the river of Amazons or the Plata, but a people for ages civilized and cultivated by all the arts of polished life whilst we were yet in the woods. There have been, and still the skeletons remain, princes once of great dignity, authority, and opulence. There are to be found the chiefs of tribes and nations. There is to be found an ancient and venerable priesthood, the depository of their laws, learning, and history, the guides of the people whilst living and their consolation in death. A nobility of great antiquity and renown, a multitude of cities not exceeded in population and trade by those of the first class in Europe, merchants and bankers, individual houses of whom have once vied in capital with the Bank of England, whose credit had often supported a tottering state and preserved their government in the midst of war and desolation, millions of ingenious manufacturers and mechanics, millions of the most diligent and not the least intelligent tillers of the earth. Here are to be found almost all the religions professed by men, the Brahminical, the Mussulman, the Eastern and the Western Christian. If I were to take the whole aggregate of our possessions there, I should compare it, as the nearest parallel I can find, with the Empire of Germany. Our immediate possessions I should compare with the Austrian dominions, and they would not suffer in the comparison. The Nabob of Oude might stand for the King of Prussia. The Nabob of Arcot I would compare, as superior in territory and equal in revenue, to the Elector of Saxony. Chait Singh, the Rajah of Benares, might well rank with the Prince of Hesse at least, and the Rajah of Tanjore, though hardly equal in extent of dominion, superior in revenue, to the Elector of Bavaria. The Polygars and the northern Zamindars and other great chiefs might well class with the rest of the princes, dukes, counts, marquises, and bishops in the empire, all of whom I mention to honor, and surely without disparagement to any or all of those most respectable princes and grandees. All this vast mass, composed of so many orders and classes of men, is again infinitely diversified by manners, by religion, by hereditary employment, through all their possible combinations. This renders the handling of India a matter in a high degree critical and delicate. But oh, it has been handled rudely indeed. Even some of the reformers seem to have forgot that they had anything to do but to regulate the tenants of a manor or the shopkeepers of the next county town. It is an empire of this extent, of this complicated nature, of this dignity and importance, that I have compared to Germany and the German government, not for an exact resemblance, but as a sort of a middle term by which India might be approximated to our understandings, and if possible to our feelings, in order to awaken something of sympathy for the unfortunate natives, of which I am afraid we are not perfectly susceptible whilst we look at this very remote object through a false and cloudy medium. My second condition necessary to justify me in touching the Charter is whether the company's abuse of their trust with regard to this great object be an abuse of great atrocity. I shall beg your permission to consider their conduct in two lights, first the political, and then the commercial. Their political conduct, for distinctness, I divide again into two heads: the external, in which I mean to comprehend their conduct in their federal capacity, as it relates to powers and states independent or that not long since were such; the other internal, namely, their conduct to the countries either immediately subject to the company, or to those who, under the apparent government of native sovereigns, are in a state much lower and much more miserable than common subjection. The attention, sir, which I wish to preserve to method will not be considered as unnecessary or affected. Nothing else can help me to selection out of the infinite mass of materials which have passed under my eye, or can keep my mind steady to the great leading points I have in view. With regard, therefore, to the abuse of the external federal trust, I engage myself to you to make good these three positions. First, I say that from Mount Imaus, or whatever else you call that large range of mountains that walls the northern frontier of India, where it touches us in the latitude of 29, to Cape Comorin in the latitude of 8, that there is not a single prince, state, or potentate, great or small, in India, with whom they have come into contact, whom they have not sold. I say sold, though sometimes they have not been able to deliver according to their bargain. Secondly, I say that there is not a single treaty they have ever made which they have not broken. Thirdly, I say that there is not a single prince or state who ever put any trust in the company who is not utterly ruined, and that none are in any degree secure or flourishing, but in the exact proportion to their settled distrust and irreconcilable enmity to this nation. These assertions are universal. I say in the full sense, universal. They regard the external and political trust only, but I shall produce others fully equivalent in the internal. For the present, I shall content myself with explaining my meaning, and if I am called on for proof whilst these bills are depending, which I believe I shall not, I will put my finger on the appendixes to the reports, or on papers of record in the House or the committees, which I have distinctly present to my memory, and which I think I can lay before you at half an hour's warning. The first potentate sold by the company for money was the Great Mogul, the descendant of Tamerlane. This high personage, as high as human veneration can look at, is by every account amiable in his manners, respectable for his piety according to his mode, and accomplished in all the Oriental literature. All this, and the title derived under his charter to all that we hold in India, could not save him from the general sale. Money is coined in his name justice is administered. He is prayed for in every temple through the countries we possess, but he was sold. It is impossible, Mr. Speaker, not to pause here for a moment to reflect on the inconstancy of human greatness and the stupendous revolutions that have happened in our age of wonders. Could it be believed, when I entered into existence, or when you, a younger man, were born, that on this day, in this house, we should be employed in discussing the conduct of those British subjects who had disposed of the power and person of the Grand Mogul? This is no idle speculation. Awful lessons are taught by it and by other events of which it is not yet too late to profit. This is hardly a digression, but I return to the sale of the Mogul. 2 districts, Kora and Allahabad, out of his immense grants, were reserved as a royal demesne to the donor of a kingdom and the rightful sovereign of so many nations. After withholding the tribute of £260,000 a year, which the company was, by the charter they had received from this prince, under the most solemn obligation to pay, these districts were sold to his chief minister, Suja-ul-Dawla, and what may appear to some the worst part of the transaction, these 2 districts were sold for scarcely 2 years' purchase. The descendant of Tamerlane now stands in need almost of the common necessaries of life, and in this situation we do not even allow him as bounty the smallest portion of what we owe him in justice. The next sale was that of the whole nation of the Rohillas, which the grand salesman, without a pretense of quarrel, and contrary to his own declared sense of duty and rectitude, sold to the same Suja ul Dawla. He sold the people to utter extirpation for the sum of 400,000 pounds. Faithfully was the bargain performed on our side. Hafiz Rahmet, the most eminent of their chiefs, one of the bravest men of his time, and as famous throughout the East for the elegance of his literature and the spirit of his poetical compositions, by which he supported the name of Hafiz, as for his courage, was invaded with an army of 100,000 men and an English brigade. This man, at the head of inferior forces, was slain valiantly fighting for his country. His head was cut off and delivered for money to a barbarian. His wife and children, persons of that rank, were seen begging a handful of rice through the English camp. The whole nation, with inconsiderable exceptions, was slaughtered or banished. The country was laid waste with fire and sword, and that land, distinguished above most others by the cheerful face of paternal government and protected labor, the chosen seat of cultivation and plenty, is now almost throughout a dreary desert, covered with rushes and briars and jungles full of wild beasts. The British officer who commanded in the delivery of the people thus sold felt some compunction at his employment. He represented these enormous excesses to the President of Bengal, for which he received a severe reprimand from the civil governor. And I much doubt whether the breach caused by the conflict between the compassion of the military and the firmness of the civil governor be closed at this hour. In Bengal, Suraja Dawla was sold to Mir Jaffier was sold to Mir Qasim, and Mir Qasim was sold to Mir Jaffier again. The succession to Mir Jaffier was sold to his eldest son. Another son of Mir Jaffier, Mubarak ul Dawla, was sold to his stepmother. The Maratha Empire was sold to Raghaba, and Raghaba was sold and delivered to the Peshwa of the Marathas. Both Raghaba and the Peshwa of the Marathas were offered to sale to the Raja of Berar. Scindia, the chief of Malwa, was offered to sale to the same Raja, and the Suba of the Deccan was sold to the great trader Muhammad Ali, Nabob of Arcot. To the same Nabob of Arcot they sold Hyder Ali and the kingdom of Mysore. To Muhammad Ali they twice sold the kingdom of Tanjore. To the same Muhammad Ali they sold at least 12 sovereign princes called the Polygars. But to keep things even, the territory of Tinnevelly, belonging to their Nabob, they would have sold to the Dutch. And to conclude the account of sales, their great customer, the Nabob of Arcot himself, and his lawful succession, has been sold to his second son, Amir ul Umra, whose character, views, and conduct are in the accounts upon your table. It remains with you whether they shall finally perfect this last bargain. All these bargains and sales were regularly attended with the waste and havoc of the country, always by the buyer and sometimes by the object of the sale. This was explained to you by the honorable mover when he stated the mode of paying debts due from the country powers to the company. An honorable gentleman, who is not now in his place, objected to his jumping near 2,000 miles for an example, but the southern example is perfectly applicable to the northern claim, as the northern is to the southern, for throughout the whole space of these 2,000 miles, take your stand where you will, the proceeding is perfectly uniform, and what is done in one part will apply exactly to the other. My second assertion is that the company never has made a treaty which they have not broken. This position is so connected with that of the sales of provinces and kingdoms, with the negotiation of universal distraction in every part of India, that a very minute detail may well be spared on this point. It has not yet been contended by any enemy to the reform that they have observed any public agreement. When I hear that they have done so in any one instance, which hitherto, I confess, I never heard alleged, I shall speak to the particular treaty. The Governor-General has even amused himself and the Court of Directors in a very singular letter to that board, in which he admits he has not been very delicate with regard to public faith. And he goes so far as to state a regular estimate of the sums which the company would have lost or never acquired, if the rigid ideas of public faith entertained by his colleagues had been observed. The learned gentleman over against me, Mr. Dundas, has indeed saved me much trouble. On a former occasion, he obtained no small credit for the clear and forcible manner in which he stated, what we have not forgot, and I hope he has not forgot, that universal systematic breach of treaties which had made the British faith proverbial in the East. End of section 24. Read by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa, in October of 2024. Section 25 of the Works of the Right Honourable Edmund Burke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Works of the Right Honourable Edmund Burke, Volume 2. Speech on Mr. Fox's East India Bill, December 1st, 1783, Part 2. It only remains, sir, for me just to recapitulate some heads. The treaty with the Mogul, by which we stipulated to pay him £260,000 annually, was broken. This treaty they have broken and not paid him a shilling. They broke their treaty with him, in which they stipulated to pay £400,000 a year to the Suba of Bengal. They agreed with the Mogul, for services admitted to have been performed, to pay Nujif Khan a pension. They broke this article with the rest, and stopped also this small pension. They broke their treaties with the Nizam and with Hyder Ali. As to the Marathas, they had so many cross-treaties with the States General of that nation, and with each of the chiefs, that it was notorious that no one of these agreements could be kept without grossly violating the rest. It was observed that, if the terms of these several treaties had been kept, 2 British armies would at one and the same time have met in the field to cut each other's throats. The wars which desolate India originated from a most atrocious violation of public faith on our part. In the midst of profound peace, the company's troops invaded the Maratha territories and surprised the island and fortress of Salsette. The Marathas nevertheless yielded to a treaty of peace by which solid advantages were procured to the company. But this treaty, like every other treaty, was soon violated by the company. Again the company invaded the Maratha dominions. The disaster that ensued gave occasion to a new treaty. The whole army of the company was obliged in effect to surrender to this injured, betrayed, and insulted people. Justly irritated, however, as they were, the terms which they prescribed were reasonable and moderate, and their treatment of their captive invaders of the most distinguished humanity. But the humanity of the Marathas was of no power whatsoever to prevail on the company to attend to the observance of the terms dictated by their moderation. The war was renewed with greater vigor than ever, and such was their insatiable lust of plunder that they never would have given ear to any terms of peace if Hyder Ali had not broke through the Ghauts, and rushing like a torrent into the Carnatic, swept away everything in his career. This was in consequence of that confederacy which by a sort of miracle united the most discordant powers for our destruction, as a nation in which no other could put any trust, and who were the declared enemies of the human species. It is very remarkable that the late controversy between the several presidencies, and between them and the Court of Directors, with relation to these wars and treaties, has not been which of the parties might be defended for his share in them, but on which of the parties the guilt of all this load of perfidy should be fixed. But I am content to admit all these proceedings to be perfectly regular, to be full of honor and good faith, and wish to fix your attention solely to that single transaction which the advocates of this system select for so transcendent a merit as to cancel the guilt of all the rest of their proceedings. I mean the late treaties with the Marathas. I make no observation on the total cession of territory by which they surrendered all they had obtained by their unhappy successes in war, and almost all they had obtained under the Treaty of Purunder. The restitution was proper if it had been voluntary and seasonable. I attach on the spirit of the treaty, the dispositions it showed, the provisions it made for a general peace, and the faith kept with allies and confederates, in order that the House may form a judgment, from this chosen peace, of the use which has been made, and is likely to be made, if things continue in the same hands, of the trust of the federal powers of this country. It was the wish of almost every Englishman that the Maratha peace might lead to a general one, because the Maratha war was only a part of a general confederacy formed against us, on account of the universal abhorrence of our conduct which prevailed in every state and almost in every house in India. Mr. Hastings was obliged to pretend some sort of acquiescence in this general and rational desire. He therefore consented, in order to satisfy the point of honor of the Marathas, that an article should be inserted to admit Hyder Ali to accede to the pacification. But observe, sir, the spirit of this man, which, if it were not made manifest by 1,000 things, and particularly by his proceedings with regard to Lord Macartney, would be sufficiently manifest by this. What sort of article, think you, does he require this essential head of a solemn treaty of general pacification to be? In his instruction to Mr. Anderson, he desires him to admit a vague article in favor of Hyder. Evasion and fraud were the declared basis of the treaty. These vague articles, intended for a more vague performance, are the things which have damned our reputation in India. Hardly was this vague article inserted, than, without waiting for any act on the part of Hyder, Mr. Hastings enters into a negotiation with the Maratha chief Scindia for a partition of the territories of the prince who was one of the objects to be secured by the treaty. He was to be parcelled out in 3 parts, one to Scindia, one to the Peshwa of the Marathas, and the third to the East India Company, or to the old dealer and chapman Muhammad Ali. During the formation of this project, Hyder dies, and before his son could take any one step, either to conform to the tenor of the article or to contravene it, the treaty of partition is renewed on the old footing, and an instruction is sent to Mr. Anderson to conclude it in form. A circumstance intervened during the pendency of this negotiation to set off the good faith of the company with an additional brilliancy, and to make it sparkle and glow with a variety of splendid faces. General Matthews had reduced that most valuable part of Hyder's dominions called the country of Bidanor. When the news reached Mr. Hastings, he instructed Mr. Anderson to contend for an alteration in the Treaty of Partition, and to take the Biddenor country out of the common stock which was to be divided, and to keep it for the company. The first ground for this variation was its being a separate conquest made before the treaty had actually taken place. Here was a new proof given of the fairness, equity, and moderation of the company. But the second of Mr. Hastings's reasons for retaining the Biddenor as a separate portion, and his conduct on that second ground, is still more remarkable. He asserted that that country could not be put into the partition stock because General Matthews had received it on the terms of some convention which might be incompatible with the partition proposed. This was a reason in itself both honorable and solid, and it showed a regard to faith somewhere and with some persons. But in order to demonstrate his utter contempt of the plighted faith which was alleged on one part as a reason for departing from it on another, and to prove his impetuous desire for sowing a new war even in the prepared soil of a general pacification, he directs Mr. Anderson, if he should find strong difficulties impeding the partition on the score of the subtraction of Biddenor, wholly to abandon that claim, and to conclude the treaty on the original terms. General Matthews's convention was just brought forward sufficiently to demonstrate to the Marathas the slippery hold which they had on their new confederate. On the other hand, that convention being instantly abandoned, the people of India were taught that no terms on which they can surrender to the company are to be regarded when farther conquests are in view. Next, sir, let me bring before you the pious care that was taken of our allies under that treaty, which is the subject of the company's applauses. These allies were Raghunath Rao, for whom we had engaged to find a throne, the Gikwar, one of the Gujarat princes, who was to be emancipated from the Maratha authority and to grow great by several accessions of dominion, and lastly the Rana of Gauhad, with whom we had entered into a treaty of partition for 11/16 of our joint conquests. Some of these inestimable securities, called vague articles, were inserted in favor of them all. As to the first, the unhappy abdicated Peshwa and pretender to the Maratha throne, Raghunath Rao, was delivered up to his people with an article for safety and some provision. This man, knowing how little vague the hatred of his countrymen was towards him, and well apprised of what black crimes he stood accused, among which our invasion of his country would not appear the least, took a mortal alarm at the security we had provided for him. He was thunderstruck at the article in his favor by which he was surrendered to his enemies. He never had the least notice of the treaty, and it was apprehended that he would fly to the protection of Hyder Ali or some other disposed or able to protect him. He was, therefore, not left without comfort, for Mr. Anderson did him the favor to send a special messenger, desiring him to be of good cheer and to fear nothing. And his old enemy Scindia, at our request, sent him a message equally well calculated to quiet his apprehensions. By the same treaty the Gikwar was to come again with no better security under the dominion of the Maratha state. As to the Rana of Gauhad, a long negotiation depended for giving him up. At first this was refused by Mr. Hastings with great indignation. At another stage it was admitted as proper because he had shown himself a most perfidious person. But at length a method of reconciling these extremes was found out by contriving one of the usual articles in his favor. What I believe will appear beyond all belief, Mr. Anderson exchanged the final ratifications of that treaty by which the Rana was nominally secured in his possessions in the camp of the Maratha chief Scindia, whilst he was, really and not nominally, battering the castle of Gwalior, which we had given, agreeably to treaty, to this deluded ally. Scindia had already reduced the town, and was at the very time, by various detachments, reducing one after another the fortresses of our protected ally, as well as in the act of chastising all the Rajas who had assisted Colonel Camac in his invasion. I have seen in a letter from Calcutta that the Rana of Gauhud's agent would have represented these hostilities, which went hand in hand with the protecting treaty, to Mr. Hastings, but he was not admitted to his presence. In this manner the company has acted with their allies in the Maratha war. But they did not rest here. The Marathas were fearful lest the persons delivered to them by that treaty should attempt to escape into the British territories, and thus might elude the punishment intended for them, and by reclaiming the treaty might stir up new disturbances. To prevent this, they desired an article to be inserted in the supplemental treaty, to which they had the ready consent of Mr. Hastings and the rest of the company's representatives in Bengal. It was this, that the English and Maratha governments mutually agree not to afford refuge to any chiefs, merchants, or other persons flying for protection to the territories of the other. This was readily assented to, and assented to without any exception whatever in favor of our surrendered allies. On their part a reciprocity was stipulated, which was not unnatural for a government like the company's to ask, a government conscious that many subjects had been, and would in future be, driven to fly from its jurisdiction. To complete the system of pacific intention and public faith which predominate in those treaties, Mr. Hastings fairly resolved to put all peace, except on the terms of absolute conquest, wholly out of his own power. For by an article in this second treaty with Scindia, he binds the company not to make any peace with Tipu Sahib without the consent of the Peshwa of the Marathas, and binds Scindia to him by a reciprocal engagement. The treaty between France and England obliges us mutually to withdraw our forces if our allies in India do not accede to the peace within 4 months. Mr. Hastings's treaty obliges us to continue the war as long as the Peshwa thinks fit. We are now in that happy situation that the breach of the treaty with France or the violation of that with the Marathas is inevitable, and we have only to take our choice. My third assertion, relative to the abuse made of the right of war and peace, is that there are none who have ever confided in us who have not been utterly ruined. The examples I have given of Raghunath Rao, of Gikwar, of the Rana of Gauhud are recent. There is proof more than enough in the condition of the Mughal, in the slavery and indigence of the Nabob of Oudh, the exile of the Raja of Benares, the beggary of the Nabob of Bengal, the undone and captive condition of the Raja and kingdom of Tanjore, the destruction of the Polygars, and lastly in the destruction of the Nabob of Arcot himself, who, when his dominions were invaded, was found entirely destitute of troops, provisions, stores, and, as he asserts, of money, being 1 million in debt to the company and 4 millions to others. The many millions which he had extorted from so many extirpated princes and their desolated countries, having, as he has frequently hinted, been expended for the ground rent of his mansion house in an alley in the suburbs of Madras. Compare the condition of all these princes with the power and authority of all the Maratha states, with the independence and dignity of the Suba of the Deccan, and the mighty strength, the resources, and the manly struggle of Hyder Ali, and then the House will discover the effects, on every power in India, of an easy confidence or of a rooted distrust in the faith of the company. These are some of my reasons, grounded on the abuse of the external political trust of that body, for thinking myself not only justified but bound to declare against those chartered rights which produce so many wrongs. I should deem myself the wickedest of men if any vote of mine could contribute to the continuance of so great an evil. Now, sir, according to the plan I proposed, I shall take notice of the company's internal government, as it is exercised first on the dependent provinces, and then as it affects those under the direct and immediate authority of that body. And here, sir, before I enter into the spirit of their interior government, permit me to observe to you upon a few of the many lines of difference which are to be found between the vices of the company's government and those of the conquerors who preceded us in India, that we may be enabled a little the better to see our way in an attempt to the necessary reformation. The several eruptions of Arabs, Tartars, and Persians into India were, for the greater part, ferocious, bloody, and wasteful in the extreme. Our entrance into the dominion of that country was, as generally, with small comparative effusion of blood, being introduced by various frauds and delusions, and by taking advantage of the incurable, blind, and senseless animosity which the several country powers bear towards each other, rather than by open force. But the difference in favor of the first conquerors is this: the Asiatic conquerors very soon abated of their ferocity, because they made the conquered country their own. They rose or fell with the rise or fall of the territory they lived in. Fathers there deposited the hopes of their posterity, and children there beheld the monuments of their fathers. Here their lot was finally cast, and it is the natural wish of all that their lot should not be cast in a bad land. Poverty, sterility, and desolation are not a recreating prospect to the eye of man, and there are very few who can bear to grow old among the curses of a whole people. If their passion or their avarice drove the Tartar lords to acts of rapacity or tyranny, there was time enough, even in the short life of man, to bring round the ill effects of an abusive power upon the power itself. If hordes were made by violence and tyranny, they were still domestic hordes, and domestic profusion, or the rapine of a more powerful and prodigal hand, restored them to the people. With many disorders, and with few political checks upon power, nature had still fair play. The sources of acquisition were not dried up, and therefore the trade, the manufactures, and the commerce of the country flourished. Even avarice and usury itself operated both for the preservation and the employment of national wealth. The husbandman and manufacturer paid heavy interest, but then they augmented the fund from whence they were again to borrow. Their resources were dearly bought, but they were sure, and the general stock of the community grew by the general effort. But under the English government, all this order is reversed. The Tartar invasion was mischievous, but it is our protection that destroys India. It was their enmity, but it is our friendship. Our conquest there, after 20 years, is as crude as it was the first day. The natives scarcely know what it is to see the grey head of an Englishman. Young men, boys almost, govern there without society and without sympathy with the natives. They have no more social habits with the people than if they still resided in England, nor indeed any species of intercourse but that which is necessary to making a sudden fortune with a view to a remote settlement. Animated with all the avarice of age and all the impetuosity of youth, they roll in one after another, wave after wave, and there is nothing before the eyes of the natives but an endless, hopeless prospect of new flights of birds of prey and passage, with appetites continually renewing for a food that is continually wasting. Every rupee of profit made by an Englishman is lost forever to India. With us are no retributory superstitions by which a foundation of charity compensates through ages to the poor for the rapine and injustice of a day. With us no pride erects stately monuments which repair the mischiefs which pride had produced, and which adorn a country out of its own spoils. England has erected no churches, no hospitals, no palaces, no schools. England has built no bridges, made no high roads, cut no navigations, dug out no reservoirs. Every other conqueror of every other description has left some monument, either of state or beneficence, behind him. Were we to be driven out of India this day, nothing would remain to tell that it had been possessed, during the inglorious period of our dominion, by anything better than the orangutan or the tiger. There is nothing in the boys we send to India worse than in the boys whom we are whipping at school, or that we see trailing a pike or bending over a desk at home. But as English youth in India drink the intoxicating draught of authority and dominion before their heads are able to bear it, and as they are full grown in fortune long before they are ripe in principle, neither nature nor reason have any opportunity to exert themselves for remedy of the excesses of their premature power. The consequences of their conduct, which in good minds, and many of theirs are probably such, might produce penitence or amendment, are unable to pursue the rapidity of their flight. Their prey is lodged in England, and the cries of India are given to seas and winds to be blown about in every breaking up of the monsoon over a remote and unhearing ocean. In India all the vices operate by which sudden fortune is acquired. In England are often displayed by the same persons the virtues which dispense hereditary wealth. Arrived in England, the destroyers of the nobility and gentry of a whole kingdom will find the best company in this nation at a board of elegance and hospitality. Here the manufacturer and husbandman will bless the just and punctual hand that in India has torn the cloth from the loom or wrested the scanty portion of rice and salt from the peasant of Bengal, or wrung from him the very opium in which he forgot his oppressions and his oppressor. They marry into your families, they enter into your senate, they ease your estates by loans, they raise their value by demand, they cherish and protect your relations which lie heavy on your patronage, and there is scarcely a house in the kingdom that does not feel some concern and interest that makes all reform of our Eastern government appear officious and disgusting, and on the whole a most discouraging attempt. In such an attempt you hurt those who are able to return kindness or to resent injury. If you succeed, you save those who cannot so much as give you thanks. All these things show the difficulty of the work we have on hand, but they show its necessity too. Our Indian government is in its best state a grievance. It is necessary that the correctives should be uncommonly vigorous, and the work of men sanguine, warm, and even impassioned in the cause. But it is an arduous thing to plead against abuses of a power which originates from your own country and affects those whom we are used to consider as strangers. I shall certainly endeavor to modulate myself to this temper, though I am sensible that a cold style of describing actions which appear to me in a very affecting light is equally contrary to the justice due to the people and to all genuine human feelings about them. I ask pardon of truth and nature for this compliance, but I shall be very sparing of epithets either to persons or things. It has been said, and with regard to one of them with truth, that Tacitus and Machiavel, by their cold way of relating enormous crimes, have in some sort appeared not to disapprove them, that they seem a sort of professors of the art of tyranny, and that they corrupt the minds of their readers by not expressing the detestation and horror that naturally belong to horrible and detestable proceedings. But we are in general, sir, so little acquainted with Indian details. The instruments of oppression under which the people suffer are so hard to be understood, and even the very names of the sufferers are so uncouth and strange to our ears, that it is very difficult for our sympathy to fix upon these objects. I am sure that some of us have come downstairs from the committee room with impressions on our minds which to us were the inevitable results of our discoveries, yet if we should venture to express ourselves in the proper language of our sentiments to other gentlemen not at all prepared to enter into the cause of them, nothing could appear more harsh and dissonant, more violent and unaccountable, than our language and behavior. All these circumstances are not, I confess, very favorable to the idea of our attempting to govern India at all. But there we are. There we are placed by the sovereign disposer, and we must do the best we can in our situation. The situation of man is the preceptor of his duty. Upon the plan which I laid down, and to which I beg leave to return, I was considering the conduct of the company to those nations which are indirectly subject to their authority. The most considerable of the dependent princes is the Nabob of Oude. My right honourable friend Mr. Fox, to whom we owe the remedial bills on your table, has already pointed out to you, in one of the reports, the condition of that prince and as it stood in the time he alluded to. I shall only add a few circumstances that may tend to awaken some sense of the manner in which the condition of the people is affected by that of the prince and involved in it, and to show you that when we talk of the sufferings of princes we do not lament the oppression of individuals, and that in these cases the high and the low suffer together. In the year 1779, the Nabob of Oude represented, through the British resident at his court, that the number of company's troops stationed in his dominions was a main cause of his distress, and that all those which he was not bound by treaty to maintain should be withdrawn, as they had greatly diminished his revenue and impoverished his country. I will read you, if you please, a few extracts from these representations. He states that the country and cultivation are abandoned, and this year in particular, from the excessive drought of the season, deductions of many lakhs having been allowed to the farmers who are still left unsatisfied. And then he proceeds with a long detail of his own distress and that of his family and all his dependents, and adds that the new raised brigade is not only quite useless to my government, but is, moreover, the cause of much loss both in revenues and customs. The detached body of troops under European officers bring nothing but confusion to the affairs of my government, and are entirely their own masters. Mr. Middleton, Mr. Hastings's confidential resident, vouches for the truth of this representation in its fullest extent. I am concerned to confess that there is too good ground for this plea. The misfortune hath been general throughout the whole of the viziers, the Nabob of Oude's, dominions, obvious to everybody, and so fatal have been its consequences, that no person of either credit or character would enter into engagements with government for farming the country. He then proceeds to give strong instances of the general calamity and its effects. It was now to be seen what steps the Governor-General and Council took for the relief of this distressed country, long laboring under the vexations of men, and now stricken by the hand of God. The case of a general famine is known to relax the severity even of the most rigorous government. Mr. Hastings does not deny or show the least doubt of the fact. The representation is humble and almost abject. On this representation from a great prince of the distress of his subjects, Mr. Hastings falls into a violent passion, such as, it seems, would be unjustifiable in any one who speaks of any part of his conduct. He declares that the demands, the tone in which they were asserted, and the season in which they were made are all equally alarming, and appear to him to require an adequate degree of firmness in this board in opposition to them. He proceeds to deal out very unreserved language on the person and character of the nabob and his ministers. He declares that in a division between him and the nabob, the strongest must decide. With regard to the urgent and instant necessity from the failure of the crops, he says that perhaps expedients may be found for affording a gradual relief from the burden of which he so heavily complains, and it shall be my endeavor to seek them out. And lest he should be suspected of too much haste to alleviate sufferings and to remove violence, he says that these must be gradually applied, and their complete effect may be distant, and this, I conceive, is all he can claim of right. This complete effect of his lenity is distant indeed. Rejecting this demand, as he calls the nabob's abject supplication, he attributes it, as he usually does all things of the kind, to the division in their government, and says, "This is a powerful motive with me, however inclined I might be, upon any other occasion, to yield to some part of his demand, to give them an absolute and unconditional refusal upon the present, and even to bring to punishment, if my influence can produce that effect, those incendiaries who have endeavored to make themselves the instruments of division between us." Here, sir, is much heat and passion, but no more consideration of the distress of the country from a failure of the means of subsistence, and, if possible, the worse evil of a useless and licentious soldiery, than if they were the most contemptible of all trifles. A letter is written, in consequence, in such a style of lofty despotism as I believe has hitherto been unexampled and unheard of in the records of the East. The troops were continued. The gradual relief, whose effect was to be so distant, has never been substantially and beneficially applied, and the country is ruined. Mr. Hastings, 2 years after, when it was too late, saw the absolute necessity of a removal of the intolerable grievance of this licentious soldiery, which, under pretense of defending it, held the country under military execution. A new treaty and arrangement, according to the pleasure of Mr. Hastings, took place, and this new treaty was broken in the old manner in every essential article. The soldiery were again sent and again set loose. The effect of all his manoeuvres, from which it seems he was sanguine enough to entertain hopes upon the state of the country, he himself informs us, the event has proved the reverse of these hopes, and accumulation of distress, debasement, and dissatisfaction to the nabob, and disappointment and disgrace to me. Every measure which he had himself proposed has been so conducted as to give him cause of displeasure. There are no officers established by which his affairs could be regularly conducted. Mean, incapable, and indigent men have been appointed. A number of the districts without authority and without the means of personal protection. Some of them have been murdered by the zamindars, and those zamindars, instead of punishment, have been permitted to retain their zamindaries with independent authority. all the other zemindars suffered to rise up in rebellion, and to insult the authority of the Sirkar without any attempt made to suppress them. And the company's debt, instead of being discharged by the assignments and extraordinary sources of money provided for that purpose, is likely to exceed even the amount at which it stood at the time in which the arrangement with His Excellency was concluded. The House will smile at the resource on which the directors take credit as such a certainty in their curious account. This is Mr. Hastings's own narrative of the effects of his own settlement. This is the state of the country which we have been told is in perfect peace and order, and what is curious, he informs us that every part of this was foretold to him in the order and manner in which it happened, at the very time he made his arrangement of men and measures. The invariable course of the company's policy is this. Either they set up some prince too odious to maintain himself without the necessity of their assistance, or they soon render him odious by making him the instrument of their government. In that case, troops are bountifully sent to him to maintain his authority. That he should have no want of assistance, a civil gentleman called a resident is kept at his court, who, under pretense of providing duly for the pay of these troops, gets assignments on the revenue into his hands. Under his provident management, debts soon accumulate. New assignments are made for these debts, until step by step the whole revenue, and with it the whole power of the country, is delivered into his hands. The military do not behold without a virtuous emulation the moderate gains of the civil department. They feel that in a country driven to habitual rebellion by the civil government, the military is necessary, and they will not permit their services to go unrewarded. Tracts of country are delivered over to their discretion. Then it is found proper to convert their commanding officers into farmers of revenue. Thus, between the well-paid civil and well-rewarded military establishment, the situation of the natives may be easily conjectured. The authority of the regular and lawful government is everywhere and in every point extinguished. Disorders and violences arise. They are repressed by other disorders and other violences. Wherever the collectors of the revenue and the farming colonels and majors move, ruin is about them, rebellion before and behind them. The people in crowds fly out of the country, and the frontier is guarded by lines of troops, not to exclude an enemy, but to prevent the escape of the inhabitants. By these means, in the course of not more than 4 or 5 years, this once opulent and flourishing country, which by the accounts given in the Bengal consultations yielded more than 3 crore of Sikh rupees, that is, above 3 millions sterling annually, is reduced, as far as I can discover, in a matter purposely involved in the utmost perplexity, to less than £1,300,000, and that exacted by every mode of rigor that can be devised. To complete the business, most of the wretched remnants of this revenue are mortgaged and delivered into the hands of the usurers at Benares, for there alone are to be found some lingering remains of the ancient wealth of these regions, at an interest of near 30% per annum. The revenues in this manner failing, they seized upon the estates of every person of eminence in the country, and under the name of resumption confiscated their property. I wish, sir, to be understood universally and literally when I assert that there is not left one man of property and substance for his rank in the whole of these provinces, in provinces which are nearly the extent of England and Wales taken together, not one landholder, not one banker, not one merchant, not one even of those who usually perish last, the ultimo moriens in a ruined state, not one farmer of revenue. One country for a while remained, which stood as an island in the midst of the grand waste of the company's dominion. My right honourable friend, in his admirable speech on moving the bill, just touched the situation, the offences, and the punishment of a native prince called Fuzula Khan. This man, by policy and force, had protected himself from the general extirpation of the Rohilla chiefs. He was secured, if that were any security, by a treaty. It was stated to you, as it was stated by the enemies of that unfortunate man, that the whole of his country is what the whole country of the Rohillas was, cultivated like a garden, without one neglected spot in it. Another accuser says, Fuzula Khan, though a bad soldier, that is the true source of his misfortune, has approved himself a good Amal, having, it is supposed, in the course of a few years, at least doubled the population and revenue of his country. In another part of the correspondence, he is charged with making his country an asylum for the oppressed peasants who fly from the territories of Oudh. The improvement of his revenue, arising from this single crime, which Mr. Hastings considers as tantamount to treason, is stated at £150,000 a year. Dr. Swift somewhere says that he who could make 2 blades of grass grow where but one grew before was a greater benefactor to the human race than all the politicians that ever existed. This prince, who would have been deified by antiquity, who would have been ranked with Osiris and Bacchus and Ceres, and the divinities most propitious to men, was, for those very merits, by name attacked by the company's government as a cheat, a robber, a traitor. In the same breath in which he was accused as a rebel, he was ordered at once to furnish 5,000 horse. On delay, or, according to the technical phrase, when any remonstrance is made to them, on evasion, he was declared a violator of treaties, and everything he had was to be taken from him. Not one word, however, of horse in this treaty. The territory of this Fuzula Khan, Mr. Speaker, is less than the county of Norfolk. It is an inland country full 700 miles from any seaport, and not distinguished for any one considerable branch of manufacture whatsoever. From this territory, several very considerable sums had at several times been paid to the British resident. The demand of cavalry, without a shadow or decent pretext of right, amounted to 300,000 a year more at the lowest computation, and it is stated by the last person sent to negotiate as a demand of little use if it could be complied with, but that the compliance was impossible, as it amounted to more than his territories could supply if there had been no other demand upon him. £300,000 a year from an inland country not so large as Norfolk. The thing most extraordinary was to hear the culprit defend himself from the imputation of his virtues as if they had been the blackest offences. He extenuated the superior cultivation of his country. He denied its population. He endeavored to prove that he had often sent back the poor peasant that sought shelter with him. I can make no observation on this. End of section 25. Read by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa, in January of 2025. Section 26 of the works of the Right Honourable Edmund Burke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Works of the Right Honourable Edmund Burke, Volume 2. Speech on Mr. Fox's East India Bill, December 1st, 1783, Part 3. After a variety of extortions and vexations, too fatiguing to you, too disgusting to me, to go through with, they found that they ought to be in a better state to warrant forcible means. They therefore contented themselves with a gross sum of £150,000 for their present demand. They offered him, indeed, an indemnity from their exactions in future for £300,000 more. But he refused to buy their securities, pleading, probably with truth, his poverty. But if the plea were not founded, in my opinion very wisely, not choosing to deal any more in that dangerous commodity of the company's faith, and thinking it better to oppose distress and unarmed obstinacy to uncoloured exaction, than to subject himself to be considered as a cheat if he should make a treaty in the least beneficial to himself. Thus they executed an exemplary punishment on Fazullah Khan for the culture of his country. But conscious that the prevention of evils is the great object of all good regulation, they deprived him of the means of increasing that criminal cultivation in future by exhausting his coffers, and that the population of his country should no more be a standing reproach and libel on the company's government, they bound him by a positive engagement not to afford any shelter whatsoever to the farmers and labourers who should seek refuge in his territories from the exactions of the British residents in Oudh. When they had done all this effectually, they gave him a full and complete acquittance from all charges of rebellion, or of any intention to rebel, or of his having originally had any interest in or any means of rebellion. These intended rebellions are one of the company's standing resources. When money has been thought to be heaped up anywhere, its owners are universally accused of rebellion until they are acquitted of their money and their treasons at once. The money once taken, all accusation, trial, and punishment ends. It is so settled a resource that I rather wonder how it comes to be omitted in the director's account. But I take it for granted this omission will be supplied in their next edition. The company stretched this resource to the full extent when they accused 2 old women in the remotest corner of India, who could have no possible view or motive to raise disturbances, of being engaged in rebellion with an intent to drive out the English nation, in whose protection, purchased by money and secured by treaty, rested the sole hope of their existence. But the company wanted money, and the old women must be guilty of a plot. They were accused of rebellion, and they were convicted of wealth. Twice had great sums been extorted from them, and as often had the British faith guaranteed the remainder. A body of British troops, with one of the military farmers-general at their head, was sent to seize upon the castle in which these helpless women resided. Their chief eunuchs, who were their agents, their guardians, protectors, persons of high rank according to the Eastern manners and of great trust, were thrown into dungeons to make them discover their hidden treasures, and there they lie at present. The lands assigned for the maintenance of the women were seized and confiscated. Their jewels and effects were taken and set up to a pretended auction in an obscure place, and bought at such a price as the gentlemen thought proper to give. No account has ever been transmitted of the articles or produce of this sale. What money was obtained is unknown, or what terms were stipulated for the maintenance of these despoiled and forlorn creatures. For by some particulars it appears as if an engagement of the kind was made. Let me here remark, once for all, that though the Act of 1773 requires that an account of all proceedings should be diligently transmitted, that this, like all the other injunctions of the law, is totally despised, and that half at least of the most important papers are intentionally withheld. I wish you, sir, to advert particularly, in this transaction, to the quality and the numbers of the persons spoiled, and the instrument by whom that spoil was made. These ancient matrons, called the begums or princesses, were of the first birth and quality in India. The one mother, the other wife of the late Nabob of Oudh, Sujah Dowlah, a prince possessed of extensive and flourishing dominions, and the second man in the Mughal Empire. This prince, suspicious, and not unjustly suspicious, of his son and successor, at his death committed his treasures and his family to the British faith. That family and household consisted of 2,000 women, to which were added 2 other seraglios of near kindred, and said to be extremely numerous, and, as I am well informed, of about 80 of the Nabob's children, with all the eunuchs, the ancient servants, and a multitude of the dependents of his splendid court. These were all to be provided, for present maintenance and future establishment, from the lands assigned as dower, and from the treasures which he left to these matrons, in trust for the whole family. So far as to the objects of the spoil. The instrument chosen by Mr. Hastings to despoil the relict of Sujah Dowlah was her own son, the reigning Nabob of Oudh. It was the pious hand of a son that was selected to tear from his mother and grandmother the provision of their age, the maintenance of his brethren, and of all the ancient household of his father. Here a laugh from some young members. The laugh is seasonable, and the occasion decent and proper. By the last advices, something of the sum extorted remained unpaid. The women, in despair, refused to deliver more unless their lands are restored and their ministers released from prison. But Mr. Hastings and his council, steady to their point and consistent to the last in their conduct, write to the resident to stimulate the son to accomplish the filial acts he had brought so near to their perfection. We desire, say they in their letter to the resident, written so late as March last, that you will inform us if any and what means have been taken for recovering the balance due from the Begum, princess, at Fyzabad, and that, if necessary, you recommend it to the vizier to enforce the most effectual means for that purpose. What their effectual means of enforcing demands on women of high rank and condition are, I shall show you, sir, in a few minutes, when I represent to you another of these plots and rebellions, which always in India, though so rarely anywhere else, are the offspring of an easy condition and hoarded riches. Benares is the capital city of the Indian religion. It is regarded as holy by a particular and distinguished sanctity, and the Gentoos in general think themselves as much obliged to visit it once in their lives as the Mohammedans to perform their pilgrimage to Mecca. By this means that city grew great in commerce and opulence, and so effectually was it secured by the pious veneration of that people, that in all wars and in all violences of power there was so sure an asylum both for poverty and wealth, as it were under a divine protection, that the wisest laws and best assured free constitution could not better provide for the relief of the one or the safety of the other. and this tranquillity influenced to the greatest degree the prosperity of all the country and the territory of which it was the capital. The interest of money there was not more than half the usual rate in which it stood in all other places. The reports have fully informed you of the means and of the terms in which this city and the territory called Gazipur, of which it was the head, came under the sovereignty of the East India Company. If ever there was a subordinate dominion pleasantly circumstanced to the superior power, it was this. A large rent or tribute, to the amount of £260,000 a year, was paid in monthly installments with the punctuality of a dividend at the bank. If ever there was a prince who could not have an interest in disturbances, it was its sovereign, the Raja Chait Singh. He was in possession of the capital of his religion, and a willing revenue was paid by the devout people who resorted to him from all parts. His sovereignty and his independence, except his tribute, was secured by every tie. His territory was not much less than half of Ireland, and displayed in all parts a degree of cultivation, ease, and plenty, under his frugal and paternal management, which left him nothing to desire, either for honor or satisfaction. This was the light in which this country appeared to almost every eye. But Mr. Hastings beheld it askance. Mr. Hastings tells us that it was reported of this Chait Singh that his father left him £1,000,000 sterling, and that he made annual accessions to the hoard. Nothing could be so obnoxious to indigent power. So much wealth could not be innocent. The House is fully acquainted with the unfounded and unjust requisitions which were made upon this prince. The question has been most ably and conclusively cleared up in one of the reports of the Select Committee, and in an answer to the Court of Directors to an extraordinary publication against them by their servant Mr. Hastings. But I mean to pass by these exactions as if they were perfectly just and regular, and having admitted them, I take what I shall now trouble you with only as it serves to show the spirit of the company's government, the mode in which it is carried on, and the maxims on which it proceeds. Mr. Hastings, from whom I take the doctrine, endeavors to prove that Chait Singh was no sovereign prince but a mere zemindar or common subject holding land by rent. If this be granted to him, it is next to be seen under what terms he is of opinion such a landholder, that is a British subject, holds his life and property under the company's government. It is proper to understand well the doctrines of the person whose administration has lately received such distinguished approbation from the company. His doctrine is, that the company, or the person delegated by it, holds an absolute authority over such zemindars, that he, such a subject, owes an implicit and unreserved obedience to its authority, at the forfeiture even of his life and property at the discretion of those who held or fully represented the sovereign authority, and that these rights are fully delegated to him, Mr. Hastings. Such is a British governor's idea of the condition of a great zemindar holding under a British authority, and this kind of authority he supposes fully delegated to him, though no such delegation appears in any commission, instruction, or act of Parliament. At his discretion he may demand of the substance of any zemindar, over and above his rent or tribute, even what he pleases, with a sovereign authority, and if he does not yield an implicit, unreserved obedience to all his commands, he forfeits his lands, his life, and his property at Mr. Hastings's discretion. But extravagant and even frantic as these positions appear, They are less so than what I shall now read to you. For he asserts that if any one should urge an exemption from more than a stated payment, or should consider the deeds which passed between him and the board as bearing the quality and force of a treaty between equal states, he says that such an opinion is itself criminal to the state of which he is the subject, and that he was himself amenable to its justice, if he gave countenance to such a belief. Here is a new species of crime invented, that of countenancing a belief. But a belief of what? A belief of that which the Court of Directors, Hastings' masters, and a committee of this House have decided as this prince's indisputable right. But supposing the Raja of Benares to be a mere subject, and that subject a criminal of the highest form, let us see what course was taken by an upright English magistrate. Did he cite this culprit before his tribunal? Did he make a charge? Did he produce witnesses? These are not forms, they are parts of substantial and eternal justice. No, not a word of all this. Mr. Hastings concludes him, in his own mind, to be guilty. He makes this conclusion on reports, on hearsays, on appearances, on rumors, on conjectures, on presumptions. And even these never once hinted to the party, nor publicly to any human being, till the whole business was done. But the governor tells you his motive for this extraordinary proceeding, so contrary to every mode of justice towards either a prince or a subject, fairly and without disguise, and he puts into your hands the key of his whole conduct. I will suppose for a moment that I have acted with unwarrantable rigor towards Chait Singh, and even with injustice. Let my motive be consulted. I left Calcutta impressed with the belief that extraordinary means were necessary, and those exerted with a steady hand, to preserve the company's interests from sinking under the accumulated weight which oppressed them. I saw a political necessity for curbing the overgrown power of a great member of their dominion, and for making it contribute to the relief of their pressing exigencies. This is plain speaking. After this, it is no wonder that the Rajah's wealth and his offense, the necessities of the judge and the opulence of the delinquent, are never separated through the whole of Mr. Hastings's apology. The justice and policy of exacting a large pecuniary mulct. The resolution to draw from his guilt the means of relief to the company's distresses. His determination to make him pay largely for his pardon, or to execute a severe vengeance for past delinquency. That as his wealth was great, and the company's exigencies pressing, he thought it a measure of justice and policy to exact from him a large pecuniary mulct for their relief. The sum, says Mr. Wheeler, bearing evidence at his desire to his intentions, to which the governor declared his resolution to extend his fine, was 40 or 50 lakhs, that is, 400,000 or 500,000 pounds, and that if he refused, he was to be removed from his zemindary entirely, or by taking possession of his forts, to obtain, out of the treasure deposited in them, the above sum for the company. Crimes so convenient, crimes so politic, crimes so necessary, crimes so alleviating of distress, can never be wanting to those who use no process and who produce no proofs. But there is another serious part, what is not so, in this affair. Let us suppose that the power for which Mr. Hastings contends, a power which no sovereign ever did or ever can vest in any of his subjects, namely his own sovereign authority, to be conveyed by the Act of Parliament to any man or body of men whatsoever, it certainly was never given to Mr. Hastings. The powers given by the Act of 1773 were formal and official. They were given, not to the Governor-General, but to the major vote of the Board, as a Board, on discussion amongst themselves in their public character and capacity, and their acts in that character and capacity were to be ascertained by records and minutes of council. The despotic acts exercised by Mr. Hastings were done merely in his private character, and if they had been moderate and just, would still be the acts of a usurped authority, and without any one of the legal modes of proceeding which could give him competence for the most trivial exertion of power. There was no proposition or deliberation whatsoever in council, no minute on record, by circulation or otherwise, to authorize his proceedings, no delegation of power to impose a fine or to take any step to deprive the Rajah of Benares of his government, his property, or his liberty. The minutes of consultation assigned to his journey a totally different object, duty, and destination. Mr. Wheeler, at his desire, tells us long after that he had a confidential conversation with him on various subjects, of which this was the principal, in which Mr. Hastings notified to him his secret intentions, and that he bespoke his support of the measures which he intended to pursue towards him, the Rajah. This confidential discourse, and bespeaking of support, could give him no power in opposition to an express act of Parliament and the whole tenor of the orders of the Court of Directors. In what manner the powers thus usurped were employed is known to the whole world. All the House knows that the design on the Rajah proved as unfruitful as it was violent. The unhappy prince was expelled, and his more unhappy country was enslaved and ruined, but not a rupee was acquired. Instead of treasure to recruit the company's finances wasted by their wanton wars and corrupt jobs, they were plunged into a new war which shook their power in India to its foundation, and, to use the governor's own happy simile, might have dissolved it like a magic structure if the talisman had been broken. But the success is no part of my consideration, who should think just the same of this business, if the spoil of one Rajah had been fully acquired and faithfully applied to the destruction of 20 other Rajahs. Not only the arrest of the Rajah in his palace was unnecessary and unwarrantable and calculated to stir up any manly blood which remained in his subjects, but the despotic style and the extreme insolence of language and demeanor used to a person of great condition among the politest people in the world was intolerable. Nothing aggravates tyranny so much as contumely. Quid superbia in contumeliis was charged by a great man of antiquity, as a principal head of offense against the Governor-General of that day. The unhappy people were still more insulted. A relation, but an enemy to the family, a notorious robber and villain, called Usman Singh, kept as a hawk in a mew to fly upon this nation, was set up to govern there instead of a prince honored and beloved. But when the business of insult was accomplished, the revenue was too serious a concern to be entrusted to such hands. Another was set up in his place as guardian to an infant. But here, sir, mark the effect of all these extraordinary means, of all this policy and justice. The revenues, which had been hitherto paid with such astonishing punctuality, fell into arrear. The new prince guardian was deposed without ceremony, and with as little cast into prison. The government of that once happy country has been in the utmost confusion ever since such good order was taken about it. But to complete the contumely offered to this undone people, and to make them feel their servitude in all its degradation and all its bitterness, the government of their sacred city, the government of that Benares which had been so respected by Persian and Tartar conquerors, though of the Mussulman persuasion, that, even in the plenitude of their pride, power, and bigotry, no magistrate of that sect entered the place, was now delivered over by English hands to a Mohammedan, and an Ali Ibrahim Khan was introduced, under the company's authority with power of life and death, into the sanctuary of the Gentoo religion. After this, the taking off a slight payment, cheerfully made by pilgrims to a chief of their own rights, was represented as a mighty benefit. It remains only to show, through the conduct in this business, the spirit of the company's government and the respect they pay towards other prejudices not less regarded in the East than those of religion. I mean the reverence paid to the female sex in general, and particularly to women of high rank and condition. During the general confusion of the country of Gazipur, Pana, the mother of Chait Singh, was lodged with her train in a castle called Bijay Gur, in which were likewise deposited a large portion of the treasures of her son, or more probably her own. To whomsoever they belonged was indifferent, for though no charge of rebellion was made on this woman, which was rather singular, as it would have cost nothing, they were resolved to secure her with her fortune. The castle was besieged by Major Popham. There was no great reason to apprehend that soldiers ill paid, that soldiers who thought they had been defrauded of their plunder on former services of the same kind, would not have been sufficiently attentive to the spoil they were expressly come for, but the gallantry and generosity of the profession was justly suspected as being likely to set bounds to military rapaciousness. The company's first civil magistrate discovered the greatest uneasiness lest the women should have anything preserved to them. Terms tending to put some restraint on military violence were granted. He writes a letter to Mr. Popham, referring to some letter written before to the same effect, which I do not remember to have seen, but it shows his anxiety on this subject. Here himself: I think every demand she has made on you, except that of safety and respect to her person, is unreasonable. If the reports brought to me are true, your rejecting her offers, or any negotiation, would soon obtain you the fort upon your own terms. I apprehend she will attempt to defraud the captors of a considerable part of their booty, by being suffered to retire without examination. But this is your concern, not mine. I should be very sorry that your officers and soldiers lost any part of the reward to which they are so well entitled. But you must be the best judge of the promised indulgence to the Rani. What you have engaged for I will certainly ratify. But as to suffering the Rani to hold the Pergana of Hurlich or any other zamindari without being subject to the authority of the zamindar, or any lands whatsoever, or indeed making any condition with her for a provision, I will never consent. Here your governor stimulates a rapacious and licentious soldiery to the personal search of women, lest these unhappy creatures should avail themselves of the protection of their sex to secure any supply for their necessities. And he positively orders that no stipulation should be made for any provision for them. The widow and mother of a prince, well informed of her miserable situation and the cause of it, a woman of this rank became a suppliant to the domestic servant of Mr. Hastings. They are his own words that I read. imploring his intercession that she may be relieved from the hardships and dangers of her present situation, and offering to surrender the fort and the treasure and valuable effects contained in it, provided she can be assured of safety and protection to her person and honor, and to that of her family and attendants. He is so good as to consent to this, provided she surrenders everything of value, with the reserve only of such articles as you shall think necessary to her condition, or as you yourself shall be disposed to indulge her with. But should she refuse to execute the promise she has made, or delay it beyond the term of 24 hours, it is my positive injunction that you immediately put a stop to any further intercourse or negotiation with her, and on no pretext renew it. If she disappoints or trifles with me, after I have subjected my Dewan to the disgrace of returning ineffectually, and of course myself to discredit, I shall consider it as a wanton affront and indignity which I can never forgive, nor will I grant her any conditions whatever, but leave her exposed to those dangers which she has chosen to risk, rather than trust to the clemency and generosity of our government. I think she cannot be ignorant of these consequences, and will not venture to incur them, and it is for this reason I place a dependence on her offers, and have consented to send my Dewan to her. The dreadful secret hinted at by the merciful governor in the latter part of the letter is well understood in India, where those who suffer corporeal indignities generally expiate the offences of others with their own blood. However, in spite of all these, the temper of the military did, some way or other, operate. They came to terms which have never been transmitted. It appears that a 15th per cent of the plunder was reserved to the captives, of which the unhappy mother of the Prince of Benares was to have a share. This ancient matron, born to better things, a laugh from certain young gentlemen. I see no cause for this mirth. A good author of antiquity reckons among the calamities of his time nobilissimarum feminarum exilia et fugas. I say, sir, this ancient lady was compelled to quit her house, with 300 helpless women and a multitude of children in her train. But the lower sort in the camp, it seems, could not be restrained. They did not forget the good lessons of the Governor-General. They were unwilling to be defrauded of a considerable part of their booty by suffering them to pass without examination. They examined them, sir, with a vengeance, and the sacred protection of that awful character, Mr. Hastings's maître d'hôtel, could not secure them from insult and plunder. Here is Popham's narrative of the affair. The Rani came out of the fort with her family and dependents the 10th at night, owing to which such attention was not paid to her as I wished. And I am exceedingly sorry to inform you that the licentiousness of our followers was beyond the bounds of control. For, notwithstanding all I could do, her people were plundered on the road of most of the things which they brought out of the fort, by which means one of the articles of surrender has been much infringed. The distress I have felt upon this occasion cannot be expressed, and can only be allayed by a firm performance of the other articles of the treaty, which I shall make it my business to enforce. The suspicions which the officers had of treachery, and the delay made to our getting possession, had enraged them, as well as the troops, so much that the treaty was at first regarded as void. But this determination was soon succeeded by pity and compassion for the unfortunate besieged. After this comes in his due order Mr. Hastings, who is full of sorrow and indignation, etc., 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 according to the best and most authentic precedents established upon such occasions. The women being thus disposed of, that is, completely despoiled and pathetically lamented, Mr. Hastings at length recollected the great object of his enterprise, which, during his zeal lest the officers and soldiers should lose any part of their reward, he seems to have forgot. That is to say, to draw from the Rajah's guilt the means of relief to the company's distresses. This was to be the stronghold of his defense. This compassion to the company, he knew by experience, would sanctify a great deal of rigor towards the natives. But the military had distresses of their own which they considered first. Neither Mr. Hastings's authority nor his supplications could prevail on them to assign a shilling to the claim he made on the part of the company. They divided the booty amongst themselves. Driven from his claim, he was reduced to petition for the spoil as a loan. But the soldiers were too wise to venture as a loan what the borrower claimed as a right. In defiance of all authority, they shared among themselves about 200,000 pounds sterling, besides what had been taken from the women. In all this there is nothing wonderful. We may rest assured that, when the maxims of any government establish among its resources extraordinary means, and those exerted with a strong hand, that strong hand will provide those extraordinary means for itself. Whether the soldiers had reason or not, perhaps much might be said for them. Certain it is, the military discipline of India was ruined from that moment, and the same rage for plunder, the same contempt of subordination, which blasted all the hopes of extraordinary means from your strong hand at Benares, have very lately lost you an army in Mysore. This is visible enough from the accounts in the last Gazette. There is no doubt but that the country and city of Benares, now brought into the same order, will very soon exhibit, if it does not already display, the same appearance with those countries and cities which are under better subjection. A great master, Mr. Hastings, has himself been at the pains of drawing a picture of one of these countries. I mean the province and city of Farrukhabad. There is no reason to question his knowledge of the facts, and his authority, on this point at least, is above all exception, as well for the state of the country as for the cause. In his minute of consultation, Mr. Hastings describes forcibly the consequences which arise from the degradation into which we have sunk the native government. The total want, says he, of all order, regularity, or authority in his, the Nabob of Farrukhabad's, government, and to which, among other obvious causes, it may no doubt be owing that the country of Farrukhabad is become almost an entire waste, without cultivation or inhabitants, that the capital, which but a very short time ago was distinguished as one of the most populous and opulent commercial cities in Hindustan, at present exhibits nothing but scenes of the most wretched poverty, desolation, and misery, and that the Nabob himself, though in the possession of a tract of country which, with only common care, is notoriously capable of yielding an annual revenue of between 30 and 40 lakhs, 300,000 or 400,000 pounds, with no military establishment to maintain, scarcely commands the means of a bare subsistence. This is a true and unexaggerated picture, not only of Farrukhabad, but of at least 3/4 of the country which we possess, or rather lay waste, in India. Now, sir, the House will be desirous to know for what purpose this picture was drawn. It was for a purpose, I will not say laudable, but necessary, that of taking the unfortunate prince and his country out of the hands of a sequestrator sent thither by the Nabob of Oude, the mortal enemy of the prince thus ruined, and to protect him by means of a British resident, who might carry his complaints to the superior resident at Oude, or transmit them to Calcutta. But mark how the reformer persisted in his reformation. The effect of the measure was better than was probably expected. The prince began to be at ease, the country began to recover, and the revenue began to be collected. These were alarming circumstances. Mr. Hastings not only recalled the resident, but he entered into a formal stipulation with the Nabob of Oude never to send an English subject again to Farrukhabad. And thus the country, described as you have heard by Mr. Hastings, is given up forever to the very persons to whom he had attributed its ruin, that is, to the Sezewals or sequestrators of the Nabob of Oude. Such was the issue of the first attempt to relieve the distresses of the dependent provinces. I shall close what I have to say on the condition of the northern dependencies with the effect of the last of these attempts. You will recollect, sir, the account I have not long ago stated to you, as given by Mr. Hastings, of the ruined condition of the destroyer of others, the Nabob of Oude, and of the recall, in consequence, of Hannay, Middleton, and Johnson. When the first little sudden gust of passion against these gentlemen was spent, the sentiments of old friendship began to revive. Some healing conferences were held between them and the superior government. Mr. Hannay was permitted to return to Oude, but death prevented the further advantages intended for him, and the future benefits proposed for the country by the provident care of the Council General. One of these gentlemen was accused of the grossest peculations, two of them by Mr. Hastings himself of what he considered as very gross offences. The Court of Directors were informed, by the Governor-General and Council, that a severe inquiry would be instituted against the two survivors, and they requested that court to suspend its judgment and to wait the event of their proceedings. A mock inquiry has been instituted, by which the parties could not be said to be either acquitted or condemned. By means of the bland and conciliatory dispositions of the charter governors and proper private explanations, the public inquiry has in effect died away. The supposed peculators and destroyers of Oude repose in all security in the bosoms of their accusers, whilst others succeed to them to be instructed by their example. End of section 26. Read by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa, in 2025.